In the name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord in heaven, today we open the 19th year when Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry celebrates Cebu Business Month. As in the past, its aim is to inspire, promote, and grow the businesses of Cebu. Because our theme is Globalized Cebu, we emphasize the challenges of competing globally, showcasing homegrown companies and local resources, attracting uh, foreign investments, and fostering possible partnership and linkages. Because ours is an island economy, we seek to play to our strengths, such as in the areas of tourism, ICT and BPM, entrepreneurship, and creative industries. Merciful God, economists all over agree that our country is indeed in a sweet spot. But we can only move forward by following the appropriate strategies, namely investing socially in people's education and health, improving the business environment, and creating jobs through infrastructure upgrades. For in the end, the only humane investment is that which helps the majority of our people to lift themselves out of poverty. Provident Lord, time and again we are reminded by your church that goods, even when legitimately owned, always have a universal destination. And in light of that principle, any type of improper accumulation, such as immoderate attachment and desire to hoard, is immoral. Riches fulfill their function of service to man when they are destined to produce benefits for others and for society. As business persons and entrepreneurs, we are administrators of your resources, distributors of your grace. Human society needs both economic efficiency and the promotion of human development in solidarity. Economic waste does not serve human development. Excessive profit constricts rather than enlarges the market. Degradation of the earth is miserable stewardship of our own shelter and common home. On the other hand, respectable profit is a sign that our business is being efficient. Yet only with respectful profit can stakeholders' dignity be ensured and social harmony guaranteed. Lord of all creation, bless and help our entrepreneurs to be intelligent and creative, but also compassionate and responsible. For thus alone can they be recognized as valuable citizens of their societies, but also praiseworthy marketers of your kingdom, where none will ever want and all can have their fill. Verily, those alone who create and distribute wealth for and with Jesus poor can be called rich in Christ's kingdom with you in heaven. Amen.
Thank you. You may all now be seated. Thank you, by the way, to the UP Serenata for the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Technology and Innovation Expo and Entrepreneurship Conference. a 2-day gathering that's put together by the Department of Science and Technology and the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry as part of the Cebu Business Month 2015. Here to welcome us all in behalf of the Cebu Chamber is the CCCI President, no less. I refer to her as our Energizer Bunny. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Ma'am Tess Chan.
Honorable DOST Assistant Secretary Raymond Liboro, Assistant Secretary of Industry Development Group Seferino Rodolfo, Regional Director of DOST 7, Engineer Edilberto Paradela, ASEAN Business Advisory Council Mr. J. Ubalios, CBM 2015 Chair Dr. Francis D., CBM Entrepreneurship Committee Chair Mr. Virgilio Nonoy Espeleta, of course, Trustee of the Chamber Father Miranda, ladies, our valued sponsors. Oh, I see Venus there, President of PhilExport, and Mr. Ramir Bonghanoy, our distinguished guests and resource speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Wow, murag lami ang breakfast. I am certain that everyone in this conference knows that driven by consumerism of 100 million population with an average age of 23, fueled by foreign remittances from over 10 million OFWs from all over the world, the Philippines has become one of the fastest growing economies in Asia Pacific, being second only to China. Philippines' growth rate is forecasted to be around 6%. In fact, over 6% this year and the next 2 or 3 years, compared to only about 3 to 4% for Hong Kong, Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia. That's cause for um, rivalry for Filipinos, right? We are also now savoring an unprecedented level of confidence from the regional as well as international economic community, due, not in small measure, to the efforts of the Aquino administration for promoting good governance and prudent financial management. Realizing that this global recognition of the Philippines is, as the common adage says, an opportunity of a lifetime. It is one which we cannot afford to squander. Do you all agree with me? Diba? So, now is the time for the government and the private sector to get our acts together, especially in the fields of science, innovation, and technology, if we are to continue this momentum. As one of our initial programs, the DOST, in particular DOST 7, and the Cebu Chamber bring to you today the Entrepreneurship, Innovation, and Technology and Expo to harness Cebuanos' creativity, inventiveness, and ingenuity in order to magnify competitive advantages, discover new strengths, and hurdle limitations, thus enabling business enterprises to become more productive. This event also highlights the OST Central Visayas 2015 Regional Invention Contests with exhibits or RISE, daling tandaan, and the Innovative Conference for Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading Program or SETUP. Very nice lines. Why? Because innovation is the best response to changing opportunities. So this event is also to recognize that the development of entrepreneurship is not only crucial to sustaining economic growth, but also to attaining that elusive inclusive growth. This event is also for those who choose to create jobs for others instead of getting jobs. Those who choose to create wealth instead of getting salaries. And of course, those who choose the more challenging but fulfilling path of entrepreneurship. Though the total number of OFWs continue to increase, it is not unusual for OFWs to come back and have difficulty finding a job. So the promotion of micro or small enterprises provides even better alternatives for those returning OFWs. Of course, we also hope to inspire and motivate our fellow entrepreneurs through the information, insights, and learnings from our resource speakers. Allow me to be the first to provide some insights by sharing 6 success lessons from Mark Zuckerberg, the 31-year-old Facebook founder who was once the world's youngest billionaire with 35.1 billion net worth. So first lesson, he says, take risks. He believes that the worst risk in the world is never taking a risk. So he advises that all of us take calculated risk in order to progress as persons, professionals, or entrepreneurs. Second, he says we have to move fast and break things. He says that unless one is breaking stuff, he is not moving fast enough. Third, don't think impossible. Everything is possible. That's self explanatory. Fourth is to focus on service, not on profit. He says that we don't build services to make money. We make money to build services. Fifth, he says that we should not waste time. We should prioritize important things daily. He encourages us to ask ourselves questions like, am I doing the most important thing I could be doing today? And of course, last is innovate or perish. If we don't create the thing that kills Facebook, someone else will kill it, or someone else will. This innovate or perish mindset should challenge all of us, not only to always be on our toes, to not only be ready for change or embrace change, but to be at the forefront of positive change. I hope that those lessons will somehow change the way we do things for the better as persons, professionals, or entrepreneurs. In closing, allow me to thank you, all of you, our entrepreneurs and our budding entrepreneurs and inventors over there for being here, for wanting to learn and improve on what you have and what you do. You are the kind of entrepreneurs that we need in this country. In behalf of Cebu Chamber and the business community also, let us all thank one of the best performing national agencies in the country, the Department of Science and Technology, and the DOST-7 for choosing Cebu Chamber as its partner in this program and so many other development programs that we jointly undertake, and choosing Cebu as the venue in showcasing innovative projects. Let's give them a round of applause. Welcome, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Tess. Now, to give us an overview of the conference and expo and how it's going to happen, we have with us the chairperson for the CBM 2015 Entrepreneurship Committee. He's also a staunch advocate for family harmony in family business. I kind of refer to him as a guru in that regard. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to all of us to welcome Mr. Virgilio Nonoy Espeleta.
Good morning, fellow entrepreneurs and guests. Our CBM theme for this year is Glocalized Cebu. It simply connotes globalizing local or homegrown businesses. I remember when I was CBM chair in 2011, in fact, the theme of that year was Business Beyond Boundaries. Say it in different ways, the CBM themes of previous years allude to leveling up our businesses in the light of globalization, competition, changing market behaviors, changing technologies, and even the political and social dynamics. Last year, I remember our NTREP conference. I was privileged also to help. It was about bringing your business to the national level, branding, and becoming a national player as our initial step in anticipating for the ASEAN economic integration. A conference on awareness of the ASEAN integration and its implication was also organized. The same topic had been discussed in different fora and conferences. In the next 2 days, we shall drill down deeper by learning insights, especially on the 4 pillars of ASEAN economic integration, namely the single market and production base, competitiveness, highly competitive economic region, equitable economic development, and integration into the global economy, ASEAN as our platform. This is in line with the general findings of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. And I learned that our country has lagged behind in the preparation for this ASEAN economic integration because we lack the awareness and knowledge of the fundamental elements. Hence, this conference is designed for us entrepreneurs who may be too busy and focused on the local market, local competition, may be stuck on the traditional way of doing business without realizing that we may perish one day because a foreign player has cannibalized our market. In fact, when I consult with a lot of entrepreneurs, the focus is always inward. The focus is always about their own businesses, and they forget about the bigger picture, what is happening outside their business. And so we have tried to invite the best resource speakers in the country who have the local and global perspectives to share their insights, while we also bring in our local experts in the various industries to react, share, or update us their industry roadmaps or initiatives. As we recognize that entrepreneurs can leapfrog in their competitiveness through innovation, we have partnered for the first time with the Department of Science and Technology in holding simultaneously the Technology and Innovation Expo featuring the Regional Invention Contest and Exhibit. My fellow entrepreneurs, business owners, corporate executives and managers, let us assume that we do not know everything. Hence, we encourage you to stick around, and learn as much. In fact, many of our business partners and friends should also be here. And well, this is going to be 2 days. You will do a great favor for them if you can call them and join us in this conference. At the end of 2 days, we hope that each one shall have gained new ideas to incorporate in your strategic and business plans in moving on to transform your business into an Asian player, leveraging the Asian identity to capture the global market. So stick around, learn as much, and fellowship, expand your network with the fellow participants, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Have a good day, everyone.
You know, he's not even a speaker yet, huh? And you get something out of that. And also with Ma'am Tess, really. Wait till you hear the speakers. We're going to get an overview right now of the Central Visayas Regional Invention Contest and Exhibit that's been put together by the DOST. And we have no less than the director of the DOST Education and Promotion Institute to do that for us. Let's welcome Director and Dr. Edgar Garcia.
Mayong buntag. Good morning to everyone. I hope I got the right term. First of all, let me thank the organizer, the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, for including our regional invention contest or featuring the regional invention contest as part of your activity, major activity here in Cebu. Thank you very much for the initiative of Mr. Francis D. And fortunately, he is one of our members in the screening committee for the Republic Act 7459. I will be discussing this today. Uh, Let me acknowledge first, in addition to those mentioned, the VIPs mentioned by the President, Ms. Teresa oh, Chan, Ms. Teresa Chan. I have seen here one of my mentors also, our former regional director of Region 7, Dr. Sally. Uh, I, dahil sa tagal namin pagkikita, nakalimutan ko na tuloy. Okay. She's our former DOST director. So welcome, ma'am. See you again. Okay. Not to mention also the VIPs that we, our partners from the academic institutions, from the Cebu, from CIT, San Carlos, I think. Yeah. And some of our directors also from other regions who really want to witness the activities here. We have here Director Ganal of Region 1. And most of all, thank you also for coming, our partners from the business sectors, which we are actually the beneficiaries of the TAPI program. My task this morning is to give you an overview of the regional invention contest and exhibits. For the benefit of everyone, the regional invention contest and exhibit is part of our mandated function under the Republic Act 7459, which is known as the Inventors and Invention Incentives Act of the Philippines. The Technology Application and Promotion Institute under the law is mandated to promote the development and commercialization of inventions and innovations. I would just like to repeat, we are tasked to promote and assist in the commercialization, development of invention. So we have several programs under this particular law, and one of which for us to really promote the development and the commercialization and development of invention is through the conduct of invention contests and exhibitions. Enacted in 1992. However, TAPI was actually established in 1987. So we started in 1990 conducting the National Invention Contest already. We started the National Invention Contest in 1990 until uh, 2008, wherein we conducted one contest only every year. It means that all entries will have to be submitted to Manila to the Technology Application and Promotion Institute for screening process. So you will note that all the regions will send their entries to Manila. So the bulk of the documents mailed, and the cost of mailing at that time is really tremendous, very expensive. So the cost of mailing actually uh, hinders the submission, or let's say actually contributed in the low turnout of submitted entries, because participants who wish to participate will entail a lot of mailing costs. Not to withstand also the delay. While they have submitted, when they reach out, when they reach TAPI, it is already end of the deadline. So we have to be very strict when it comes to the deadline of entries. So while we are successful in conducting the contest in those years, however, most of the winners are in Manila, because definitely they were the one who were early submission and the near regional areas in Manila. So one of the ways is to have it regionalized, but because of the budget that we have to cluster it. So the start now of clustering is in 2009 and 2010. The clustering approach is making an invention contest, regional cluster contest in Northern Luzon, Southern Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So there are four clusters. And all the winners of these four clusters now are the corresponding finalists for the national contests. However, it's also turned out that when you conduct regional clusters, some of those in the provinces very far from the regions where you conduct the contest would not also participate. So it means to say, while there is a tremendous real increase, significant increase from the previous years that we have conducted the national contest, still there is no equal representation of winners in the national contest. If it conducted in Cebu, definitely most of the winners are in Cebu, because others in Region 6 will not be able to send, and other particular regions. So it's the same problem also in Mindanao. So there was a proposition, and the proposition was to conduct a regional contest. Hence, the start of the regional invention contest started in 2011. So that was the starting point where we conducted the regional invention contest. However, when we conducted the regional invention contest, it a lot of our budget already. So still, we have to conduct the regional invention contest, but at the same time, we have to conduct the national invention contest. So with that in mind, so we have to conduct the regional invention contest on a biennial period, in every other year. And so we conducted the regional invention contest in 2011, 2013, and 2015. Now, every other year is the national contest. So winners in the regional invention contest of 2011 are finalists of the 2012 National Invention Contest, and 2013 finalists for the 2014, and now for the 2015, the finalists here, the winners, first prize winners, I repeat, the first prize winners of the 2015 Regional Invention Contest are automatically the finalists for our 2016 National Invention Contest. During the previous years, we conduct the regional invention contests in selected areas. And the last regional invention contest that was actually held in Region 7 is still in Region 7. The place, I should say, is in Ayala. I think that was in September. So there was actually a tremendous increase for that particular period. So for this year, we have uh, more than actually what we have in the last year's previous year's contest. Now, what is important now in this particular regional contest? Time is running out, so I would just like to emphasize that we have included one significant uh, um, incentives for all participants, whether you are winners or not. Automatically, all the creative research entries will be screened for IP protection already, meaning to say that TAPI will be taking charge of IP protection for all creative research entered in this particular contest so that they will be IP protected already. For the information, once you have already divulged or already shown your exhibits or your ideas, you are only having 1 year to protect that particular ideas. So to facilitating, we are going to already uh, protect when we say assistance for protection, all the charges, all fees are free of charge, no financial burden on the part of uh, the, the researcher. So meaning to say, what they were going to do is to only coordinate or let's say trust the patent agents who are going to be assigned to them. So for that, I wish all the uh, participants good luck, and definitely they are actually eyeing for around of 10,000 to 50,000 pesos cash prizes. Thank you very much and magandang umaga po uli sa inyong lahat.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garcia. Before we proceed, I'd like to request you to indulge me in this because I kind of felt goosebumps as I listened to what was happening earlier. Dr. Almase can verify to this. In 1977, I was one of two Cebuano 10 outstanding young scientists way back in 1977 in the Laguna School of Arts and Trades. And at that time, one of our judges was Dr. Seferino Poliosco. Um, Dr. Almase was my teacher at UP High at the time. And when you were mentioning all this, I just kind of got nostalgic. This is happening right here. Anyway, don't worry, nothing to protect in terms of IP. This was superseded by integrated circuits, and then now, of course, you have the chipsets. But what I did at that time was what I remember the title. It's a multi-vari-threshold SCR controlled AC power line regulator. I still remember that. It was just a plain voltage regulator, just to beat the fluctuations in electricity at that time. But really, just to see this happen now and what I went through back in 1977. Oh boy. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's proceed to the next hall because we're going to now witness the grand opening of the Technology and Innovation Expo featuring the 2015 Central Visayas Regional Invention Contest and Exhibit. Please proceed to the next hall, and we'd like to also ask you to return uh, after passing through the exhibits so we can proceed with the rest of today's program. Thank you very much. Please, can we go to the next hall? The ribbon will be cut and you can formally see the exhibits already. Thank you. Pwede ako dako gamay. Dali na dako gamay. Mo na ni. Sige, sige. May na lang ako dako.
applications to different companies straight from your computer. Minimo has a job waiting for you. Minimo, Cebu's job website.
Halina mamaligya sa OLX mga tuna. Kung dili na gamiton sinina TV o cellphone, ibalik yan na sa OLX. Iba-iba sa kalibutan, ang baligyan ni mga butang. Iba na ng katag sa balay, I feel good, oh, pagkahayahay. Come and join me, it's for everybody. Just boss, usap, believe me, it's that easy. Simple ra, pas pa gamiton. Thank you, next time sunod na po. Hindi na mamaligyan sa OLX mga tuna. Kung dili na gamiton sinina TV o cellphone, ibalik yan na sa OLX.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harrison. Nice to meet you again.
When you travel well, you focus on what really matters. The Pacific, life well traveled.
Ladies and gentlemen, we wish to request everyone to please come in and be seated. We will be starting once again in 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, wish to request everyone to please be seated and settle down. We will resume in 3 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you for coming back to, and now we begin the Entrepreneurship Conference proper. To introduce our keynote speaker for this morning, we have the overall chair of Cebu Business Month. He also is the CEO and Managing Director of Green World LED Solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Chairman Mr. Francis D.
Good morning. Hope you enjoy your morning snacks. It is my honor to introduce two distinguished persons, but only one of them will be our keynote speaker. First person I'd like to introduce is Secretary Montejo. Unfortunately, he is not around because there was a emergency cabinet meeting. Secretary Montejo is a mechanical engineer by profession and an innovator. Believes that the use of science and technology is always a sound development model for the improvement of the individual and society in terms of improved processes, products, and services. With his substantial background in engineering design and innovation spanning more than 20 years, he was selected as the 2014 UP Alumni Association Most Distinguished Alumnus and 2011 Distinguished Alumnus in Science and Technology. In 2010, the UP College of Engineering has named him one of the 100 outstanding alumni engineers of the century during the centennial celebration of the University of the Philippines. Before joining the government service, Secretary Montejo was president of several engineering related firms along with the more recent ecotourism related company. His motto, local technology works, affirm a belief in the creativity of Filipinos, particularly the Philippine scientific community. In his absence, Secretary Montejo of DOST, he is ably represented by Assistant Secretary Raymond Enriquez Liboro of the Department of Science and Technology, OIC Director, Science and Technology Information Institute. Just a brief profile of our Assistant Secretary. He is the ASEC for Climate Change and Disaster Risk Reduction of the Department of Science and Technology, the Philippine cabinet level government body mandated to set the directions for science and technology development. He first made his name as a sportscaster for the Philippine Basketball Association. So, sinong hilig dito sa PBA? The leading professional sports league in the country. After his PBA stint, he branched out in a number of successful media-centered endeavors. As CEO of Image Solutions Inc., the founding president of the Center for Sports Communication, and CEO of Mega Mobile Inc., and consultant at Discovery Channel. He is the current project leader for Iba na ang Panahon, Science for Safer Communities, an intensive two-day information, education, and communication workshop held in all 17 regions of the Philippines with the aim of promoting better end-to-end protocols for early warning and action during emergency situations caused by natural hazards. In January 2014, he introduced the One Time or JUAN Juan de la Cruz One Time campaign to promote the Philippine Standard Time Act and likewise greater time consciousness among Filipinos. Moreover, Assistant Secretary Liboro, during his term as Director of the Science and Technology Information Institute, launched Star Books Project, or the Science and Technology Academic and Research-Based Openly Operated Kiosk Station. Essentially, a library in a box deployed to the institutions in the Philippines where online connectivity is non-existent, intermittent, or weak. He continues to serve as officer in charge of STII to complement the information and social marketing trust of his current position. Please welcome Assistant Secretary Raymond E. Liboro.
Salamat, Francis. Wala na nakakaalala yata sa PBA eh. Pero tinatanong niya ako kanina, dapat naalala kita eh, pero ikaw ba yung panahon pa ni Yoyong Martires? Sabi ko, hindi naman. Kala ko magbabago kay Philip Cesar. Medyo may ano naman ako. Sila Boy Kabahog, yan. Mga from Cebu, di ba? Anyway, magandang umaga po. Tama po sinabi ni Mr. Francis, no? I'll be reading the keynote speech of the Secretary Mario Monte, who unfortunately cannot attend today's event, no? Because of a pressing meeting, at how he really would have loved, no, to be here with you today. This is really we've been going around the regions through our campaign we call the Science Nation Tour, Agham Naramdam. This is really to push, or this is really our effort, no, to make science and technology felt, no, by our countrymen, and to report also the results of the progress that we have made in the past few years. So, one thing siguro po ng common denominator, Francis, ng sports and science, no, is that we deal with a lot of good news. Diba? Diba tayo kapag nagbabasa ng dyaryo, ayaw yung bad news, huwag yung unahin yung front page. Punta ka sa sports section, di ba? Doon, mas maraming good news sa sports section, right? So I find that commonality with science, in that we dig a lot of good news, no? And just earlier, while we were touring the exhibit that we opened just a while ago, we see a lot of good news and the potentials of and you really see the ingenuity and innovativeness and the innovation culture very alive here in the region, no? So palakpakan po natin yung mga sarili, lalo na po yung mga young researchers po natin. So without further ado, I'll be reading the keynote speech of Secretary Montejo. And alongside this, we prepared a little visuals for you as I go along. Sige po. So let me proceed with this. My warmest greetings to the President of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Ms. Maria Teresa Chan. Good morning po. And the members of the Board of Directors of CCI, to all representatives of the member companies of CCCI, to all our entrepreneurs here present, and to all our colleagues in the DOST system. Is Dr. Almas still around? Baka nandun sa exhibit area. No? And first, I would like to congratulate the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Department of Science and Technology, particularly Region 7, for organizing this Entrepreneurship Conference. I believe that this conference is the best avenue to highlight and further develop the capabilities of local companies through learning how to exploit available resources here in Cebu and nearby provinces, and how to transform this into competitive advantage. This would also be an excellent opportunity to forge collaboration and linkages among industry, global key players, and the enabling organizations such as the DOST and other government institutions. The I is also here, Mr. Perry. The DOST is very much excited to be your active partner in providing solutions to various problems and challenges of the business community here in Cebu. As a matter of fact, the DOST programs and services are geared towards providing the enabling environment for the industry and the whole business community for global competitiveness. I will be detailing this environment, the so-called environment, to you in a while. With the advent of the ASEAN economic integration this year, it is indeed imperative to address the global challenges of the industries. And we believe that we can effectively address these challenges as a science nation through the maximum utilization of science and technology. Technology is indeed a source of competitive advantage, and this is not a cost. And this is what we advocate in the DOST. We are calling all sectors to join us in making the Philippines a science nation meeting global challenges. The business sector and the industries play a very significant role in achieving this. Together, we can strengthen the country's manufacturing industries, SMEs, human resource capabilities, e-governance, and disaster preparedness, among others. Indeed, the DOST aspires to provide key solutions to the challenges faced by different sectors through DOST's outcome-based approach in the delivery of services and implementation of programs and projects. The DOST is committed to achieve the following through what we call the 8 outcomes. The first outcome is a science-based know-how and tools that enable the agricultural sector to raise productivity to world-class standards. So consider these outcomes really as the roadmap that we are tracking this past few years. The second outcome, innovative, cost-effective, and appropriate technologies that enable MSMEs to develop and produce competitive products that meet world-class standards. Outcome number three, state-of-the-art facilities and capabilities that enable local industries to move up the value chain and attain global competitiveness. Outcome number four, Philippines to become a global leader in information technology, business process management. Fifth outcome, ICT-based transformation of governance, broadening access to government services in health and education for those especially in the countryside. Our target here is for the Philippines to be in the top 50 global ranking on e-governance by 2016. Currently, we are ranked, I think, 88. Outcome number six, improve quality healthcare and quality of life through science, technology, and innovation. Seventh outcome, pertaining to human resource development, a highly skilled and globally competitive science and technology human resources in support of the national science and technology programs. Most of you are familiar with one of our brands, PSI, Philippine Science High School. Their goal is to be the leading high school in the ASEAN this year, and every town to have at least one DOST scholar by 2016. We are very, very close to hitting that target. When we started in 2011, there were only around 63% municipalities that have DOST scholars. And now, as I speak, we have already reached 92% of all municipalities that have at least the DOST scholar. And our last outcome, which we have promised to the Filipino people, a science-based weather information and climate change scenario with associated impact assessments that shall enable concerned agencies to develop appropriate mitigation strategies for disaster and climate change resilient Philippines. I would like to highlight outcome number 2 and outcome number 3 because these are the DOST's commitments that are relevant to the industries and to micro, small, and medium enterprises. Outcome number 2 is for the enterprises, while outcome number 3 is for industries. Let me introduce to you the Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading Program. The DOST's flagship program for MSMEs is the SETUP, the Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading Program. SETUP is the centerpiece program for harnessing the capabilities of science and technology in order to hasten the growth of small enterprises and propel the country's economic advancement. Ayan po. Ito po yung iba pong mga natutulungan na nakaka-partner ng aming SETUP program. SETUP assists MSMEs in the adoption of technology innovations to improve their operations and expand their businesses. In particular, SETUP provides beneficiaries with financial assistance in terms of high-grade equipment, technology training, and consultancy services. The program covers 8 key areas where local MSMEs are mostly concentrated. food processing, horticulture and agriculture, marine and aquatic resources, gifts, decors and housewares, furniture, metals and engineering, pharmaceuticals, and information and communications technology. Already, Setup is fulfilling these via its numerous clients who gain the necessary resources to upgrade their product packaging and product quality. As a result, new markets opened up, sales increased, and profits soared as the quality of these products advanced to at least keep pace with that of foreign commodities. At the same time, the lives of the business owners, their employees, and of those in their community as well are now seeing better days. Today, we're going to recognize a beneficiary of the DOS's setup for the meritorious technological innovations the firm adopted through the program. Mamaya po, malalaman na po natin sino po yung Central Visayas Best Setup Adopter. The DOSC would also establish regional food innovation centers. In Central Visayas, it will be hosted at CIT University and will open on July 2015. Malapit na po yan. Through these regional food innovation centers, let me forward this. All right. MSME owners and workers can avail of modern equipment and extensive training on innovative food processing techniques. At the same time, the centers will also serve as hubs for research and development and provide support services to enhance the competitiveness of processed foods in both local and export markets. These support services are product and process development, food testing, shelf life and sensory evaluation, consultancy, packaging and labeling, short-term production, incubator facilities, brokering, common service facilities, and an information resource center. Yung po mga regional directors namin have been benchmarking yung ating pong food industry. And one thing that we noticed, for example, in the case of Thailand, Thailand, Bangkok, who consider themselves as the kitchen to the world, there are basically 12 types of technologies that they use. All right, just 12 types, of technology that produces all those wonderful, really delectable looking food stuff from Thailand. So what the DOST did was look at these 12 technologies and reverse engineer most of them. We have already reverse engineered and built and manufactured eight. Eight. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, seven. 7 out of the 12. We're working on the other 5. So what you see in front of you are all manufactured, designed, developed, and manufactured by Filipino engineers. And you know what? They come in much, much even cheaper than what China is giving out. So whoever thought that you can never compete on China on even keel, this actually proves that homegrown technology and innovation can actually, produce more industries, uh, inject life into our manufacturing sector, and more, and more than that is actually provide all this equipment to innovators, especially food innovators, for micro, small, medium enterprises. And you know what? Come July, yung pito pong yan will be here in Cebu. And this will be available to developers like I met outside, isa po sa mga participant natin who's been developing her jackfruit product line. We've seen this already working in Davao. They've been developing some fantastic, fabulous products. Chicharong sitaw, chicharong okra. Posible pala talaga yun. Meron silang mga natatawa kayo. Masarap. Siguro pag nasa Cebu na rin to, napakarami nating pwede pang magawa. So, yun po yung mga maaabangan nyo. Coming soon na yan, July 2015. With these facilities, the DOS is pushing the country's food manufacturing industry to be at par with that of neighboring ASEAN by the time the ASEAN economic integration rolls in Ngayon na nga po, 2015. So aside from the food, well, of course, other activities include ICT fora, which promote technopreneurship and encourage small and medium business owners to establish their presence on the internet in order to mine its countless possibilities, such as overseas market penetration, ICT roadshows, and competitions. For the coming years, DOST aims to benchmark technologies being used in countries regarded as industry leaders. I mentioned nga po yung story of Thailand. DOST will continue to identify effective food processing technologies that are considered as front runner in the food processing technology, and then compare these technologies with those used by local processing firms. Next, the USC will then develop and implement projects that will enable local companies to better their products and services, grab a bigger slice of the market, and attain a bigger growth rate, big enough to go ahead or to go head to head with their foreign counterparts. In other words, the department envisions small or medium scale food processors from a region outside Manila, like Cebu, Region 7, to eventually be able to compete with the best food processing companies in the world. To fulfill this, the DOST is committed to developing innovative, cost-effective, and appropriate technologies for micro, small, medium enterprises, establishing innovation centers nationwide. This is yung po aming FICs, Food Innovation Centers, to make and develop technologies available to majority of MSMEs for product development, enhancing testing, calibration, and quality assurance facilities and services, and expanding setup for the creation of sustainable jobs. As these objectives are being met, the department sets bigger targets and higher goals. Numbers will rise, numbers that denote profits, savings, purchases, productivity, and other business components. And when these figures rise, so too will the number of people who will benefit from these positive outcomes. Together, these statistics will reflect the giant leap that the Philippines has taken. A leap characterized by economic progress, defined by possibilities of science and technology. It is a leap we all want to take eventually. Ito na nga po yung agham na ramdam. For outcome number 3, the DOSC has provided or shall provide state-of-the-art facilities and capabilities that enable local industries to move up the value chain and attain global competitiveness. Okay, so already mentioned setup. These are some of the setup. These are some of the setup beneficiaries that we have assisted. Most of them are actually in Region 7, no? In Bohol and Lapu-Lapu here. This is the ADMATEL, the Advanced Materials Testing Laboratory. The ADMATEL was launched by the DOST at the Industrial Technology Development Institute, or DOST ITDI in Bicutan. The facility conducts failure analysis testing and advanced materials characterization on several semiconductor components produced in the country, thus reducing turnaround time and cost. According to SAPI President Dan La Chica, local semiconductor firms spend around $9 million to 18 million US dollars annually for overseas testing alone. The ADMETAL houses cutting-edge equipment such as the time-of-flight secondary ion mass spectrometer, which analyzes the composition of solid surfaces and thin films and determines the elemental, isotopic, or molecular composition of the surface to a depth of 1 to 2 nanometers. Another is the Auger electron spectrometer, which analyzes the surface composition of a material. The focused ion beam field emission scanning electron microscope is used to expose defects in the integrated circuit. Mr. Pons, kailangan yung dati mong project, ipatest natin dito sa ADMATEL. Okay? Meanwhile, the scanning electron microscope with energy dispersive X-ray is a high-resolution imaging tool that can perform elemental analysis or chemical characterization of a sample. The testing lab would also help semiconductor startups to conduct advanced research and development activities. Simply put, ito po yun. Before ho dumating ang ADMATEL, semiconductor companies will usually send their samples abroad to have it tested. And by that time, we usually lose the business after that. Kasi pag lumabas na yung produkto, hindi na nakakabalik dito sa atin. They usually, yung last mile production nila, they usually do elsewhere. But because of this facility, our semiconductor industry and companies do not need to bring out their samples abroad. They just have to test them here, and the business stays here. This year alone, a lot of companies have already uh, gotten the services of Admatel. Ang isa po exciting na, while talking about this facility, state-of-the-art facilities, is the Electronics Product Development Center. The EPDC will provide state-of-the-art design, prototyping, and testing facilities for printed circuit boards, PCBs. The primary electronics component that mechanically supports and electrically connects electronic components. At the MIRDC, Metal Industry Research Development Center in Bikutan, we have also established a Die and Mold Solution Center together with the Philippine Die and Mold Association and some other associations like the kasama rin po ang Electronics Industries Association of the Philippines. Ito pong mga tinayo po namin, we believe, will have a positive effect on the local electronics industry, enabling it to move up the value chain from electronics assembly to the higher value services such as electronics design and manufacturing. But if you will see, sasabihin nyo, teka muna, nandito lahat yan sa Bikutan no? Mahirap naman natin dalhin dito yan. Sabihin nyo. But ang isa po namin ginawa ni Secretary Montejo, next slide, is the concept of one lab. All right? Wherein we have integrated, actually networked all our laboratories, including some from the other agencies and state universities and colleges, our regional laboratories. So hindi nyo na po kailangan bumiyahe papunta ho sa Maynila para po ipatest ang inyong pong mga produkto. Dito lamang po sa Region 7, dito po sa Cebu, pwede nyo na pong dalhin sa aming regional centers. Kung wala po sa pasilidad ng Regional 7 ang kinakailangan yung testing, kami na po, tama ba yun? Kami na po ang magsisiguro na matitest po yan sa laboratorio kung nasaan man yung pasilidad na yun. Okay ba yun? Hindi yata okay eh. Okay ba yun? Palakpakan naman natin kung okay yun. Yun po, no? So, kung makita po ninyo, well, we're trying to really, to the best of our ability, simply put, we really would like to assist especially our innovators, our micro, small, medium enterprises. If you see the 8 outcomes that I've specified alone, okay, assuming that such efforts should lead to something beneficial to both Filipinos and the Philippines. No? So, for the rest of the DOST outcomes, it is hoped that they become the catalyst to transform the Filipinos and the country as we all walk towards change, leaving a country described as a science nation. So congratulations once again to CCCI and DOST-7 for holding this entrepreneurship conference. And we commend the local entrepreneurs for joining us in developing strategies on how to address the challenges of the ASEAN integration. We commit ourselves in DOST to be our active partner in facing these challenges of ASEAN integration. We believe that science, technology, and innovation are the vital tools in overcoming these challenges. Together, let's build a science nation that is potent to meet global challenges. Thank you at magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Secretary Liboro. We wish to request you, sir, however, to please remain on stage as he will be joined now by President Tess and both Chairman, Sir Francis and Sir Nonoy, who will be giving Secretary Liboro a plaque of appreciation from the Cebu Chamber for being here today. I was just actually asking Secretary Liboro if he was together with, well, we all remember.
Ako na, he's actually asking kung kaano ko si Seb Sarmenta. Kasama ko lang si Seb, no? Oo but minsan ang pagkakamalang kami, kaya hindi na ako nagtina eh.
Nimrod, we have a hope pala in the technology department from sportscaster to secretary. Joe Cantada missed his chance. Thank you very much, Asek Liboro. Let's give him all a big hand, please. May chance pala mga announcer. Anyway, we're about to award the DOST 7 Regional Technovation Awards. And to do that for us, rather to conduct the awarding, I'd like to call on the Provincial Science and Technology Director of DOST Cebu. Let's give a warm welcome to Engineer Tristan Abando. Oh, here he is.
Okay, good morning, and we would like to request once again Asek Mon Liboro and Director Ed Paradela of DOST 7, together with Ma'am Tess Chan, to present our DOST Technovation Award. The DOST Technovation Award is an award of recognition to DOST set-up beneficiary for its meritorious technological innovations that the firm adopted through DOST setup. And these beneficiaries' laudable application of science and technology has significantly contributed not only to the improvement of its productivity and competitiveness, but also to the advancement of the sector in Central Visayas. And Setup is a comprehensive package of support for SMEs, including technology upgrading, training and consultancy, packaging, and testing services. And we have the finalists, okay, coming from the different provinces. So for Sikihor, we have Elena's Bakery and Pasalobong Center. And for Cebu, we have Habagat Outdoor Equipment Incorporated. And for Negros Oriental, we have the Southern Negros Agri-Fisheries Multipurpose Cooperative, or SUNAMCO. And from Bohol, we have Vercap Light Metal Industries. And these finalists were judged in accordance to our Technovation Award criteria. We have technology, process, and innovation assimilation, 40%, product and process outcomes, 20%, entrepreneurial acumen and management leadership, 20%. And now, we will be awarding first the runners-up of the DOST7 Technovation Award, or Best Setup Adapter. So we have our first runner-up, or our runner-up, we have Elena's Bakery and Pasalobong Center from Sikihor. But unfortunately, we don't have a representative from Elena's Bake Shop due to health reasons. Now we will proceed with the awarding of the next runner-up for DOST7 Technovation Award. So we would like to present our runner-up award to Southern Negros Agri-Fisheries Multipurpose Cooperative, or SUNAMCO, of Negros Oriental. And we would like to call in Mr. Jovinton Chavez, the manager of SUNAMCO. The Southern Negros Agri-Fisheries Multipurpose Cooperative is an aquaculture farm. Okay, so they are producing shrimp and bangos. And the DOST interventions include water aeration and water quality monitoring technology upgrading, including energy audit. And the impacts of DOST intervention is our decreased mortality rate of shrimp and milkfish, and reduction of power consumption by 50% through energy conservation management, and it generated additional employment for SUNAMCO. So once again, let's give a big hand to Southern Negros Agri-Fisheries Multipurpose Cooperative of Negros Oriental as runner-up. And our next runner-up is from Cebu, Habagat Outdoor Equipment Incorporated. So we would like to call Mr. Eduardo L. Solana Jr., the General Manager of Habagat Outdoor Equipment, to receive our plaque of appreciation or recognition as runner-up for Habagat Outdoor Equipment Incorporated. So the interventions of DUST for Habagat are is teaching technology upgrading and productivity consultancy. And with those interventions, they have transformed from piecework to line assembly of bags and apparels and increased production volume. So congratulations once again to Habagat Outdoor Equipment. And now, our best setup adapter or DUST-7 Technovation awardee goes to Vercap Light Metal Industries from Bohol. And we would like to call Engineer Benjamin Komoda, the proprietor of Vercap Light Metal Industries. Vercap is located at Calaping, Bohol. We have a project capability enhancement through introduction of efficient metal forming technologies in the production of agricultural machineries of Vercap Light Metal Industries. And they have upgraded their cutting, welding, bonding, and machining technologies through setup. And we also have energy audit consultancy and productivity consultancy through setup. So once again, congratulations to Vercap Light Metal Industries. And thank you so much, Ma'am Tess and Sec Liboro and Sir Ed Paradella. And Vercap will be our representative to the National DUST Setup Best Adapter Award, which will be happening this July 2015. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Tristan. We're now going to proceed with our discussions this morning for the Entrepreneurship Conference. We're about to start with one of the foremost furniture manufacturers here in Cebu, which used to be the driving force of Cebu province, and I still hope they will be. We have three actually who are here present. There's we have Ramir Bonghanoy and Sir Pete Delantar. They're also here with us. And then our next speaker comes from that sector. He's the president of Interior Basics, a furniture export manufacturing company since 1996. He's diversified in customized interior fit outs for residential, retail, and hotels. Also the president of YZ Global Resources, a store opening and renovation solutions company offering store fixtures, storage racks, and customized display products. And he also served as the president of the Cebu Furniture Industries Foundation. And he also serves as the president of the Confederation of Philippine Exporters Foundation Cebu Incorporated, or PhilExport. It's about to touch on how prepared we are, or how prepared are we for ASEAN integration. And let him do the talking. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome from the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, Mr. Jay Uvalios.
Mayang buntag. Good morning. Are we still okay? Ma'am Tess, Nonoy, familiar faces here. I'm from Cebu and a part of Cebu Chamber, actually. Assistant Secretary Liboro, ASEC Perry Rodolfo, a very good friend. Regional Director Ed Paradella, friends from government, from the media, fellow Cebuanos. Good morning again. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. Maybe a few of us doesn't know it yet. But my topic really is about the ASEAN Economic Community building from the bottom up. Where are we? Okay. So firstly, I'd like to talk about the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. It's a 30-man council, 3 from each economies, and we are to give private sector feedback to the leaders, no, to the ASEAN leaders. But aside from that, we also do the ASEAN Business and Investment Summit. I'd like to invite all of you to attend this. This is very powerful. It's networking, it's stock taking, it's knowing what's going on in the region and beyond. We also have we're about to launch the ASEAN Business Awards Philippines for the second year. Some of our businessmen from Cebu, like Ramir and Mike Pasubas, Pete joined last year, and some even became finalists. And for the Philippines, we won one category, which is the woman entrepreneur for the region for ASEAN, and I think runner-ups. Four runner-ups. We did quite well last year. So this is part of our awareness campaign and nation building, because success leaves trails, and these people who are joining the ASEAN Business Awards for the Philippines showcases what the Filipinos can do. So I was really uh, I would like to congratulate the OST for that wonderful presentation. I guess we have to start trusting government, from now on. They're doing something, and we just have to uh, use them. We have two of the best departments present: DTI, ASIC Perry. I know these people work very hard, and we just have to trust them and use what they're doing, and use the projects that they're doing for us. Okay, my talk is three parts. The intro, I'm going to talk a bit about the background, big picture scanning of the region, its businesses. Second is I'm going to present a video presentation. I saw this video in one of the stock taking activities we had in Malaysia, and it's very uh, informative. The title of the video is "Redrawing the ASEAN Map by the Economist Intelligence Unit," and thirdly, I'm going to wrap it up and close. So that's the best part. Okay, so I guess the question is, where are we now? No, next. Where's the clicker? Sige. Okay, I'll just click na lang para I'm able to control the. Press up, down. Where should I point this thing? Okay, where are we now? I think the I'd like to follow through with a better question. The question is, how fast is the business landscape changing in ASEAN and in Asia? I believe that it has accelerated in just a few years now. We have seen and some transformation in different industries, and literally, quite literally, in a blink of an eye, when we go to other parts of Asia, we see transformation that we have never seen before. Our cities are transformed, the lifestyle of people is transformed or changed, and even how we conduct business. So it's very important to know, because this affects how we do business. There are, I'd like to feature a few industries, because these are not just industry developments, but these are developments that changes industries, or how we conduct, or changes even human behavior. Like for example, airlines. The the last few years we have not seen or rode into one of these planes, Tiger Air. Have you tried Tiger Air? Fantastic. Last week I went to Penang for a meeting. Over the weekend, flew to Singapore, seamless connection, went to Penang in no time. Why is this important? Because it democratizes how we travel. It's cheap, it's fast, it's effective, no frills, and in no time you're there. In any transaction, the last 3 miles is very, very important. I think all of us can relate to that. Second is convenience stores. Localized, di ba? The theme is local Cebu or something. Think global, shop local, right? We have not seen the proliferation of convenience store outlets even up to this time. Or this time, you have seen Family Mart. Family Mart is all over Japan. Lawson is all over Japan. Alpha Mart, we knew or we heard in the newspaper, it's an Indonesian chain, and they're coming over to the Philippines. So that's how that also affects human behavior and how we shop. Okay. Third is communications, how we communicate. Democratized communication. Long ago, we had this huge cell phone, and the battery lasts as long as, you know, probably 1 hour, and you're only able to talk for 5 minutes. It shows a little bit of our age. Those people nodding in the audience, you know what I'm talking about. Before PLDT was called Philippine Long Distance Telephone Company, and your child will ask you, Dad, what is long distance? They don't know about long distance anymore. It changes behavior and it changes how we conduct business because communications is cheaper, faster, and very effective. Not to mention, not to mention Google, not to mention e-commerce. Marketplaces are proliferating all over the place. So, um, and it's here, and it's going to even accelerate more. There will be more coming. Banking and finance. We're talking about cross-border, or we're proposing cross-border collateralization, cross-border recognition of collateral, seamless flow of transactions, cash. Now, policymakers are aware of this and they're trying to catch up so that there's a platform in which e-commerce and the transfer of money and how we conduct business intra-ASEAN or even or ASEAN Asia and ASEAN to the world. This also changes how we conduct business, and it's going to be seamless, better, faster, cheaper. I'd like to point out one of those technologies that might be disruptive. Okay, new money. It was just I was in Penang, as I said earlier, over the weekend. Last Saturday there was a presentation by the CEO of this company. Their idea, their concept is for the unbanked people. I think for the Philippines, we only have so X percentage that are in the formal banking sector. A lot of our MSMEs are in the informal sector. Their idea is to penetrate this market, the unbanked. Okay, what they do, this box that they have is capable of receiving deposits, dispensing withdrawals, money transfer from OFWs from Hong Kong, Singapore, Middle East to any location, because this is going to be franchised in convenience stores, in market, in Carbon or in Karkar market, for example. It's going to be able to dispense micro loans, and they're going to pay through this box on a daily basis, competing with those people with beard and in motorcycles, and their rates are cheaper, not as cheap as prime rates of commercial banks, but definitely they're going to introduce something that is quite revolutionary to small businesses. Okay, they also are able to, the whole idea is based on technology. It's analytics, big data. They're going to to examine your creditworthiness through Facebook, through your Twitter account, through whatever means that they have access to data to profile people. This is, I think, disruptive, and it's happening now. They're here in the Philippines, they're in Indonesia. The members of the council from Thailand is very interested because they're not yet present in Thailand, in Myanmar. And this is one of those ideas that are coming in, and it's going to change us, right? So I guess we have to go beyond awareness, because every time I'm invited, I'm always told that, let's discuss the four pillars of the ASEAN economic community: free flow, single market and production base, highly competitive region, inclusive development, and connected to the global value chain. I think it's going to be discussed in the whole summit, entrepreneurship summit. But go beyond awareness. What can we as business people get from it and apply it in our own backyard so that we're able to improve? What is it? What are the agreements? No. Learn and seize the opportunity and get the benefit from it. So I think acting, going, thinking. I think the theme for this conference is very, very timely. We now have to think bigger. We have to think global, act local, and at the same time, recalibrate our approach and recalibrate where our guns are aiming at. So I would like to show this video. It's a 30-minute video. I hope you're not going to get bored. But this is very, very insightful because we're going to see how big business think. The whole ASEAN integration, there has been talk about MSMEs being left behind. The competitiveness of our MSMEs is worrisome. Okay? But it's all about, readiness is all about competitiveness. We cannot just sit here and wallow in grief that we are not going to be competitive. But we have to investigate what are the big players, how are they anticipating, what's going on, what are the changes, what are the movements, where are the investments going and coming from. So I'd like to show this video. It's 30 minutes. Please bear with me. And then later on, I'm going to wrap up and close. Is that okay? Okay. Video, please.
Hello, my name is Justin Wood. I'm the director of the Autonomous Corporate Network here in Southeast Asia. And I'm here today to tell you about a new piece of research we've recently completed all about corporate strategy in Southeast Asia. We've recently written a report writing up the findings of our research. The report is called Redrawing the ASEAN Map: How Companies Are Crafting New Strategies in Southeast Asia. And this report is available on our website and on our app, so you can download it in full if you visit there. But I thought today I'd spend the next 10 minutes just sharing with you some of the highlights, give you a taster of some of the conclusions, some of the findings that came out of this research report. The background to the report is simple. Southeast Asia, the ASEAN bloc, is an incredibly exciting part of the world, a very interesting moment in its evolution. If you look at growth rates, they are very exciting, structurally very high. If you look at flows of foreign direct investment coming into the region, they are at record highs. They've never been higher. So there's lots of indications of good things happening in the region. And I think what's happening in the backdrop, which makes it even more exciting, is that we have an ongoing regional integration process. Southeast Asia is 10 economies, and they are gradually coming together and becoming more like one big economy rather than a collection of 10 small ones. And of course, that regional economic integration process being driven by many things, not least the ASEAN Secretariat itself. And this year, 2015, marks an exciting milestone in the journey of the ASEAN integration project, because of course, at the end of this year, we're going to see the unveiling of the ASEAN Economic Community. This is an initiative designed to stitch 10 economies in Southeast Asia into one regional economy, create one single market, one integrated production base with a population of almost 650 million. So a very exciting moment in the ongoing process of integration for Southeast Asia. So our research is really designed to look at how companies are approaching this high growth region, what sort of strategies they're adopting here, how they're setting themselves up, how they're organizing themselves, and in particular, whether this integration process is becoming meaningful for them. Are they thinking about Southeast Asia as one single integrated economic entity, or do they still take a traditional view, which is to think of ASEAN as 10 separate individual economies that each demand their own strategy rather than one regional strategy? So that's the background to it. In doing this research, we did several things. First of all, we did a big survey of 171 companies. These are all companies that are clients of the Economist Corporate Network. So they're big global multinationals. Most of them are not Asian. They're from Europe and America and Australia and so on. Although a meaningful minority are big ASEAN companies, but they're big global multinationals in a variety of sectors. So we did a survey of them, asking them how their strategy is changing. We also did a whole set of face-to-face interviews with senior executives, business leaders running operations in the ASEAN region. And of course, we did a lot of data analysis as well to support our findings and to explore what's going on. And so over the next few minutes, I'm just going to share a few slides with you to illustrate some of the results that have come out of this research effort. So let me talk you through some of the interesting things. First slide here, I show you really just as background. You can see it. This is our view at the Economist Corporate Network, looking at the structural growth rates that we can expect in Southeast Asia over the next 5 years. And we're expecting an annual average growth of about 5.5%. And you can see, looking at the slide, that that's almost, but not quite as good as India and China. So it's holding in Southeast Asia, holding its own with the big regional rivals. And it's significantly better than all other emerging markets, notably Russia and Brazil, and of course, way better than developed markets such as the US, Europe, and Japan. And because we have these high structural growth rates, we're seeing very strong flows of foreign direct investment coming into the region, as I mentioned earlier. The chart you can see, and if you look at, they go up to 2013, that year represented a record for Southeast Asia in terms of the value of FDI coming into the region. But quite significantly, it also was the year that Southeast Asia overtook China. So the FDI flows coming into the region now, or certainly in 2013, overtook those into China, and significantly more than other parts of the region, such as India and Japan. So backdrop of the economic context here, very exciting. I also mentioned that we have this ongoing process of deepening integration. And integration is happening at many, many levels in Southeast Asia. You have a very important, I think arguably the most important, is this bottom-up process of integration. This is the notion that companies and individuals themselves, their actions are stitching the region together. So companies increasingly trading with their neighbors, increasingly investing in them. ASEAN citizens increasingly traveling to their neighbors for work, for holidays, and so on. So this bottom-up process of integration, extremely important. And if you look at the slide here, you can see the evidence of that. So if you look at intra-ASEAN investment flows, they're growing at 28% a year and have done for the last 13 years. Intra-ASEAN trade, cross-border trade within ASEAN, growing at 10% a year for the last 13 years. If you look at the movement of people across ASEAN's border for the last 12 years, clearly people, goods, money flowing within and across ASEAN to a much greater degree, building year on year. So this bottom-up integration, extremely significant. But equally, we have this process of top-down integration, the policy level, driven by the ASEAN organization, the ASEAN Secretariat. And I think that also deserves a lot of credit for bringing the region together. And as I mentioned, this year marks an important milestone in that process, because we're seeing the unveiling of the ASEAN Economic Community. And one of the questions that we asked in our survey was whether business leaders in Southeast Asia think that the launch of the ASEAN Economic Community is significant for their business strategy. This survey that I'm talking about, we did in July last year, July 2014, so about 6 months ago. We did an identical survey of the same group of business leaders 18 months earlier in December 2012. And what you can see on this slide is the results of that same question asked 18 months apart. So most recently, when we asked this question, about a third of business leaders said that yes, the ASEAN Economic Community is extremely significant for their strategy in the region. Only 12% said it doesn't matter. If you go back 18 months earlier, the numbers have changed. 18 months earlier, only a quarter thought that the ASEAN Economic Community was extremely significant, while 17% said it didn't matter. So as we get closer the poorest per capita GDP country in the region. On the right there, you can see that's religions and the size of different religious populations. Just a measures of diversity, and it's important to remember that the region does remain deeply diverse. These countries are not similar. If you were to construct an ideal trade bloc, you would not pick the 10 countries in ASEAN because they're so different. You'd pick 10 countries that were much more culturally similar and linked. But Southeast Asia, really the only thing that traditionally has linked them has just been geographic proximity. On every other measure, they've been deeply different. However, despite this diversity, the region is coming together. It is becoming more of an integrated bloc. And that is encouraging companies to treat it as one region rather than 10 separate countries. And this question that you can see on this slide is, we ask companies, do you have a strategy that's orientated around the ASEAN bloc? And you can see that for the result for all companies, yes, 76% of companies have a strategy orientated around ASEAN. For non-ASEAN companies, for the big global multinationals, the European, the American, and so on, those firms, the figure is slightly higher. About 82% have a strategy focused on ASEAN. If you look at the ASEAN multinationals themselves, the figure is lower. As you can see on the chart, only 55% have a strategy focused around ASEAN. And I think that's quite an interesting insight, the fact that the big global multinationals appear to have been more advanced in recognizing this ASEAN integration project and feeding it through into their strategies, and perhaps a little bit of catch-up needed from some of the big ASEAN companies in terms of thinking about what ASEAN integration means for their business. One of the primary goals of integration in Southeast Asia is to create scale. As I mentioned, individually, these economies are relatively small, but if you bring them together, then they create a meaningful sized economic bloc. And when you have two regional rivals of the size of China and India, it's important that Southeast Asia can stand up and compete and provide a meaningful economic entity alongside those two regional giants. So scale is really at the heart of the ASEAN integration vision. And I think companies are equally buying into this need to create scale within Southeast Asia in order to pursue efficiency and so on. One of the questions we asked in our survey is, which countries in Southeast Asia do you have your own sales force on the ground? And that's what you can see in the chart here. So if you look at, for example, Singapore, today about 86% of the companies in our survey say they have their own sales team on the ground. The red bars show you the results of the same question 18 months earlier. And you can see that for every country in Southeast Asia, the proportion of companies having their own sales team in different places has risen. And two places stand out in particular, Indonesia and Myanmar. The number of companies that have their own sales team on the ground in those two places has risen sharply in the space of 18 months. But as you can see, it's risen everywhere, just in those two places by more than in the others. Of course, companies don't have to use their own sales team. They can also use channel partners, distribution partners, and so on. And when you add in the penetration in these markets through channel partners as well as their own sales team, you can see that the proportion of companies that sell into these markets rises. So on the chart here, you can see in both Singapore and Malaysia, about 96% of our companies in the survey sold into both of those markets. The red shows you the proportion that use their own sales team, and the blue proportion using distributors. And I think what emerges here is that you can see that if you add up own sales team and sales partners, that companies are really building out a pan-ASEAN sales platform. They are fully penetrated in many, many of these markets. And so even in a small market like Laos, almost half of our companies in the survey now sell into Laos. Obviously, admittedly, the majority using local distributors rather than their own sales teams. But clearly, as ASEAN comes together, companies feel the need to expand into every corner of it and to have a full regional sales platform that serves the entire region rather than just small parts of it. So they are achieving scale in Southeast Asia. I think one of the most important trends in ASEAN and this integration is the idea that customers are becoming more similar. Now, if you want to have a single market, it really helps to drive home that idea if the customers across that market are similar. They buy the same goods, they have the same tastes and preferences, they have similar income levels. And clearly, we're a long way off that ideal in Southeast Asia, as already discussed. But there is, I think, an idea of diminishing diversity. This diversity that I talked about across ASEAN is falling away. Customers in Southeast Asia are becoming more and more similar. And that's what this chart here shows you. We asked respondents to tell us whether they thought their customers were becoming more similar, more differentiated. The chart on the left, you can see clearly they feel more similar in a very strong majority. And that growing similarity of customers is feeding through into a deepening similarity of products and services, which is the chart you can see on the right. Again, a majority of companies now harmonizing their products and their services across the region, and only a very small minority saying that their products are becoming more differentiated by markets across the region. And so as customers become more similar, as products and services become more similar, of course, it becomes a more uniform market. And that enables companies to adopt a more consistent, standardized, uniform approach to these 10 markets, rather than having to differentiate by country, as was the case in the past. Of course, the degree to which companies can standardize their offering does vary depending on what sector they're in, on what sort of business they run, and so on. And just to give you some examples, if you look at this slide here, if you're a business-to-business company, it's much easier to standardize than if you're a consumer-facing company. And if you take the example of media, which is what I've chosen here, if you're selling financial media services, obviously that's highly standardized across markets. Whereas if you're selling consumer media, such as soap operas, you need to differentiate the Philippines from Thailand, and so on. Purchasing power, different levels of purchasing power, of course, is an important consideration. But I think here, companies are increasingly dividing up the region, not by country, but by income levels. So a premium segment in the Philippines looks very similar to a premium segment in Thailand and Malaysia and Singapore and Vietnam. That premium layer, the sort that travel often, that are exposed to international media, that have a more sort of common international experience, those upper income segments, you can adopt a very similar approach to serving them no matter which market they're in. As you go down the purchasing power, you have to differentiate more depending on the markets. But in the picture here, I've got two shopping malls. One of those is in Malaysia, one of those is in Thailand. But just by looking at them, you'd have no idea which, because basically they're identical, even though they're in different countries with different cultures. Categories of product is an important differentiator that makes it that companies have to think about. If you're selling Ferraris, as per the example in the slide here, obviously you don't differentiate the product by market. It's highly standardized across all markets. But if you're selling food, such as noodles, you do have to recognize the differences. You know, Indonesian preferences for noodles are very different to Vietnamese preferences for noodles, for example. Food is notoriously hard to standardize and has to be quite highly tailored to markets. And then the fourth dimension is brand character. And here I've given two examples of shampoo, both from Unilever. The one on the left, Tresemme, is an international brand that draws its character, the brand essence, from an international notion of what beauty is. Whereas Sunsilk is always highly localized and is much more about a local idea of beauty. So for Tresemme, obviously you have a very standardized regional approach to selling the product, marketing, and so on. For Sunsilk, you need to differentiate highly by market to fit to a much more local idea of what beautiful hair looks like. So there is a process of standardization and harmonization, and products and services are becoming more uniform, but of course it does vary the degree to which that happens depending on what you're selling. All of this growing standardization, of course, is feeding through into a harmonization of sales and marketing and the approach that companies take to doing these things. Can companies take a regional approach to their sales and marketing in the region? Or, rather than being regional, should they respect the differences between markets and be local? Should they have one regional marketing plan, or should they have 10 local country-specific marketing plans? To find out, in our survey, we asked companies to list the top 4 criteria by which they organize their sales and marketing. And in the past, it would always been the case that you'd have a marketing plan for Indonesia, and that would be different to a marketing plan for the Philippines, and that would be different to a marketing plan for Malaysia. So the number 1 criteria by which you organize sales and marketing would be countries. Today, that's changing, and if you look at the chart, you can see countries is now this number 2 criteria. The number 1 criteria is customer type, income level, if you're in B2B, what sort of industry they're in, sophistication of customers, and so on. So countries still important, but it's falling down the list of priorities in terms of how you break up and divide and structure your marketing and your sales in the region. And as companies adopt this more regional, more harmonized, more uniform approach, it feeds through into how companies organize themselves, their organizational structure, big implications there. In the past, when companies operated on a country-by-country level, a lot of the functions were also organized on country-by-country, marketing, sales, manufacturing, trade relationships, and so on. But as companies take a regional approach, a lot of things are moving up from the country level to being managed on a regional basis. Now, it varies from company to company. Some companies are highly regionalized, others are still very highly localized. But functions are moving from the country level to the regional level as companies take a more regional approach. And the slide here shows you that process. On the left, you have a more traditional structure, and on the right, you have a more regional structure. And that has implications for certain types of positions that companies have. So the traditional role of the country manager has always been very important, perhaps changing now, becoming more about sales activation and deployment rather than sort of the full management suite that used to be the case in the past. So that's looking at sales and marketing. Another important area that's changing as ASEAN integrates and comes together is manufacturing. And in our survey of 171 companies, there were 75 that do manufacturing in Southeast Asia today. So the next few data points that I raised to you is really focusing on those 75 firms that do manufacturing here. And one of the questions we asked them was, why? Why do you do manufacturing in ASEAN? Why put your factories here? What's the rationale? And I think that in the past, a lot of manufacturing investment came to Southeast Asia looking for cheap costs. The manufacturing was designed to be export-based. It was about serving customers all over the world. And so these manufacturers were looking for cheap costs in order to produce their goods as efficiently as possible. And I think today, that export story is still very strong. If you look at Vietnam, it's becoming a big export platform for electronics. And Cambodia becoming a big export platform for textiles. So the export story in Southeast Asia still very strong, but it's shifting. And increasingly, the new manufacturing investment is also about serving the domestic demand, the domestic customers within Southeast Asia. As incomes rise, purchasing power grows, middle class expands. And if you look at this chart, we asked companies, manufacturers, to assess on a scale from 0 to 4, 0 being not important, 4 very important, why did you put your manufacturing in Southeast Asia? And you can see that third from the bottom there is cheap labor. Cheap labor used to be a very important factor in a manufacturing investment here. Today, it's very close to the bottom. Companies are not looking so much for cheap costs as they used to. And the top 3 factors: be more responsive to local demand, be more effective against local competitors, cut transport costs by being close to market. Clearly, it's all about serving the market. So the rationale for manufacturing here is shifting from efficiency seeking to market seeking. We also asked the companies in our survey where they're putting their manufacturing, how their manufacturing footprint in Southeast Asia is changing. The chart here shows you the result. We asked in a very simple way. We asked these 75 companies, how many factories do you have in different countries today in Southeast Asia? And what will that change? What will that look like in 5 years' time? You can see the results here. The manufacturing footprint is going to deepen in every ASEAN country. Every ASEAN nation will see investment in the manufacturing grow, but some by much more than others. And again, 2 stand out: Indonesia and Myanmar. Those are the 2 places where companies are going to build more factories than in others, according to the 75 companies in our survey. As ASEAN integrates, it gets, of course, much easier to move goods across borders. And this, I think, the tariff barriers are down to almost 0 for most goods, not all, but most. Non-tariff barriers still very much in evidence, but perhaps becoming slightly less. And customs procedures and so on, the friction that prevented cross-border trade before, those frictions are becoming reduced. And as that happens, it has big implications for manufacturing strategy in Southeast Asia. And one of the big trends is consolidation, the opportunity to consolidate manufacturing and thereby reap economies of scale. And if you look at the chart here, this shows you the old model for a typical FMCG, fast-moving consumer goods company, and how it might change today. So in the past, you had a factory in Thailand making, say, soap, shampoo, and makeup. And it made all 3 of those things for the local market. You had another factory in Malaysia, again, making all 3 for the local market, and the same in Indonesia. Today, that's changing. It's consolidating. So all the soap manufacturing now done in Thailand, all the shampoo manufacturing done in Malaysia, all the makeup manufacturing done in Indonesia. And from those concentrated manufacturing centers, shipping goods across borders and serving the region from one sort of concentrated manufacturing hub. So the number of factories doesn't change, but the economies of scale improve and the efficiencies grow. So consolidation, clearly a very big trend happening in Southeast, or a very big possibility as ASEAN integrates. But alongside consolidation, of course, there are also possibilities for fragmentation of supply chains. And the idea that you take your value chain, your supply chain, you break it up into its component parts, and you put each part in a different place that's most suitable to it, be it the cost of labor, the supply of energy, the local resources, whatever it is that's most suited to that individual part of the chain, you put that in the place most appropriate to it. And again, this slide here shows you how these changes are unfolding. So under the old model, you have a factory in Thailand. Let's assume this is a sort of a hypothetical manufacturing process. You have part 1, which is chemicals, part 2, which is perhaps engineering, part 3, which is finishing, assembly, or painting. And in the past, all 3 processes would happen under one roof in Thailand, under one roof in Malaysia, and under one roof in Indonesia. Again, each factory serving only the local market. Today, the new model is that you'd consolidate all of the chemical process perhaps in Thailand. Then those materials would be shifted to Malaysia, where the next stage would happen, where all the engineering would happen. And again, the goods then shifted in semi-finished form to Indonesia, where final assembly would happen. And then from Indonesia, the factory would serve the entire region. So fragmentation of supply chains in the name of seeking efficiency in the same way that we're seeing consolidation. So with the possibilities for both consolidation and fragmentation, what are companies doing? Well, our survey shows us the results. Companies are pursuing both. If you look at the chart here, you can see that 89% of manufacturers are consolidating manufacturing within the region, 58% are fragmenting, and 47% are doing both. So clearly, lots of exciting opportunities to restructure manufacturing, to rethink manufacturing strategy in the region. And if you read into our report, you'll find some fascinating case studies of companies and how they're doing this, and so on. The last area to talk about, is services. And I think the opportunity for restructuring services in Southeast Asia is less distinct than it is for something like manufacturing. Clearly, well, if you look at the chart here, we asked companies to assess how consolidated their provision of goods or services is. And the blue bars are for manufacturing companies, and the red bars are for services companies. And you can see that services companies are much, much more highly localized, whereas manufacturing is much more highly centralized. And there's an intuitive logic to that. You know, for manufacturing, you can make everything in one factory and serve a very wide region. But in services, you have to be much closer to the customer. If you're a doctor, you have to be in the same room to provide the service. If you're a hotel, you clearly have to be where the customer is in order to be able to provide a service for them. So services, the opportunities for consolidation, much less than in manufacturing. But I think that historical picture is going to change as the ongoing process of integration happens in Southeast Asia. As the ASEAN economic community comes together, the barriers to the services industry will come down. But perhaps more important, technology penetration is deepening, and technology will change the story for services and the opportunities for consolidation in the region. Southeast Asia has a very young population. And young populations are well known to be far more open to adopting technology. And we can see that if you look at the deepening penetration rates for internet access, for smartphone ownership. The chart here shows you internet access. In 2003, there were 186 million internet users in the region. Our forecast is that will almost double to 353 million in the next 5 years. So it's going to be massive deepening of internet penetration. And as that happens, there's huge opportunities for rethinking business models in the services sector in order to be able to provide them on a much more consolidated basis and thereby reap the sort of economies of scale that the manufacturing industries are also doing. Some examples up on the slide here. I won't go through them, but retail, healthcare, education, financial services, clearly big opportunities to consolidate there using technology platforms rather than having to have a physical network of shops or schools and so on. I talked about the ASEAN integration project as well, providing a spur to new forms of organization for services. And I think you can see that happening if you look at the transport sector, for example. The ongoing negotiations over an open skies agreement will enable aircraft to organize themselves much more efficiently in the region. Capital markets are being linked up to pool together liquidity and trading activity. Again, that offers opportunities for financial services to operate in a much more efficient regional basis rather than a country by country basis. So services certainly lagging behind where manufacturing is, but nonetheless unfolding opportunities will come in the coming years. So let me end there. That's just a sort of a flavor of some of the things that we discussed and wrote about in the report. I would urge you to download it if it's an area of interest to you and you're thinking about how you're going to organize yourselves here. You'll note that we have this rather garish elephant on the cover of our report, and there is a reason for that.
Okay, I have to cut it a little bit short in the interest of time now. Does it make sense to you? Does AEC now important? Does it is it important to us now? Okay. In terms of strategy, 55% only of large ASEAN companies have it for AEC. I don't know about us SMEs if we even have strategies for AEC. I think forward and backward. Oops, I'm pressing the wrong button. Forward and backward value chain integration is the order of the day. We have to look at how we integrate our suppliers in the whole value chain. We have to examine how we link up with other players in the region, how we link up even with our industry, and the roadmaps that's being crafted. Yeah. Let's okay. Very quickly, I'd like to show this Babe Ruth baseball. Okay, um, it's quite obvious that even long before the AEC, because AEC is going to be unveiled this coming December. Again, the formal unveiling of the AEC is still about 6 months away. But a lot of companies obviously have their strategies crafted long before. Babe Ruth is a Hall of Famer and was interviewed one time. What is the single ability that you have that makes you a baseball Hall of Famer? And he said it's the power of anticipation. He just look at the picture, and with the gestures and the movements and the signs is able to anticipate where the ball is going. Wayne Gretzky, he was interviewed one time. He said, "In the league, I am not the biggest, I'm not the fastest, but surely I go ahead where the puck is going." So these are things that we need to realize. I think we need to double time. As business people, it's not business as usual; it's business unusual. So in terms of our readiness, um, competitiveness, anyway, um, we need to we need to catch up. Okay, so okay, it's not doing it. Um, Readiness, because the question actually that's being asked is, are we ready? Two things. As a country, we have to look at the horizontal issues. We have problems of lack of infrastructure. We have a problem on high cost of power. We have a problem on ease of doing business. We have a problem of corruption. It's okay to demand so much more from our leaders, unless we also demand more from ourselves. That's very, very important. Instead of, I do sometimes gripe, I complain, I blame others. However, I realize that it is unproductive. We have to take, as business people, we have to take it, in our own hands and do something about our destiny. We have to be ready. We have to maximize our time and do more. We have a young population. We have tech savvy, young people, creative. We're entrepreneurial. However, we're late sometimes to react or to respond, and sometimes we're timid. We're fearful. Sometimes it pays not to be too bright and believe in your idea and do something about it, rather than know too much and you're fearful whether your idea will fail or not or will succeed and do nothing about it. So that's our problem. There's a lot of opportunities out there. If ASEAN is one country, uh, we're number one in terms of crude oil production, number two globally in terms of usage of Facebook, number three in terms of mobile phone subscribers. A lot of in terms of GDP, we are number five if we're one country. So there's a lot of opportunities in ASEAN. By 2018, from 2.4 trillion to 3.9 trillion dollars GDP, from seventh to fifth. This is the projection. In terms of exports, 1.5 trillion to 2.67 trillion, from fourth to third globally. Urban dwellers, 5.5 million people will become new urban dwellers year on year. That's the size of Singapore. That's the size of Singapore added each year, and new purchasing power is there. So with that, let me close with this. I think we have to examine and review our business models. We have to test our strategies if we have. We have to improve and use technology to make our operations more effective. We have to align our marketing plans with industry roadmaps, industry or sectoral marketing plans. We must do so much more than what each of us is doing now because the new reality is the ASEAN economic community is taking shape and it's not going to wait for any of us. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Sir Jay, for that eye opener for everyone who probably still haven't really seen the game changing implications of AEC. However, I know that some of you here who have been to several um, Cebu Chamber events in the past may have heard the person I represent, Sun Yi Ho of Decision Processes International. He's from Singapore, and he's the Philippines partner for DPI. He's a regular guest speaker of Cebu Chamber, and I would encourage those of you who will be attending Cebu Chamber events in the future to please be there if he's going to be another guest speaker. He did craft strategy already for Rojas Holdings, which was challenged by the implications of AEC because sugar manufactured in Thailand is produced plus 5% the ASEAN tariff is still cheaper than the production cost of the Philippines. After changing that roadmap with DPI, 3 years later, they already made some announcement which boosted their stock value. So uh, consider listening to his presentation. I believe Sir Pete was here when he was one of the speakers. Anyway, our next speaker will be dealing with a single market and production base. He will update us on the Philippine trade negotiations agenda with the focus on APEC, ASEAN, and Europe. He's one of the geniuses of the DTI. He's appointed the Assistant Secretary for Industry Development Group of the Department of Trade and Industry. He's also a faculty member of the University of Asia and the Pacific. By the way, he finished his BS Economics in School of Economics in the University of the Philippines and got his Master's of Science in Industrial Economics and a full scholarship, by the way, from the Mans Seidel Foundation of Germany at the Center for Research and Communication, now known as UAAP. And he was the first Filipino participant in the Strategic Management Program of the Industrial Management Institute, sponsored by the IMI and the Islamic Development Bank, held in Tehran. And he joined the International Faculty Development Program at the IESE Business School in Barcelona, in Spain. He's a PhD in Public Administration at the National College of Public Administration and Governance at the University of the Philippines. To speak on that subject, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Assistant Secretary for Industry Development Group of the Department of Trade and Industry, Dr. Seferino Rodolfo.
Good morning to everyone. I really just have to walk around because my topic is quite technical. It's so boring, and I'm a boring speaker that I sometimes literally really fall asleep even if I'm speaking. But I was asked really to speak on the trade negotiation agenda of the Philippines, maybe to provide a context to our discussion on localizing Cebu businesses, but also to segue to a topic later on the single production market, which will be given by our director from the Board of Investments, Director Nestor Arcansalin, who is already with us. First of all, I'd like to thank Ma'am Tess Chan. So thank you very much for inviting me, and Sir Jay. Si Jay and DTI, Jay and ABAC has really been collaborating closely with government. We have two business advisory councils actually which are very active. One is ABAC and the other one is ABAC. The ABAC is for APEC Business Advisory Council, and then the ABAC is for the ASEAN. But we're synchronized. The actions and policy directions of the two business advisory councils are synchronized with what we're doing in government. So earlier, Mr. Espeleta mentioned that we'll have a session drilling down on the nuts and bolts of the ASEAN integration. So probably this he was referring to this session. It's not going to be as inspiring as the presentation of Jay, but it is really drilling down. I just would like to ask first, who among us here have already gone to a DBFTA session organized by the DBFTA session organized by the DTI? Because since 2013, also attended a session. Because since 2013, we have been undertaking doing business in free trade area sessions nationwide. So every year we conduct about 175 such sessions. And in Cebu, we may have had already 8 sessions. 2013 and 2014, we were focusing on the AEC. And in 2015, at the start of this year, shifted by complemented the focus on the AEC with the EU GSP Plus. Are we all familiar already with the opportunities that we are facing with the European market? Now that the Philippines has been granted generalized system of preferences plus. Can I just ask also, do we have exporters here? So I'll also use this opportunity to speak a bit about the GSP Plus. Just a quick rundown of questions to test whether by this time we should really be something as Jay mentioned earlier, should be beyond the awareness level. It's already 2015. What do we really know about the AEC? Going around the country, these are the common questions that we have faced. The first one is the reference for the Asian Economic Community has always been the European Union. So the question has been, will the ASEAN Economic Community be something similar to the European Union? Will we, for instance, have a common currency? Will we, for instance, have a common governance, political governance structure such as the ASEAN Parliament? Then the other questions that they'll be facing, will an Indonesian coffee producer be able to export coffee to the Philippines, basically without facing any barrier, without tariffs? The other question is, will a Malaysian doctor, for instance, be able to practice his or her profession in the Philippines, just as if he's just practicing his profession in Malaysia, and vice versa? Of course, will Filipino professionals be able to practice profession in other? Just to present to you a bit, the framework that we've been following since 2010, 2011, we now follow a unified industrial and trade policy where we link closely industry competitiveness with the international negotiations agenda of the Philippines. You may have heard last week there was an announcement on the CARS program. Narinig niyo ho ba yun? So when I speak in Tagalog, the very next sentence will be the direct translation. So the president issued an executive order to revitalize our automotive industry. No? This is all part of the big picture that we have been pursuing, and this is all linked also to our trade negotiation agenda. Now, this one is important. If you look at where our export products go in 2013 as compared to, let's say, 10 years ago, a big part of our exports, about 60%, go to countries with which we have a free trade agreement. So I'm referring here to, first, we only have one bilateral trade agreement, and that is with Japan, yung PIJEPA or GPEPA. And then we have our trade agreement among ASEAN countries. And then through the ASEAN, we have trade agreements with Australia, New Zealand, India, South Korea, China, and also with Japan. All of these countries account for 60% of our exports. Now, what is quite challenging with this slide is that there are two big markets for the Philippines with which we do not have an FTA cover for our exporters. These two big markets are the US and then the EU. Now, what is worrisome there is that there are countries within the ASEAN, our competitors, which are actively and aggressively pursuing FTA negotiations with the US through this mega regional agreement called the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement. I don't know if you've heard of it, TPP agreement, because that's the only way now that a country in our region would be able to have an FTA with the US if we will join the TPP, which is a regional agreement of 12 different countries. And then there are also countries within the region that are pursuing very closely an FTA with Europe. So the danger here is that if our competitors are able to close the deal with the US and with the EU, those of us who are exporting to these countries would be at a competitive disadvantage. And of all of our ASEAN countries, the one that really keeps me awake at night is Vietnam. Are there Vietnamese here? Wala. So, Vietnam is very aggressive in pursuing an EPA, Economic Partnership Agreement with the EU. Most likely they will close that agreement within this year. And then it is part also of the TPP. But we're also, we have since shifted to a more confident trade policy or trade negotiation strategy. But just the truth is, we have lagged behind, probably because of our experience when we were negotiating the JEPA. I don't know for those of you who were already active in your professional lives in the mid 2000s to yeah, last decade, there was an episode in the Philippines trade strategy where the government really had a difficulty in passing the Philippines-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement through the Senate. Naalala niyo ho ba yun? Yung GPEPA episode, toxic waste, nurses, all of those issues came up. And after that, I suppose the bureaucracy retreated a bit, traumatized by that experience. And while we are doing that, the other countries just simply uh, aggressively pursued FTAs. So yun yung situation natin ngayon. But we are pursuing now, since 2011, 2012, a more aggressive policy. Now, just to situate also the AEC, the Asian Economic Community, our agreements, as I mentioned, we also have agreements with 6 other countries. So yung ANSFATA is also with Australia and New Zealand. So dalawa, those are 2 countries. And the intention is that we are now negotiating, meaning ASEAN is negotiating with all of these partners to come up with a mega regional also in this part of the world. That is the RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. So you would see now in our part of the world two somehow parallel negotiations. One is for the RCEP, and these are the parties to that agreement. And then you have the TPP. The most important element to that distinguishes these two agreements is that in RCEP you have China, but you do not have the US. In TPP you have the US, but you do not have China. This is the trade negotiation agenda which the president has approved and which we update the president twice a year about what has been happening with respect to our negotiations at the WTO, the APEC, the ASEAN, and the bilaterals. But for this morning, I'll just focus on the ASEAN and then speak a bit about our Europe strategy. I'll just skip this. Let me just say that also to complement the video presentation earlier by Jay, that really the Philippines is in a sweet spot, as also mentioned by Ma'am Tess earlier. We are in a sweet spot because globally, the most dynamic region really is Asia. And within Asia, the most dynamic sub-region is Southeast Asia. And within Southeast Asia, the most dynamic country, the fastest growing economy, despite our 5 point something lower than expected growth in the first quarter, is the Philippines. So how many times, in how many instances, for those of us here who have lived long enough, can the Philippines really say that we are the fastest growing country in the fastest growing sub-region in the fastest growing region in the world? So this is what Ma'am Tess was mentioning earlier, that we have this window of opportunity that we have to take advantage of. But that is just a small window of opportunity. Siguro at most 5-7 years. After that, that opportunity will then migrate to another country. So we really have to take advantage of that and really put our acts together. And we'll discuss that. Now, within the ASEAN, you would note that in the past, so this was our situation. If we take a look at investments in productive capacity, or what economists would use as indicator the gross domestic capital formation. In 2004 to 2009, the growth rate for GDCF in the Philippines has been 0. So that compares really pitifully poor with our neighbors. But that was 2004 to 2009. In 2010 to 2013, that has already increased to 10.6%. And in 2013, naging 11.7% siya. And that has been continuing. Now, probably one challenge that we are facing now is that our investments in the Philippines has been driven really more by domestic investments. Comparing it with within the ASEAN, we receive quite a small share of foreign direct investments. But we do have investments. It's just that these investments are more of domestic, from domestic companies. Now, also, dovetailing this with the presentation of the economist, if you look at the trade profile within the ASEAN, trade has really been more complementary. No? Ito yung what was mentioned earlier as consolidation, fragmentation. So we really trade within the same industry categories. That certain products, certain parts, certain components are produced in one country and then gets assembled in another country within the ASEAN. If you look at our, meaning hard numbers, how is our deficit with the rest of the ASEAN? We actually import more than what we export. So actually would of course like greater exports. But we also have to look at the nature of the products that we import from the ASEAN countries. If you look at our deficit, you take away the three biggest import items that contribute to this deficit. That would be petroleum, that would be rice, and that would be petrochemicals. Then our deficit with the ASEAN would significantly be lessened. One other big contributor to our deficit is the automotive sector. And really you could see that if you just look around the streets, if you would see that most of the vehicles sold in the Philippines are really just made in Thailand and in Indonesia. That's why we came up with the CARS program. This slide would illustrate to us what an FTA does. Looking at the profile of our importation of passenger cars in 2001 versus in 2011, you would see the shift. Whereas before, our passenger cars came mainly from Japan, about close to 50%. In 2011, Thailand already had a 41% share of our passenger car imports, while Indonesia, from just 1%, its share increased to close to 20%. So that is what your FTA does. It it provides more competitiveness to countries with which you have an FTA. So in this case, ASEAN vis-a-vis Japan. Now, we are pursuing a 4C, a national game plan for the AEC, and it's called the 4C for AEC, and it rests on four elements. The first one is substantially comply with our commitments. The second one is let us enhance our competitiveness. The third one is we intensify communications campaign to raise awareness. And the fourth one is that we promote collaboration at different levels. Let's tackle first compliance. What do we mean when we say AEC? What do we mean when we say, have we really complied already with our commitments to the AEC? And what is the nature of these commitments? First, let me just remind everyone that there are three different communities within the ASEAN community, of which the AEC is just one of those. Now, these three communities, you have a blueprint for the commitments of each and every country to these communities. For the Philippines, for the economic community, that is included in the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint, the yellow one. Now, these are the types, these are the illustrative commitments that you would see if you take a look at the blueprints. So for instance, for the pillar on free flow of goods, the commitment there is to eliminate tariffs on all products except for, and that we have to do this by 2010. So later on, you would see that we have already eliminated tariffs on all our products except for I think about 6 tariff lines since 2010. So if we are fearful of being faced with a tsunami of ASEAN products this 2015, then the truth is since 2010, that has already happened. We have already done that in 2010. So what you see now is what you get. Don't expect anything drastic to change by December 31, 2015 and as you wake up January 1, 2016. Nangyari na ho yun in 2010. And then another commitment is to implement a national single window along with an ASEAN single window. Single window refers to a single portal that would govern your transactions with government as you import or export a certain commodity.
So like for instance, if you import a vehicle, now you have to go to customs, you have to go to LTO, you have to go to BIR. With a single window, you could do that, the transactions in a single computer. So single port lang ho yun. That's at the, the aspiration. Pero ngayon wala pa rin ho yan. Now, I highlighted here in red the ASEAN single window to illustrate that our commitments to the AEC are of two nature. First one is a national level commitment which we can implement by just the Philippines doing this. The second one partakes the nature of regional commitments. So yun yung ASEAN single window. So even if the Philippines, let's say, for instance, if we're able for some reason to comply with having a national single window, but if Cambodia, Laos, and some other countries still do not have their single window, then we can never comply with the ASEAN single window. Can you go back? Sige pa. Sige pa. Sige pa. Yeah. And then on free flow of services, even if the aspiration is to have free flow of services, the way we do it in ASEAN is that when you operationalize that vision, you come up with your operational commitments. So it's not 100% allowing foreign equity or ASEAN equity into our companies, particularly those in the services sector. So dito sa services, it's 70% ASEAN equity. And we always have the caveat like subject to negotiated, pre-agreed flexibilities. Next slide. For investments, these are the commitments that you would see there. Organized business missions, cooperation on promotion of investments. On free flow of capital, you would see that there is a caveat consistent with member countries' national agenda and readiness of the economy. So, siguro for trade negotiators are among the most conservative in government. So even as I say that we're following a very confident trade negotiation agenda, when we negotiate, we don't commit anything that is beyond the mandate given to us. And normally that mandate rests on pinakamataas, of course, the Constitution. So wala kaming mandate to commit anything that will be contradictory to our constitutional restrictions. Next. Now, skilled labor. So this is another controversial item. But if you look at here, it's really facilitation of the issuance of visa and employment passes. No? And then, may nakalagay pa, according to the prevailing regulations of the receiving country. What does that mean? That means that if, for instance, the Philippines requires Malaysian doctors to take up the medical licensure exam in Tagalog, can do that. That is our requirement. That will not contradict any of our commitment in the ASEAN. The focus of the services agreement is really on facilitation and harmonization of the qualifications requirement. No? Ibig sabihin, we just really want to make sure that a Malaysian doctor will have the same qualification as a Filipino doctor in terms of the educational courses that they have undertaken, in terms of whatever other requirements that you would need for you to be qualified as a doctor. But it's a different issue altogether if you're going to ask, but can that doctor practice profession in the Philippines? Now, it was mentioned earlier that we are lagging behind other countries, other ASEAN countries, when it comes to implementation of our ASEAN commitments. Actually, we're just right there at the middle. So this is the latest public scorecard. There's now a 2015 that is still being deliberated. But nandun ho tayo sa gitna. We're neither too ahead of the pack, neither are we really too far behind, which is really where we want to be. Kaya substantial compliance of our commitments. No ASEAN country, except perhaps or Singapore or Brunei, would be able to implement 100% of its commitment to the AEC. Next slide. If you look at, so remember the figure 439. Next slide. So in 2013, the ASEAN ministers discussed among themselves and said, okay, 439 measures, we cannot implement all of these. Let's prioritize. For the Philippines, the number of priority measures turned out to be 234. Of those 234, 30 were still unimplemented or ongoing yung implementation. Of those 30, 15 are national level commitments and 15 are regional commitments. So let's focus on the national level commitments. Next slide. So eto ho yung national level commitments which we have not yet implemented under the priority measures. Let me just illustrate using the two measures on air transport, yung MAAS. What is this commitment all about? It is about allowing unrestricted access by ASEAN carriers, ASEAN airlines, into your capital airport. Now, what is the problem of the Philippines when it comes to this commitment? The problem is, as we all know, the runway congestion in NAIA. Kaya tayo, yung regional were open, pocket open skies, but the capital, we were not able to fully commit it. We were not able to ratify this agreement because of that problem. Pero, mararatify na natin. Balita ako from DOTC that we will soon be able to ratify. How? Okay? We will allow you to have access to the international airport, but of course, you have to follow the scheduling requirements. You have to look at what particular time slots are still available. So that would probably mean more flights from the 2 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the morning slots. So, ganun lang ho. But I use this as an example to illustrate to you that we have to really undertake these commitments not because we have committed to them, but really because these are important things for our competitiveness. The issue really is not commitments to the AEC, but the issue is how are we going to be more competitive? Yung presentations earlier about the economist unit, should look at it, our commitments are very tame, very safe, but it's not the commitments per se which should be a cause of worry, but it is the additional competition because of the awareness that the AEC, because of the interest that the AEC has been generating not only in businesses within the Philippines but all or within ASEAN, but also outside of the ASEAN. Next slide. Okay. This was what I was referring to when I said that we have already eliminated tariffs on all products, agricultural and industrial products since 2010, except for these lines. So swine, chicken, cassava, potatoes, corn, rice, and sugar. So yung anecdote of Pons earlier about the sugar industry. So the reason why the sugar industry has been affected by the AEC is that because they were coming from an 18% tariff in 2013, so that's the last line, dropped to 10% and now 5%, but they won't go down to zero. But similar to what Pons said earlier, you would note that if you take a look at investments in equipment, investments in capital under the GDCF item, guess which industry has had the biggest investment in capital equipment over the last 2-3 years? It's the sugar industry. They have, even as they are complaining, they're also doing something about it. And you could see that with the entry of big businesses into our sugar industry. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. Just to emphasize that when we talk about compliance, we're not just after the Philippines compliance. We are after also the compliance of our neighbors. Because what we are seeing is that as you reduced, as you eliminated tariffs, mapapalitan yan eh. You would have non-tariff measures, you would have non-tariff barriers, they will become more prominent. So for instance, there is a Philippine company that has been trying to export to two of the biggest ASEAN markets. But they suddenly found out while their shipments were already on their way that they had now to have a country accreditation for their particular products. So may bagong regulation na nilagay. So but we helped them on that. Tapos naayos natin. We were able to address that. There is also a danger that the Philippines could be made a transshipment point for products that is not originating from the ASEAN. So example, corn from, let's say, Brazil or Argentina. What is the tariff rate for corn? Yung pinakita ko natin kanina. So 5%. But if you're coming from Brazil or Argentina, you have an in-quota and out-quota rate. But just to simplify, 35% pagpasok ng corn. So if you are an importer, what will you do? So it's possible for you to bring in your corn from Brazil or Argentina, ship it to Vietnam, and from Vietnam, ship it to the Philippines. So instead of 35, you get 5%. But that's not allowed under the rules. So meron kang rules of origin requirement. So yun yung inaayos din natin. Do we have an importer here of corn? Next slide. Now, bigger issue really is competitiveness. And for competitiveness, we have a two-pronged approach. The first approach, next slide, is a shorter term approach that is really focusing on the ease of doing business type of issues. Next slide. So far, we have been quite successful, although really, a lot of things still need to be done, but we have been improving in terms of our competitiveness ranking. Now, the longer term approach, the medium to longer term approach is what will be discussed more by Director Arcansalin. But this is our industry road mapping exercise. Really partnering with the business community to come up with a longer term vision for Philippine sectors. And as mentioned earlier by ASEC Liboro, the focus here, well, to this point, has really been more on the manufacturing. But we are also now going into the services sector. So that's why your inputs for your creative industries, tourism, etc., is really very important. The difficulty with services sectors is that there are many other government agencies that handle the services sector. So hindi lang siya isang government agency. Next slide. Next slide. Now, but just to not to preempt the presentation of BOI later. So these are the broad categories of the sectors that we are trying to develop, to redevelop, to recapture. So these are five different categories. Next slide. Now, in addition to that, our micro, small, and medium enterprise development is focused also on our clustering approach. And we have these different clusters. So for Visayas, it's gifts, decors, and housewares, tourism, ICT, and health and wellness. Next. Next. So the third part of our strategies in terms of communication. So as I mentioned, we have been undertaking these DBFTA sessions across nationwide. And there are already been success in terms of exporters who were able now to access FTAs. Next slide. Next slide. And then collaboration. Next slide. Collaboration refers to collaboration at different levels, country to country, public to private, interagency, and collaboration across Philippine regions. Next slide. As an example of your country to country collaboration is with Indonesia. Actually, within the ASEAN, focus of our strategy is with Indonesia and with Vietnam. For the simple reason that taken together, VIP, Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines account already for two-thirds of the total population of the ASEAN region. If we can just move together as one, VIP countries can really chart the direction for the ASEAN. So next. Uh, balik. An example of our collaboration is with coffee. This is also linked up with the set-up program mentioned earlier by ASEC Liboro. So what we have seen as powerful is that if government and private sector can really work together, it's what we have done for coffee in the Cordilleras. So DA provides the seedlings. DTI, we have a shared service facilities program where we could provide equipment. DOST could provide equipment facilitation, equipment fabrication. Yung sinabi ho kanina ni Asek Liboro na parang motto slogan ni Secretary Montejo, yung hindi sir, yung may sinabi siya about local eh. Sandali sinulat. Sandali yun, sorry. Local technology works. Yun yung parang tagline ni Secretary Montejo. So the more we can localize fabrication of the equipment, which for instance can be funded by DTI through our SSF, the better. And then TESDA comes in to provide the training for the baristas that will then be employed in, let's say, in Baguio. Now, this is also where entrepreneurs would really have to decide. There are basically two ways by which you can export. The first one is through by latching on to a global value chain. So for instance, you're a coffee producer. You would like to be able to export. How are you going to do it? You could, for instance, be a contract producer, contract farmer for Nestle. Then you become part of a global value chain. The other way is to be a direct exporter, meaning come up with your own brand, specialty coffee with a nice story, and then export it. So dalawang bagay ho. What has been happening now is that a lot of the focus has been on the global value chain type of mainstreaming into the regional market. Medyo nakukulangan ho ng focus when it comes on the direct exporter, particularly for artisanal exporters. But that is what we are trying to address in the DTI and also in our APEC activities, as we'll see later on. Next slide. Another one is on engineered bamboo. So dito makikita nyo rin, you could also see here the collaboration between DTI, DOST, even the local government unit would have to play a very important role. Because in the case of Abra, the provincial government actually bought the desk units and donated this to deaf ed schools. So that created a market for the engineered bamboo project of DTI, DOST, DOLE, DA. Next slide. Balik. Also important here for engineered bamboo is the collaboration across regions. Kasi nangyayari, for instance, Cebu has the access to markets. Cebu has the brand. Cebu has the designers. Pero the raw material is not in Cebu. That is in somewhere else. Like in this case, in car. So meron kong cross-regional collaboration that is happening. Next slide. And then, another important item is the Fab Labs. Fab Lab is short for Fabrication Laboratory. So we're scaling up, not only in terms of size, but also in terms of intervention. So not only in the resource base, but also in more technology related type of activities. Now, I'm sure you all know here where the only fabrication laboratory of the Philippines is. It's in Baisu, in Bohol Island State University. Of all places in the Philippines, why is it in Baisu? Yan ang tanong. Next slide. And really, you could see the impact of the Fab Lab in terms of leveling up the products available in Bohol. Like for instance, yung simpleng soap that you sell to hotels, you could actually already now have a mold na may nakalagay na Bohol. Gaya nito. And those who are making this really are the, well, part of the suppliers for these products are the beneficiaries of the Pantawid Pamilya program. So you have here a collaboration, a convergence of DTI, DOST, DOT. So this is a powerful concept. If we can only collab, in fact, that is a question that I have for entrepreneurs. No? Ang problema kasi natin dito, like for instance, 2 months ago or 3 months ago, I was here for the Ideas Forum of the group of Tado Banataw. And I was asking them, kasi more of high-tech yung mga nandun eh. Can the same innovation-driven ecosystem that we are producing for these high-tech industries, can we use the same ecosystem to also try to find out if we can have more inclusive technologies available to the poorest of the poor in the Philippines? Or are we really just going to go after the high technology, ICT type of investments? Or can we use this? That's why I found the BISU experience very useful, because not only can they serve the high technology type of enterprises, but they can also be useful for the community-based cooperatives, for those who are the beneficiaries of the Pantawid Pamilya program. This one is a rendition of the churches which were destroyed by the earthquake last year. Was it last year? So yung ating tourism paraphernalia, we're able to do that. Next slide. Next slide. And we could also use the Fab Labs for microcontrol chips. So for instance, instead of just having as a souvenir item a tarsier, you can have a tarsier that blinks, whose eyes blink whenever your cell phone rings. Pwede na yung ganun. Next slide. These are some other projects. Next slide. Meron ho tayong plastic upscaling, upcycling also. So if you have yung mga cellophane plastics na environmentally causes a problem for us, you could press them and then come up with a rigid material that you can use for a chair. So I was really very excited when I saw the products that have been submitted for the RISE program dito sa kabilang kwarto. Because I saw there that you have product development for coco coir. That is very useful. I was just in Lanao del Norte. I visited a barangay, a beneficiary of our shared service facility. We gave them the twining machines for the coco coir. And the barangay captain was telling us, not only have we been able to provide employment opportunities, but crime rate in their barangay is basically 0%. Because everyone is really, you provided the employment opportunities and everyone is willing to work. So wala na raw sugal, drug-free sila. So that's the added social benefit of using innovation to benefit everyone for a more inclusive growth. Next slide. So these are the programs that have converged, particularly also for that Fab Lab project. And my mandate from my secretary is to have, una sabi niya 5 more Fab Labs. Pero ngayon ginagawa niyang 10 Fab Labs. Sabi niya, let's take a look at the Philippine Science High School campuses. But you see, it's not that difficult. I was just making a pitch to a company and they asked me, how much will it cost for you to have a fab lab? Like, siguro, a decent small fab lab would cost yung sa biso namin, probably 10 million pesos. Okay, I can contribute 20 million. Let's have two, but let's do it in Central Luzon. Yeah. So, but if we can have those types of companies here also in Central Visayas, so maybe kaya natin magkaroon ng fab lab in addition to bisu. Next slide. Next. Next slide. Next slide. Next. 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 Okay, just very quickly, other opportunities that we face, that we have. So this is yung AEC is just one of the things that we are working on. We also have our strategy for Europe. We also have our strategy for the US through the TPP. Even if I said that the Philippines is not part of the TPP at the moment, we are diligently conducting our technical consultation so that we can be at a certain time be well informed to come up with a decision on whether to join it or not. Next slide. Dun sa APEC naman ho, this is what we are really pushing hard for. Our secretary said in Beijing during the last ministerial meeting that they had in Beijing, he already provided the context to what we will be pushing for our APEC hosting. And basically, he said that we cannot overstate the importance of getting SME support to our regional trade agenda. Because so far, they have been, siguro you could relate to this, they have not been part of all of this. That's why we really need to make them feel the benefits of our regional trade integration. And that also goes for our AEC. Next slide, please. For the APEC, what we are saying, and we were able to convince all the other ministers that we need to put micro, small, and medium enterprises front and center of our trade agenda. Because MSMEs account for about 97% of all the establishments in the APEC region. Now, the problem here is we also have to make a distinction between micro and small and medium. Because if we talk about GVCs, most of them are really benefiting the medium enterprises. The micro and small have been left out. Kaya sinasabi namin, actually the tagline that we have now is Miss MSMEs, Miss Me in Boracay. So we have that action agenda during the APEC. Missing out on the Miss in Boracay. What has been happening before is that we talk about trade agreements. We negotiate trade agreements. And then say at the end of the day, okay, we have this trade agreement, we have this collaboration effort, we have this cooperation. And by the way, let's not forget that we have to also enhance the participation of SMEs. Ngayon, hindi na ganun. We're saying, right at the very beginning, they should be front and center of our discussion. The same opportunities available for the 3% of the companies, the big ones, should be available for the 97% of the companies, the miss. Next slide. Next slide. Now, siguro 5 minutes na lang ho. What is the GSP Plus? This is one other major agenda that we have really pursued. The GSP Plus, so you have about 9,000 plus tariff lines in the European Union. Yung sa 9,000 tariff lines na yon, 1/3 already zero under the regular GSP. There's another 1/3 where, sorry, this is just for the Philippines and GSP beneficiary countries. Then another 1/3 na hindi zero but slightly lower tariffs. And then 1/3 na regular tariffs. With the GSP Plus, 1/3 yung zero, yung 1/3 na slightly preferential, zero na rin po yun. So all in all, for the European market, if you are a Filipino exporter, you can access about two-thirds of the tariff lines of Europe at 0% duty. And we did not give up anything kasi it's a unilateral, non-concessional program. We did not lower any tariff rate for any of our products in exchange for this. Next slide, please. The opportunity here, the opportunity here is that within the ASEAN region, it is only the Philippines that is part of this GSP Plus. Si Indonesia and si Vietnam, they are part only of the regular GSP. Si Thailand and Malaysia have already graduated from the GSP program. So it is really our opportunity to get market share away from our ASEAN competitors if we're talking about the EU market. Next slide. Ito yung some of the broad categories that will benefit from the EU GSP Plus, but we have a more detailed listing. So, agricultural products, labor-intensive products such as garments, chemicals. So, next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So, just an example. No? For instance, bicycle manufacturers. If you manufacture the bicycle in Thailand, you bring that to Europe, you will be slapped with a 14% tariff. If you produce that from China, it's even worse because you will be slapped with an anti-dumping duty of 48.5%. So that's on top of your 14%. And China is one of the biggest manufacturers of bicycles that go into Europe. Sinasabi natin, dito na lang sa Pilipinas. Because in the Philippines, with the GSP Plus, you're 0%. So that's the cost advantage that you have vis-a-vis China, vis-a-vis a country like Thailand. And you do this for 6,000 plus other tariff lines. For instance, fruit beverages, yung mga canned oranges, canned mangoes, etc. Tariff lines there could go as high as 18%. Textiles, 11 to 15%. So that's the kind of advantage that we now have in the Philippines vis-a-vis our neighbors. Next slide. In summary, so we are following, is going back to the AEC, we are following the 4C for AEC game plan: compliance with commitments, enhancement of competitiveness, enhancement of or intensification of communications, and then promoting collaboration. Next slide. But we have to remember that there will really be no surprises in January 2016. No? It is a process, and 2015 is a milestone in that long process of integration. And for the most part, if you're an ordinary Filipino, you could feel the trade integration through the liberalization in trade in goods. And that was already done in 2010. Now, having said that, it's not the commitments that will drive how we will react to the AEC. It's the increased competition that is being generated by greater attention to this part of the world. But the Philippines is well placed given that we are the fastest growing country, the fastest growing sub-region, the fastest growing region in the world. So let us enhance our collaboration efforts and really work towards taking advantage of the opportunities in the AECs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Perry. Really, not a dull moment since we started. We really need to give all of our presenters their time. And in the interest of time, what we're going to do is we're going to combine our open forum and panel discussion with lunch so we can proceed to our next set of speakers. Our next speaker is going to be focusing on the highly competitive economic region, talking about competitiveness and competition. He's an associate professor of economics at the Asian Institute of Management and the executive director of the AIM Policy Center. And he was a senior economist at the UNICEF's Policy and Practice Group in New York And in addition, his research background includes work with the UN Development Program's Office of Development Studies, the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston, Economic Intelligence Unit, and several non governmental organizations in Manila, in the Philippines. It's also a recipient of various awards, including the 2012 National Academy of Science and Technology's 10 Outstanding Young Scientists. Another young scientist, but he did it much earlier. He was also in the Philippines in the World Economic Forum's Young Global Leaders in 2013 and DEVEC's 40 Under 40 Development Leader in 2013. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Professor Ronald Mendoza.
Okay. I blame Professor Espeleta for putting me in this situation where I'm in between you and your lunch. So I'll try to keep my presentation brief. I know there's sort of an information overload at this point on our ASEAN preparations. But I do want to share with you a few thoughts as I traveled far to join you today and share some of our research in AIM Policy Center. First of all, I'm very happy to be presenting this particular set of slides to you today because the other thing that I get asked to present usually is on political dynasties. So this is the better part of what we're working on, filled with good news. So I'm very happy to be following the presentations of DTI, and there has been a lot of progress in the past 5 years. So without further ado, let me begin. Oops. There. Okay, so one of the things we do in Policy Center is we monitor the competitiveness of the entire country based on the World Competitiveness Yearbook metric. So essentially, we compile the competitiveness indicators of the Philippines along with 61 countries in partnership with IMD Business School in Switzerland. And every year, we publish our World Competitiveness Yearbook indicators in the early part of the year, and then the Makati Business Club publishes the second set of indicators in the latter part of the year. So together, we sort of cover most of the entire year in terms of our progress on competitiveness. There are 4 areas that we track. One is economic performance, the other is government efficiency, the third is business efficiency, and the fourth is infrastructure. So in fact, based on these indicators, we have been progressing as a country. The challenge, however, is that we cannot just move in place. The other countries in this ranking are also trying to invest in their competitiveness. So in order for us to move up the rankings, we have to be faster than them. That's the challenge. And of course, many in the ASEAN are actually still a lot faster than us. So that's the catch-up that we need to undertake. This is our ranking, and it looks a little schizophrenic in the past 4 to 5 years. Nagumpisa po tayo noong 2005, we are ranked 40 out of 61 countries, 40 being near the bottom, right? This promptly went down to 42 to 45 by 2007, and then bumping up in 2008 and 2009 slightly. But as you can see, from 2010 to 2015, we've been moving up and down. What is the explanation for this? Part of the reason for this erratic movement in our competitiveness ranking is because the other countries are also doing their jobs. So even if we do our jobs and the other country did their jobs better, then I'm sorry, DTI, we will need to move faster. Even faster than what our good friend has already described in order for us to close that gap. The good news, of course, is in terms of economic performance, we have been in some quarters the fastest growing Asian economy. That has put us on the investors map. So that's really a good sign. The challenge, however, is that most of this growth is concentrated in only 3 regions in Luzon. According to Secretary R.C. Balisacan, 60% of our GDP is created in only 3 regions in Luzon. The rest of it spread across the country. So bakit po tayo nagtataka na napaka-traffic sa Manila at lahat ng tao gustong pumunta ng Manila? Of course, our growth is concentrated there. We need to disperse this growth. We need to let the other regions also catch up with the economic impetus of Luzon and parts of Luzon. This is where we are, and actually the good news is that we have overtaken Indonesia finally. We are now at 41st. This was released about a month back. But we are still behind Thailand. We are still behind, big countries like Japan and South Korea, at least economically. And we are uh, also behind Malaysia. The good news is that as far as Indonesia, India, even Vietnam is concerned, we have done some of the good work that actually puts us in a better position. Now, this is the other competitiveness indicator, and this is really the good news. If you're looking at the World Economic Forum's competitiveness ranking, which ranks 144 countries, the first one, the one that we produce in Policy Center, is only focused on 61 countries. Most of the 61 are highly competitive emerging market economies. The 144 countries include many countries in Africa. So talagang tatalunin po natin yan. And so therefore, we look really good in the World Economic Forum's competitiveness ranking. So my good friend Peter Perfecto in Makati Business Club has an easier time with the press than I do when he's releasing his report every October. Whereas when I release my report in May, there's a lot of questions on why we're bumping up and down, right? Here, we came from 73rd around 2005, and now we're about halfway there, 52nd by 2015. So this is really good news. This is a survey, and I want to emphasize that many of these competitiveness rankings are underpinned by surveys. Some of them are based on hard indicators, but some of them are underpinned by perceptions. And of course, the EIU presentation earlier actually was underpinned by a survey of business leaders. What do they think about when they look at the Philippine economy? You know, the things that they look forward to. Number one is our skilled workforce. This has basically been unchanging for the past 2 or 3 decades now. This is underpinning our export of labor as well, our skilled workforce. When we went into that other room and I was looking at our young people, this is the future of this country. Innovation, moving up the value added sort of chain as far as our industries are concerned. And so therefore, our human capital buildup is going to be critical. Second is the dynamism of the economy. Of course, we are growing fast. As to whether or not the pie is actually being shared across all 100 million of us, that's another question. Third is our high education level, and of course, the rest of it. What are our problems? They are basically the same things for the past 30 years that we need to work on. A competitive tax regime. We are among the most taxed in ASEAN, both in terms of your take-home pay as workers, and also corporate income taxes. In preparation for ASEAN integration, Thailand has been cutting its corporate income taxes already in order to accommodate the movement of manufacturing that presentation was showing earlier. They want to get the manufacturing that will exit the other ASEAN economies. And so therefore, they give them a perk. We have not been able to reform this thing yet. And so therefore, many of us are laboring under that tax regime. An effective legal environment is another challenge. Will your contract stand in court? When you put it in court, will you actually get it faster than maybe 5 to 10 years? So many of you are shaking your heads. Of course, this is a challenge for us in order to improve. The third, of course, is infrastructure. And that's an area, energy, roads. I was marveling at the potential that Cebu City has. You can do things, do many things right here and learn from the mistakes and errors of Metro Manila. So I do hope that you do not go the way of Metro Manila and do a much better job in boosting your mass transit. If you do that, then you will not have the horrible commute that we have back there. And that, of course, enhances your competitiveness as well. So maybe some of the senior economists in Manila will be so tempted to transfer to Cebu in 5 to 10 years and retire here. More good news, and this is based on hard indicators. Net foreign direct investment, I did not compare it anymore to the previous administration. Let's just compare it to the Aquino 1 administration. It's about six-fold increase. You can see the dramatic increase in that last bar. That's basically the Aquino 2 administration. Average annual exports has also been increasing. Another set of good news. The debt to GDP ratio is actually decreasing, and it has been its lowest since the 1990s. So kung may makikita pa po kayo ng mga analysts who are complaining that our public debt is still increasing, know that some of the economists in the country are already saying there is a risk of underinvestment, not a risk of too much debt. The best indicator to look at for public debt is the debt to GDP ratio, not the headline public debt. Kasi napakabata po ng ating population. We should actually be borrowing in order to invest for the future generation. And now that we have very easy liquidity, cheap credit, now is the time to actually borrow. And of course, if you have matuwid na daan, then that's the second reason why you should actually borrow now. So that's just a rejoinder for our friends in the Freedom from Debt Coalition who keep on emphasizing that our debt is increasing. There is no problem with having debt, especially if you are a young country. The problem is if you are not investing that debt properly. Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index. Now, this is one of the big improvements, and I think is underpinning the good investor sentiment that we have right now. We overtook 44 countries in the Transparency International CPI ranking. 44 countries, inunahan na po natin sila sa ranking in terms of our improvement in our good governance, in our anti-corruption efforts. Now, part of this is underpinned again by perceptions. Right? Many of you will have furrowed eyebrows saying that, uy, meron pa rin akong nakasalimuha na corrupt customs official o corrupt BIR official. Meron pa rin po niyan, obviously. Pero mukhang nandun na po tayo sa trajectory na maayos po natin yan kung tuloy-tuloy lang yung matuwid na daan. Here we are. In terms of the Philippines, in terms of ease of doing business, this was one of the things that was emphasized earlier. We have actually improved. Even though we're still at 95, we have been improving since 2010. We were 144 in 2010, near the bottom of ease of doing business. And now we are at 95, so a dramatic improvement, but still we can improve a lot more. So thankfully, for some of the big cities and second-tier cities in the country, they have actually put their minds into growing the economic base in their cities. The idea is to actually entice entrepreneurs and businesses in order to grow the pie before you actually start to tax it heavily. So this would be the idea. So this is the big boon, the credit upgrades. Many of you are wondering what has actually the credit upgrade done for the country. First of all, it is giving basically the Philippines a good image as far as international investors are concerned. And if you look at the Philippine Stock Exchange, many people are making a lot of money these days, essentially because of the buoyed situation in our economy. 1995, just about 2,500, I think. Now it's about 7,500. So all-time highs for the Philippine Stock Exchange. Right? What's the challenge now? And I'm begin to wrap up my presentation based on my advocacy, which is to start disaggregating the data in order for us to better understand how the entire competitiveness landscape is evolving in the Philippines, and not just in the major cities and the major financial centers. There has to be a concern of the inclusiveness in the competitiveness framework and in the economic growth that will follow. What's the reason for this? Well, let's just revisit the credit upgrades, right? This is what my RA helped me to put together. It's about 5 conglomerates in the Philippines and their leverage figures. SMC, San Miguel, Ayala, SMIC, Aboitiz, DMCI have been increasing their leverage since 2008, essentially taking advantage of the credit upgrades and the easier conditions for borrowing, right? This is good news. Nothing wrong with conglomerates trying to expand, right? Hopefully, they will produce more jobs and hopefully it will translate to inclusive growth. The challenge, however, is if your MSMEs, which is very much represented in this room, is not partaking of that credit upgrade boom. In fact, if you look at the loan portfolios to micro, small, and medium scale enterprises, they have been consistently declining since 2009. There are many banks that would rather pay fees rather than lend to SMEs. Now, that is a big tragedy because that is at the heart of the lack of inclusiveness of the growth that should have been taking place as a result of the credit upgrade. Dapat sana lahat ng entrepreneur nakakahiram ng pera, hindi lang yung malalaki. Right? Why is this a big problem at the macroeconomic level? Well, this was already emphasized by our colleague from DTI. MSMEs account for 99% of businesses in the Philippines and 65% of employment. So kung hindi sila ang nakakahiram, then 65% of your employment is not partaking of the better liquidity situation. So that's a challenge and that's something that we need to monitor and do a better job in correcting. In terms of competitiveness ranking, and this is something that our friends in the National Competitiveness Council are putting together, led by Bill Luz and Secretary Domingo of DTI, there are many cities that are now trying to improve their competitiveness. And of course, this is something that we should continue to monitor. But I hasten to mention that most of these cities are now well known to be in a good position already to accept investments. So what happens to the second tier cities and even third tier cities? So these are the cities that need to catch up also, right? And your own Cebu is right in the mix, right? Along with some of the fast growing cities in the country, right? So Cebu is up there in infra. In overall ranking, you're number 7. Economic dynamism is also in there. Government efficiency, you seem to be absent. So maybe there's something to improve on. I won't say more. This is another cut at disaggregation. So hindi lang po yung competitiveness ranking ng cities, yung labor productivity po. How productive are our workers in the different areas in the country? Now my RA, I asked him to put together the labor productivity figures and then juxtapose it against some emerging market economies. Let's pretend that Metro Manila is a country. If Metro Manila were a country, will its labor productivity match with other emerging market economies? Quick answer, yes. It's actually matching very well with Brazil, right? Which is a fast-growing emerging market economy. It's even a lot more than Thailand if, well, of course, Thailand is a country, if Metro Manila were a country. Now, here's the point. If you look at, of course, Philippines, that's really our average labor productivity, if you average across the entire country, right? But if you look at Eastern Visayas, it's matching Senegal. If you look at Bicol, it's matching Bangladesh, a least developed country. If you look at ARM, it's matching Cambodia, the LDC in ASEAN, right? So this emphasizes again the need to catch up for the rest of the country, the need to even out the growth impetus so that more people are included. And the only way that you can include more people is if you include more regions. So that's the national statistic. Let me just go through this very quickly. HDI comparisons. So some of you may know the Human Development Index, basically put together by the United Nations Development Program. This is a rough measure of education and health sort of indicators for the different countries and the different regions within countries. Let me just give you 3 provinces in the country that are actually home to many of our poor people. Maguindanao, Samar, and Masbate. Right? Well, what level of HDI do they match with if they were countries? Masbate matches with Ethiopia, a war-torn African economy. Maguindanao matches with Congo, another war-torn economy. And Samar matches with Zimbabwe, right? So these are also part of the reason why growth is not yet that inclusive. It's showing up in the education and health indicators. So what does our government need to do? And actually our government has done already. It's to boost education and health public spending. So yan naman po ang makikita natin in the past few years. Aquino too has spent much more in real terms by deflating it, by correcting for inflation, than any other president since Marcos in terms of education and health spending. So I do not hesitate to mention that this president, if he will have a legacy, is probably going to be known as the human capital president. In fact, if you think about it strategically, yung pong pinapadaan nila ngayon sa Pamilyang Pantawid program, the social protection system, that is now lessening the number of young people dropping out of school, keeping them in school, keeping them healthy so that the mothers actually go to health centers, making sure that they get enough nutrition, all of this. This president is going to make 3 presidents from now, that president, look very good when these young people actually join the labor force. Because those young people are going to be highly competitive due to this human capital buildup. That president, however, needs to make sure that there are jobs waiting for those young people. Because if there are no jobs waiting for those young people, then you all know what young people can do when they are dissatisfied. Now let me spend the last 5 minutes talking about another major reform that has been introduced, or almost introduced, I should say. It is now pending the signature of the President, the Fair Competition Act. So far, I've been talking about what underpins our competitiveness. That does not mean that we will actually have competition. If we continue to protect ourselves and close our borders, even though we are the most highly trained, with lots of human capital and all of the things that can actually make us compete well, if we do not open ourselves to that competition, then that will not be realized. So the Fair Competition Act is an important ingredient in the game plan because this act will create the institutions that will basically serve as the traffic cop for ASEAN integration and the entry of new players, including foreign new players. What does the Fair Competition Act include? Anti-competitive behavior will be considered a criminal offense. It establishes a Fair Competition Commission to ensure market efficiency. It prohibits firms with big market shares to restrict competition by selling goods below cost, imposing barriers to entry and other predatory behavior. It prohibits industry players from colluding such that each firm is allowed to dominate a geographic region. Sounds very familiar, right? It prohibits mergers and acquisitions that restrict competition. Bakit po napakahalaga nito? Well, without a fair competition law, then the playing field cannot really be regulated well, and it may never be a level playing field at all. These are the things that we need to stop. Price fixing, bid rigging, monopolies, cartels, the abuse of dominant position, predatory behavior towards competitors, limitation and control of markets, and finally, price discrimination, or at least the more destructive forms of price discrimination. So these are the things that actually frustrate many SMEs because there's not enough of a level playing field for you to compete on fair and even terms. The Fair Competition Act actually will help provide for that level playing field moving forward. And I'm happy to say that actually our Congress and our Senate, after 12 years of working on this, is now sending the act to Malacanang, pending final signature by our President. And hopefully we will keep on the pressure so that he actually puts his name on that act and makes it law. Right? What does competition bring about? Well, there was one speaker who started to talk about some of the good things that we could remember in the 1990s and 1980s. Kung natatandaan nyo po nun, in 1997, so I had my RA look this up, the cost of the Manila to Cebu flight in 1997 was about 2,000 pesos in 1997 pesos. Today, if you correct for inflation, that's about 4,000 pesos in today's money. Magkano po yung flight ngayon from Manila to Cebu? If you get a good deal, that's around 700 pesos, right? brought about by deregulation and better competition. Telecommunications. If you remember the joke of Lee Kuan Yew, sabi niya, the Philippines, 99% of our population is waiting for a telephone. And the remaining 1%, what are they waiting for? A dial tone. So meron kang telepono, wala namang dial tone. We are now far, far away from that reality. So many of the young people, di nyo na natatandaan yung, meron po kaming bahay sa Antipolo noon. We waited for something like 15 years to have a landline installed. So today, you can just pick up a phone there and pick up sort of one of those SIM card thingies somewhere else and actually get easily connected, right? We do not even understand what long distance call means. You can call anywhere in the country. Well, the text in the 1990s was about 1 peso. In today's pesos, that's about 2 pesos. What is the price of text today? Still 1 peso, right? Brought about by competition. So hopefully this will translate to other things, good things coming out of the telecommunications industry. Brought about by, again, more innovation and more competition. The kinds of things that we are seeing in that other room. Yung po mga innovators natin, sana ma-translate nila into commercial applications. So let me just end there. And for those of you who are interested in some of our work in AI and Policy Center, I'm leaving with you the website so that you can visit us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ronald Mendoza. Really interesting presentation. Well, we're going to listen now to the insights on the relative competitive position of the Philippines in relation to the ASEAN arena. And to do that, we have the Vice President for External Affairs of the European Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines. ECCP, by the way, is a service-oriented organization aimed at fostering close economic ties and business relations between the Philippines and Europe. He also serves as president of Fair and More Incorporated, an international trade fair and events management company, the European Innovation, Technology and Science Center Foundation, and a trustee of the Asia-Europe Foundation of the Philippines. He's also held various positions in several European-based companies, the most notable of which was being the CEO of the Hertz Group of companies in the Philippines. And he has served the Hertz Group for over 24 years. He's a member of the Makati Business Club, the Manila Photo Club, and the alumni organization of the INSEAD Business School. To make the presentation to us, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Vice President for External Affairs of the European Chamber of Commerce in the Philippines, Mr. Henry Schumacher.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be here today from a point of view that Cebu has been the base of the European Chamber for a very long time. We will celebrate the 25th anniversary of ECCP in Cebu later this year, and hope to see many of you there. I've been writing about ASEAN integration for a very long time, from a point of view that there's a special page in one of the newspapers, and I've been writing basically now for 104 weeks. So that's my Sunday writing, basically. What I also would like to mention is that I'm inspired by the Cebu Business Month's objective: inspire, promote, grow business, grow Cebu business. I think it's a very nice idea, and my interpretation today of the title that you gave me to speak about is really looking at ASEAN, looking at the competitors in ASEAN, looking at the Philippines, and then looking at Cebu, and I will only focus on a few industry sectors so that we don't lose that much time. The other point I would like to make is we were looking at Asia before. I mean, from a European perspective, Europe looks at ASEAN. I think we have been looking at China, and I think this China syndrome is over. Then we have been looking at India, and India never delivered what everybody believed India would deliver. So today, basically, the politicians in Europe are saying the SMEs of Europe, and we have a similar situation that basically Europe is made uh, by SMEs. We have a project now in the Philippines called EU Philippines Business Network, and our task as being European Chamber or project implementer over the next 5 years, look at the SMEs in 28 member states and convince them that the Philippines is it. From a point of view that we can put European SMEs and Philippine SMEs together. We were discussing earlier GSP Plus. I think technology is required in order to respond fast, in order to bring the product into the European market, and technology exchange between SMEs could be easily a way forward. And on the other side, of course, you will have the opportunity in using the Philippines as a hub into ASEAN. Of course, the Europeans have the chance in saying, "Oh, I go to Thailand, or I go to Indonesia, or to Malaysia." But as we see many times, and you saw here, basically, the human capital of this country is really what makes a difference. And from a point of view that we are ready and willing to bring people together, I think that's the way forward. And Cebu very much is part of our desire in making this bringing SMEs together work. I have a PowerPoint presentation, but somehow it's lost. So I will have to look at my notes because I can't see them on my. So the first area I've been looking at is tourism, because this is also one sector where the Philippines, where Cebu and the Philippines have a chance. Of course, if you look at the total entry of tourists to ASEAN, then the Philippine share is something between 5 or 6%. So much more needs to be done and can be done. Part of that, of course, is the question of connectivity. The connectivity into the Philippines is not easy, and from a European perspective, again, we have only one airline that still flies from Amsterdam via Taipei to Manila. We would like to see more coming back. Part of the problem has been a unfriendly taxation environment and CIQ, and that has been basically resolved. So from that point of view, we are in touch with Swissair and Lufthansa and others and saying, "Come, please come back," because the tourist wants to fly direct. He doesn't want to go first to Thailand, and then why will I go to the Philippines? So I think that's something that we have to bear in mind. I mentioned in the meeting this morning already that I'm very grateful for this administration to have removed CIQ, which means customs and immigration and quarantine over time, not anymore handed over to the airlines, but now the government carries it. But I'm a little bit worried. We have the Customs Modernization and Tariff Act coming in, and on the other side you have the Immigration Modernization Act. And what do you see in both bills? Overtime to be, and that I think also with ASEC Perry, I think we have to look at that this is not going to happen. As far as Cebu is concerned, I think you are in a brilliant position as far as tourism is concerned. You have an airport, international airport, and I understand it's going to get a new airport, and I think this is really good news. If you look at Cebu, in what you can reach in 1 hour from here as destinations, I think that makes Cebu really a good place to be. The area where I'm worrying is the Philippines are expensive. If you compare basically hotel rates in the region, the Philippines is the second highest. Singapore is the highest. So I think we have to make a decision really from a marketing point of view, what kind of tourists do we want? I think the idea that we have 7,000 islands and not a marine tourism industry yet. I think these are areas that we should look at and then say, this is the price. If you want to be here, like Bill Gates the other day, I mean, there are a few more Bill Gates that we need, but that's I think needs to be addressed, and I've discussed that with Secretary Jimenez, and I think and I hope that this is going to happen. Let me see whether I can get to that to the slide. I don't know how. Can somebody tell me where I have to here maybe? Maybe I can just ask this one. There. So for Cebu, I mean, I mentioned this, but the traffic situation in Cebu is also something that you should be worried about. I think a tourist doesn't like to be stuck in traffic. And the European Chamber is deeply involved in medical travel and in retirement, not of Filipinos retiring, but aging Europeans retiring. And this is a market, I think Cebu again is a big part of that. The second industry sector that I want to briefly touch on, and I've discussed it already this morning with June Sa, who is the driver basically along that line. I think in ASEAN we only have one competitor, and that's Malaysia. And I have many European clients coming into my office and saying, I will go to Malaysia. I said, good luck. From a point of view, you have to import Filipinos. Why don't you come to the Philippines straight and you have them all around? Very good examples. In Cebu, Mercedes is very happy to have made that decision. So for the Philippines, I think we have one problem, and I put it up there, DICT. We don't have a Data Privacy Act. We have an act, but it's not implemented. And I said to June this morning, if big data is going to be the future of the Philippines, and you do not protect data, and we have had 3 or 4 big lapses now, which luckily are not in the papers. So I think that's also over to the DTI. I know you don't like the idea, the DTI, but I promise you this is needed. And then cybersecurity, you have slight problems with China, and China basically owns many of the, or has a lot of access to the Philippines on the cyber side. I would like to see that to happen. Ron Mendoza was bragging about the telecoms industry. I have a sour point there. The Philippines, we want to make the Philippines the industry for KPO or KPM and BPM and so on and creatives. And we have the slowest broadband and the most expensive broadband. So again, going back to your presentation and saying we have a fair competition act now or law now, I mean, things have to happen along this line. Electricity, I think that's also something that's important, not secure. From a point of view, it fluctuates substantially. Sometimes we don't have. And it's terribly expensive. And then, as I said, big data, and I mentioned that in the meeting this morning also, I think we will have to get analytics into the curriculum of schools so that basically the graduates know what analytics is all about. This is big data, from my point of view, one of the bright spots for the Philippines and for Cebu. So here, what I'm saying, basically, I think Cebu is on top of it. You can do much more. I think the academe cooperation that we have started already needs to be expanded further. And you have to move the people. The traffic situation is not helpful. Entrepreneurship, that was a third area that you had in Cebu on your agenda. I think it's going to be pushed everywhere. But the challenge for the Philippines is keep the talents here. I think I remember I had a meeting at the house, and Belmonte, Speaker Belmonte was saying, I hope when ASEAN is going to kick in, we will not import everything from the others, and the only thing that we are export are people. But that requires also that we take this challenge and basically develop business along that line to keep the people here. Oops. How do I go back? No. Can I just look at my note, whether I jumped one or not? Yeah, I think correct. I think what we are looking at basically also in terms of and underemployment, not everybody will find a job, but everybody can become an entrepreneur in one way or the other. I'm very encouraged with the uh, projects, the model that has been developed in New York called Makerspace, where basically the community tells the and underemployed what they can do, from mending shoes to sewing to get involved in cooking, and from that point of view again we take the kids off the road and basically they have something where they should focus on. I lost it. Sorry, can I that I said already, so here, makerspace. The other area that I think we have to look at is elands. I don't know whether you're familiar with elands. The Filipinos are the biggest community in the elands. We had something like 3 billion inflow of money, which Kiminaras has not found yet. And nobody here should ever tell her that this exists. There's one Filipino sitting in the countryside that made 1.7 million with elands. So I think there is huge opportunities. I'm aware that a number of my clients, my members are unhappy about it from a point of view that they do animation in the studios during the day, and at night they deliver animation to the rest of the world. For Cebu, I would like to tell you we have Silicon Valley. Then some were very clever to create Santiago Valley in Chile to get basically a innovator market going. I believe that Cebu can be Cebu Valley. No? Okay. So I think this is something that we should take seriously in getting then angels and others together. Automotive we discussed already, or I heard already. You have the famous car project. I'm looking at other industries at the moment. Thailand is miles ahead. I think we have to realize that. But I think I would also like to say with regard to automotive, and that's why the DTI is pushing it so much. If you look at industrialized countries around the world, every industrialized country has an automotive industry. From a point of view, knowing that as far as parts and industries is cascades down. So if we succeed in getting that industry through your car program going, I think that's a good start in moving forward. Agriculture and food, I think I don't want to go into too deeply into it, but there are definitely challenges coming up. But on the other side, if we can create a supply line, and I'm always using that, from farmers that grow tomatoes to the company that makes it to ketchup and then exports it under GSP Plus to Europe. That's the way. That's a challenge, and that's where I think we need to go. And if European know-how is available, we can link people easily now. On the mining side, I think that's for people, I mean, the Philippines has the wealth underground and the poverty to a certain extent above the ground, but has decided to leave the wealth underground, and that's a sad story. If I talk to my colleagues from Canada and from Australia who are pushing responsible mining, they are pretty unhappy. As far as manufacturing is concerned, I really believe that this is the way forward. I think I'm happy in the dialogue with PESA and the DTI to look at new models of economic zones that can be privately owned but PESA managed, that will create manufacturing for the domestic market and for the international market, and basically can move industry to areas where underemployment exists, and where then with a minimum of infrastructure we can move forward. I hope that this, Perry, if that can happen fast, I think this would be a big selling item for the Japanese, for the Europeans, and for the Americans. Shipbuilding, I think the Philippines is moving very well. I think not much has to be added, but these are opportunities, and that's good for Cebu also. You have shipbuilding here, and I'm sure that can be expanded. The infrastructure, I think, is one thing that makes our life difficult. I think we have to understand that very clearly. It's opportunity as far as the PPPs are concerned, but at the same time, they have to happen. And if we cannot move things, I think the economic growth is not going to continue. Oops. Financial services, I think the Philippines has opened up to banking. I think a number of ASEAN banks have decided to come in. I think this is good news. Going back to dynasties or going back to few players in an industry, five families own the banking system. So I think if we can get a few more going, I think that's going to be healthy for everybody. Telecoms and connectivity, I think telecoms I mentioned already. I am, of course, I'm personally very unhappy that Speaker Belmonte has given up the House resolution number 1 in selectively open the economic provision of the Constitution to remove the 60-40 limitation also on public utilities, because I believe that the two players here should get some competition. And it's good for Juan de la Cruz, who will get a better service and a better product at a better price. Foreign direct investment, I'm getting to the end already. I think there the numbers are pretty clear, 122 billion into ASEAN. And I used the better number in comparison to the Philippines because that's already the success year 2014 when you had 6.2 billion. So that's pretty positive. But I think we have to address these issues. So they have been already partly mentioned. I don't have to go into that, but the government also has to give us the money back. I have VAT refund. I'm very unhappy about it, and you have a lot of people who are very unhappy about it. I personally believe that Cesar Purisima, together with Kim Menares, owes the private sector 16 billion, and you are not giving it back. So my question is, where is the trust that we can have in government that you don't give us our working capital back? So from a point of view in the competitive side, I'm always using this. We can make the decision we are going to be on that side, on the coffee side. I would like to be on the Starbucks side. And I think that should be our real target of how the Philippines is going to look like. Last one you will like. I think we have to work together in order to achieve where we want to go. Thank you very much.
Well, we're going to have a panel discussion and open forum that's going to happen at the same time. And it's going to be very interesting considering the interaction between different kinds of data that are coming into conflict with each other. But somebody else is going to do that for us. Meanwhile, we'd like to call in our panelists who will be joining us for the open forum. We have with us Mr. Gaspalo, who is right over there. And we have uh, for the Cebu Poultry and Livestock Association. I kind of lost. Sir, he's representing the Poultry and Livestock Association. And we have Porfirio Dodong Montesclaros of MEPSEM, who will be in the panel discussion. Sirs, if you don't mind, come over here on stage. You will be given wireless microphones in order to which you're going to be asking questions. And to moderate the open forum, we have one of our trustees, and he's also a sportscaster. By the way, he has a great online column called Full Point Cebu. Anything you want to know about sports in Cebu, go there. Full Point Cebu. But before I do that, I wish to also acknowledge the presence of Mr. Andrei Sapochnikov of the Economic Council of the Russian Embassy in Manila, who is here with us, along with Consul Army Lopez Garcia. She's the consul for the Russian Federation, the founding chair of the Philippine Russian Business Assembly, and also Mr. Cesar Atienza, director of the PRBA. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate the open forum and panel discussion, he plays many roles, but it's really geared towards sports, so you'll remember this name, Mr. Nimrod Quinones. I'd like to also announce that you can, those of you in the audience can proceed to slowly get your lunch. The buffet is open. This is going to be a working lunch. We have to make the most use of our available time. I'm really sorry, but the panel discussions, the presentations cannot be delayed. They have great presentations. We should give them the time. So please allow the panel discussions and forum to take place. Ms. Nimrod, please.
Thank you very much, Soy. So we would like to request our panelists. Okay. Uh, let's start with Mr. Gus Palau. Okay.
I was going to address this question to Mr. Rodolfo, but I think it's leaving. I was just wondering, in all the presentations, we seem to be able to understand what the ASEAN is all about and the integration that needs to be done. But how confident are we in being competitive in this integration? That is the question.
Yeah.
All the presentations actually tells us we know how much it takes. But like say for example in the presentation of Mr. Rodolfo, he mentioned that we are unable really to comply with all the commitments in the integration. Mainly, like say for example in the example of the MAAS, we are unable to comply with our commitment because of infrastructure. So, begs the question that begs to be answered is how confident are we that we will be able to
be competitive in the
Mhm.
despite our knowledge of what it
Okay.
takes.
Yeah.
That's
Well, unfortunately, the ASAC is not here, but maybe you could ask anybody.
maybe any
Uh,
one of the presenters can make comment on that.
mhm. How about Mr. J. Values, probably? Is he still around? I think they're busy with lunch. Okay, Mr. Schumacher, please.
Yes, Henry, I think you
Yeah.
can help us.
No, I think Gus, the answer really is that we have so many PPPs, and I'm really happy what the PPP Center does. Camilao does a very good job. Then it goes to NEDA, and in NEDA it's approved, and then it dies or almost dies. So the implementing side has been terrible. I think especially on the DOTC side, nothing moves. And I guess we have to see to it that we use the remaining few months of this administration to move forward. I think our concern is really that from now to the next government that will be effective only during the first months of 2017, how do we bridge this? How do we bridge this on energy? How do we bridge that in terms of infrastructure in other areas? And how do we bridge that in ICT, where so many changes have to be done now in order to get things done?
Okay. Did that answer your question, Mr. Palau?
Yes and no.
Yeah. Okay.
It will be a long argument.
Well, J. Uvalios is also here. You could.
No, I was asking Jay that in all the presentations, we know everything. We know what it takes to be integrated and how we can be competitive. But in the example of ASEC Rodolfo, you mentioned really there are gaps. There are cases where we are unable to comply with our commitments to the integration. Example was the MAAS. No? It's because of the lack of infrastructure. Maybe it will help if I add another. I would have wanted to ask him about the car manufacturing program because I know for a fact that in the 70s we have a PCMP, a progressive car manufacturing program, the Philippines. But I also we dropped that ball and all the manufacturing went to Thailand. So how confident are we that we are going to be fully integrated and fully competitive in the ASEAN?
Okay, Jay, can you answer that confidently?
Well, that is a rather comprehensive question, but let me just answer to you two ways. No, as I mentioned in my talk this morning, there are two ways of looking at it: the top-down approach, which is what the policymakers, government, and our regulators are doing to make us competitive. And second, the other one is the bottom-up. What can we, people in business, do? No, in light of the environment or the situation or the scenario that we are in. Specifically, our situation here in the Philippines internally vis-a-vis ASEAN. Okay, so having said that, I would first say that life is not fair. Okay, it's unfair. It's up to us to make, we as business people, it's up to us how to create that unfair advantage so that we can leverage on and make ourselves successful. So you have pointed out quite matter of factly that we have lost or we have miscarriaged the ball. No? We have lost manufacturing concerns to other countries because simply their governments created the right the right environment for investments such as car manufacturing, the manufacturing of, for example, Colgate or toothpaste to other countries. But again, how confident are we to thrive in this new reality, AEC, the ASEAN Economic Community? Well, as Asek Rodolfo said, the ATIGA ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreement is already implemented 2010 pa. So you get what you get now. No? But the vision is beyond that. It's long term. Okay. So the four pillars: single market and production base, the highly competitive economic region, the inclusive development, and connected to the global value chain. It is a long term vision. It is not now. Okay, the deadline is not end of 2015. So having said that, with that vision, there are some players who were able to anticipate and move ahead. Okay, so the $1 million question is, can we can we do something and anticipate, we as small business, because that one, the video or the economic intelligence unit video presentation, that is big business. But for smaller guys like us, do we want to do it? That's the first question. Because a lot of us are contented with where we are. No? A lot of us don't want to expand because why bother? We already are doing good, and but it only brings us to somewhere, and it's not sustainable because definitely competition will come in. But that $1 million question can be answered by each one of us here in this room. Would we want to do something about it despite the obstacles that are that we can see now, or we will rise above and use our creativity, the young talent, the young dynamic workforce that we have, the entrepreneurial spirit, the education, the educated the educated human capital that we have. So that question can be answered by not me, but I think can be answered by all of us.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Jay. So, any more questions, Mr. Palo? Okay. Dodon?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I represent the companies inside the economic zone. I have been listening to all this competitive about advantages and then Asian integration. But there's something that is really, really bothering us. This is the bureaucracy that we are, and the bureaucracy that and the barriers imposed on us by the various government agencies. And who are these? We have, of course, we have the BIR, we have the Bureau of Customs, we have PIDEA, we have FDA, and then we have the Philippine National Police. They are all working very hard to make life difficult for us, right? I mean, we work very, very hard to produce the goods, only to be frustrated by we cannot get our materials in because you need this permit and need that permit, and also, I'll give you an example. We tried to get a permit to bring regulated material in. Our processor was asked to resubmit the application because for trivial reasons like they want the color of the ink for the signatures to be black. Blue is not allowed. The unlucky processor who is in Manila has to go back to Cebu again to prepare the document one more time so that the right color of the ink. And when they went back, they misspelled the name of one of the signatories. No snow pake, no correction fluid is allowed. Bring back the document again to Cebu for resubmission. So sometimes, we have several permits. They are not applied for in parallel. They are serial, one after the other. Okay, and it takes a long time. Sometimes it takes 6 months. So why are we subjected to this? Can the government assign just one person, one agency to help us? PESA is trying very, very hard to help us. However, we have other non-PESA agencies controlling us. It's very difficult. Please help.
Thank you, Dodon, for that very frank uh, statement. I wonder if somebody here can respond or say something about what Mr. Montes Claros had said. But I'm sure a lot would say that they feel the same. So uh, I think our government representatives have already left. So we are very sorry. Nobody could respond to what you just said, Mr. Montes Claros. But I'm sure a lot of the people in the room share your sentiments. Okay. So, sir, next one.
Magandang hapon po. Ako po ang representante sa mga magsasaka sa poultry at livestock. So, nagbababoyan. Kami po ang farmers. So, nagpapasalamat ako na lahat kumakain na. Pero yung kinakain nyo galing yan sa amin. Kami po ang nagpalaki sa manok. Kami po ang nag-alaga sa mga baboyan. So, I don't know if somebody can answer my question. Kasi noon pa, sa implementation of GATT, ito ang doon kami natatakot. Kasi wala talagang suporta ang gobyerno sa aming mga magsasaka. We are heavily taxed on our inputs, especially on our ingredients like corn and soya beans. So ngayon, mataas ang production cost namin, pero binibinta namin ang aming mga alaga sa murang halaga. We are selling our product beyond our production cost. So sino bang magsasaka na tatagal sa ganitong negosyo? May pira nga tayo, pero wala tayong mabiling pagkain. So lahat nagugutom. So iwan ko, sir, kung sino maka-answer sa tanong ko bilang magsasaka.
Well, obviously the agriculture sector is one of the sectors where we need to do a lot more. No? And I also have the same question. Who among the people here can answer that question? But maybe our chamber to our president could say something. Ms. Taschan, if you could give us some inputs on how the chamber can help the agriculture sector.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up. We will be immediately after this, by next week, we will try to have an appointment with our Department of Agriculture here. Also, the concern earlier about processing ease of doing business. We have recently agreed with our affiliate organizations to help our LGUs and national agencies here to improve the way they process the way they to improve systems and procedures in their respective agencies. So we are happy that you brought that up regarding the lack of signature or change in the color of the ink. So So, like for example, Phoenix agreed to look into the processing of business permits. Another organization will probably look into how um, we can control the issuance of gasoline, um, gasoline issuance in the city hall. But maybe another organization can try to look into issuance of permits as you brought up earlier. So, because there's so many, really, for us to be able to take advantage of this opportunities, which um, which is brought about by uh, good economic fundamentals and our present ranking, not only regional but international. We really have to get our acts together, and so I'm happy that our many from the private sector would like to help, and we appreciate you bringing up those concerns, so we will know what agencies need help in order that those agencies can help us. Is that, well, of course, that does not answer your concern right away, but that's a step towards um, having a solution. I hope you can also be with us when we meet with the concerned agencies.
Actually, ma'am, my residence now, I'm from Cavite. Parang Mississippi ko just requested me to attend your quorum, the symposium. That's why I'm unprepared. So anyway, you can call me, and then anytime I can go back to Cebu.
But maybe your concern is also applicable here because
That's true, ma'am. Because you know, ma'am, Cebu is badly hit by Yolanda. I think you know what happened to Bantayan farmers and Cebu poultry raisers.
Yes,
Talagang
yes.
they really big damage in poultry farm industry. So sana matulungan ninyo yung nagpo-produce ng pagkain para sa atin.
Mhm. Of course, everyone here knows that the chamber cannot cannot solve everything, but we're trying our best, and we need the help of everyone so that we can help ourselves. In our dealings with a lot of national government agencies, you can see that they are really, all of them are really willing to cooperate. One example was the Cebu Port Authority. There was congestion, and we had several meetings. We had several recommendations and suggestions, and we tried one after the other. But whenever it came to a suggestion which needed another agency, well, that didn't work. So finally, they did their own solution. The problem was solved. But um, it does not come immediately, but we'll try our best and make sure that to impress on them that this is really the time where we should act fast, that we cannot anymore afford to be victims of government bureaucracy. We, if we have to go to Malacanang and to Manila, maybe all of us represented by all the business organizations here in Cebu, I think we have to do that, diba?
I think so, ma'am, because I experienced that one before when I was still in Cebu. I was the manager before of the Cebu Poultry and Livestock Association Cooperative. Then the same thing happened. Walang nangyayari. That was about 20 years ago.
You know, what you say is true. But even our local government officials, before you could see local government officials who would just wait for problems and their idea of being an LGU official is just to just manage the everyday affairs of their municipalities. But now you can see so many LGUs who look for opportunities, who look for ways and means to promote their municipalities or cities, and who look for ways and means to get investors. So they have also changed 20 years ago. And I can see that many of our government officials' attitudes have also changed over the years. So we are very optimistic that if we get together, we coordinate and work together, we can really start to make things happen right.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I hope
Thank
the
you.
chamber can help the industry because it's hard being a poultry raisers, piggery farmers. Mahirap talaga, ma'am. So we need your support para meron tayong pagkain.
Thank you. We'll work together.
Thank you din,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Tash Chan, the president of the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry. As our president has also said a lot of times, that your chamber is very much willing to help. I think the first step is giving us the information. Once the information is given to the Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce will know what would be the next step that it would take to help solve this problem. Okay, do we have any more questions from our panel or from the audience? Yes, Miss May?
I would just like to add, in the process of a micro level discussion for the agriculture sector, for instance, in Bantayan and also here, we did convene the different stakeholders in that industry for the poultry raisers and also for the fish industry, in addition to the tourism and different separate discussions to help them through the value chain analysis and use that as a basis for the next steps. And when they did that, the industries who were present there were also complemented with the presence of those in the line agencies of government and the local government units. And together they came up with specific action plans, which they used as a basis for the next few years. So that started way back in 2013. The chamber in Cebu, the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry, convened the different groups together and helped them through the analytical framework. In another project that we also have, we did value chain analysis through focus group discussions with other different sectors, such as the livestock sector, to identify the key infrastructure investments needed. And we are now pushing this forward with the RDC after we have discussed this with the provincial level development council. So those are the things that we have been doing operationally to provide assistance to different industries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Miss
For your support.
Miss May. Mr. Schumacher, I saw you raise your hand earlier. Would you have something to say again, sir?
I have only one point, and this is we need in ASEAN and in the Philippines a national single window. And the national single window will connect the FDA with customs, with the BIR, with the SEC, and with the BOI. So all these sending back documents and not understanding what's what and delays in releasing shipments can be addressed through that. The single window, we just raised it also with customs now because it should originate from there. And I think I would request the business community to put pressure on government. Let's have the single window now, where basically hands are no more needed. Everything is on the computer. Then it's not going to happen what you were addressing from the industrial zone.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Schumacher. Aside from the single window, probably a single ink color also for signatures. So, do we have any other questions? We had some questions which were submitted earlier. Bell, or anybody from the floor, if you have any questions, or maybe our panelists, if you have other concerns. So I think it's good that we open up our problems so that the different organizations can also help out, where they could step in, as the chamber is already doing that. The different organizations are helping out with various problems faced by the business sector. Okay, so thank you, Bell. Okay, I'm not sure if we have somebody here who could answer this question, or maybe Francis D. Is he still around? It takes a number of years for DOST to analyze and approve the patent. Why? So this is for the Department of Science and Technology. Do we have any representative from DOST? Mr. Hingoyon? Okay. Engineer, yeah, please.
Uh, Good noon. Actually, it's not the OST who will approve the patent. It's the IPO field,
Mm-hmm.
the agency that would provide intellectual property protection. So only the one of the agencies, service agencies of the OST, which is the Technology Application and Promotion Institute, would help the inventors to acquire intellectual property protection. But it would be IPO field who would grant the IP protection.
Mm-hmm. But would you have any idea why it takes so long for these patents to be approved?
There are certain requirements, so as long as you can comply with the requirements, I think it can be facilitated. So maybe for those cases that it would take too long, maybe there are requirements that are not met yet. So hopefully with but the IPO field right now is, as far as I know, they are making some initiatives on how to facilitate the easier or faster approval. And for they actually implemented this program with the Innovation Technology Support Offices, ITSO, which are hosted by the different universities in even in Central Visayas and Cebu. We have different ITSOs which can help the inventors apply for IP protection. Okay.
Okay. So thank you very much, and I hope it doesn't involve having a signature done in a particular color of ink. Okay, here's another. Well, the Philippines has the slowest and most expensive internet. How are we going to compete with our neighboring countries? This was well bared by Mr. Schumacher earlier. So I don't know if anybody here can give us the answer, but definitely that is one of the hindrances with regards to competitiveness of the Philippines. So, how important is ASEAN integration to our economy? So, maybe Mr. Uvalios again can. I know that this was part of your presentation earlier, so maybe just a reiteration.
Okay, how do I explain it? In a more layman's language. No?
Yeah. Okay.
First is no man is an island, diba? Or if we isolate ourselves, then we get left behind in terms of the advances in the realities of this world, globalization. I think our theme, localized Cebu, is very appropriate because we need to the borders are starting to diminish. The The drivers are obviously, of course, technology, as I pointed out earlier. The democratization of travel, the way we communicate, the internet. These are it's a must. And for the Philippines to ASEC Perry Rodolfo clearly stated it. No, we have the Philippines is in the sweet spot, right? Because the Asia's growth story is like the only growth story probably in in the past so many years, considering the crisis in Europe, in US, and in Southeast Asia. In Asia, Southeast Asia is the most dynamic, and the Philippines is the star because of the things that we're doing right. GDP growth, for example, is at its highest growth rates, even comparable to China. So, having said this, we are, as a country, we might not be very attractive because we're small relative compared to countries like China or India or Japan. But ag- aggregated as ASEAN is very, very attractive. And at the center of it is Philippines. So if we are to leverage that fact and ride on the ASEAN train, so to speak, then we're in the right vehicle. We have to leverage the the growth story that is ASEAN and Asia to the rest of the world. So it's very, very important in our positioning.
Thank you, Jay. To put it in more recent basketball terms, that is the reason why the Golden State Warriors beat the Cleveland Cavaliers. It's teamwork against individual play. So that is the reason why there should be ASEAN integration, right? I don't think we have too many basketball players here. Or do we have a lot of Cavaliers fans here? Okay. So any more questions from the floor or from our panel? Okay. So I think we'll have to wrap this up. So we would like to, I'd like to hand this mic over back to my good friend, Ponsoy Alvarez.
Thanks, Nim. It's really a privilege to see you at work again. Nimrod's always very busy with a lot of sports activities. Incidentally, he manages um, one of the premier golf courses here down south. It's the Alta Vista Golf Course. So if you wish to play a few rounds, you know who to look for. Thank you very much to our panelists for spending your time with us. Before we dismiss you, we'd like to call on all our speakers, Mr. Evalios, Mr. Schumacher. I don't know if the other two are here, Professor Mendoza, and they left already. Well, we also wish to call on our president, Ms. Tess Chan, and also Sir Nonoy, just to interrupt your lunch or meal for a while. We'd like to thank all of our resource persons and give them a few mementos of this activity. By the way, I'd like to, if Nimrod is still here, is Nimrod still here? Okay. I'd like to make mention that the production of the plaques was made possible by Nature's Legacy, who have been very generous in participating in all of our events ever since. Thank you very much once again to Nature's Legacy. Please. this point, we'd like to thank our contributors and our sponsors. Omnibus sponsors include Cebu Holdings, Ayala Center Cebu, Contempo Property Holdings Incorporated, International Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, SM City Cebu, and Cathay Pacific Airways. We also wish to thank our multi-event sponsors, Cebu City Marriott Hotel and Sun Cellular. Our hotel partners are Cebu Park Lane International Hotel, Crown Regency Hotel and Towers, Radisson Blue, Cebu Park Lane International Hotel, and Marco Polo Plaza Cebu. Prime media partners include Sky Cable Pacific CATV, Business World, and GMA Network Center. Our media partners, Alcordo International Incorporated, 90.7 Crossover FM, The Freeman, Graphic Star Imaging Corporation, Green World LED Solutions, The Manila Bulletin, Microdata Systems and Management, MyNemo.com, NU107 Rock Philippines, which is, by the way, online, Sunstar Media Group, Sunshine Media Network International, Tech Seller Business Solutions, Twinbee Print Ads, Cebu Daily News, and Y101 FM. Event sponsors include Ecosystems Technologies Incorporated, Travel Club, Delcy, Backjoy, Primer Group of Companies, Cerulean Seascapes Mactan, Federal Land, Global Business Power Corporation, GMR Megawide Airport Corporation, which is responsible for refurbishing our airport, Jollibee Foods Corporation, Treasure Island Industrial Corporation, Lane Archive Technologies, PLDT SME Nation, and Sun Life Financial. Once again, in the interest of time, we have to continue so we can include as much of our presenters as much as possible and everything that they have to say for in their presentations for all of us. Our next speaker is going to talk on working on the industry roadmaps towards competitiveness. He is the Director of Resource-Based Industries Service of the Board of Investments. He's a graduate of Chemical Engineering at the National University, and he earned his master's degree in Business Administration at the Ateneo de Manila, master's degree in Economics at the University of Santo Tomas, master in Economics of Development at Australian National University, and a graduate certificate in Economics of Development at Australian National University. He's a licensed chemical engineer, and he's the alternate representative of the DTI Secretary in the National Renewable Energy Board, the National Biofuels Board, the Philippine Council for Agriculture, Aquatic, and Natural Resources Research and Development Council, rather PCAARRD, and the National Organic Agriculture Board and Mineral Industry Coordinating Council. To speak on working on the industry roadmaps towards competitiveness, let's welcome the Director for the Resource-Based Industry Service of the BOI, Mr. Nestor Arcansalin.
Uh, Ladies and gentlemen, maraming salamat po sa pag-invite nyo sa Board of Investments to present about its road mapping program. Now, first of all, I just want to let you know na the Board of Investments embarked in the road mapping program in 2012. And we all know that there is a Philippine Development Plan for 2011 to 2016. And this plan aims to enable business in the country to be more competitive, and it also aims to address constraints, especially in business environment. Actually, this is one of the questions that was asked in the panel, business environment. Raising productivity could be the question of agriculture, and also putting up or producing quality services comparable to global brands. And this could be tied up to our integration with the ASEAN Economic Community. So some of these questions were answered, that some of them were left behind. But let me tell you na usually the answers will come from the roadmaps. Kung meron po tayong craft na roadmap for the sectors, then I'm sure it's part of the road mapping activity for all these kinds of questions that we have. So basically, it is the roadmaps that will concretize these broad strategies of the Philippine Development Plan. Now, the next question is, what industries are we going to map? As you know, there have been many development plans that were crafted. We have the Philippine Development Plan, we have the Philippine Exports Development Plan, we have the Philippine Investments Promotion Plan, and also the Joint Foreign Chamber of Commerce of the Philippines. They came up with their own Arrancada Philippines some years before, and they have identified the specific sectors that they are going to promote and develop. But in the DTI, we also have our own blueprint of industry, and this was flashed earlier by ASEC Rodolfo, what we call the 5 pillars of industry development, which I'm going to discuss later in details. In fact, it is the first part of my slide. Okay, so you will see from the screen the 5 pillars that I have just mentioned. And the first pillar, or the first group that was identified here, is to sustain growth in revenue streams. So basically, these are the industries that we have been uh, considering as the big ones. It's the BPO, the semiconductor, the shipbuilding, and yeah, it's the shipbuilding. Now, why do we consider them the big ones? Because they continue to be earnings, giving big revenues to the government and employing bulk of our employable force. So we continue to maintain this. We want to sustain them, and we want them to be still here with us. If possible, we also want them to grow further. Now, the next pillar is called the pursuance of countryside growth. And normally, these are going to be the SMEs. And usually, it is the SMEs that we depend a lot when it comes to inclusive growth. Now, ano po itong mga SMEs na ito? Agri-based, and usually we have identified some examples here. Doon po sa mga exhibit natin, if you will go around and observe, marami po ang mga agri-based industries that are exhibited here. And basically, these are industries that we may consider emerging, and we may also consider that the employment of the rural folk will be very much engaged. And I think this is the second pillar that is very important for the Department of Trade and Industry. The third is we want to recover or recapture sectors. And normally these are the sectors that we used to have as with a big comparative advantage. At ito po yung mga sectors nung araw that we want, that were thriving, and that also employed a lot of our people. But because of the competition, because of our neighboring countries having lower labor costs and maybe better business environment, some of these industries went into these neighboring countries. But now we want to capture them back and bring them back. And most basically, these are the apparel, footwear, and we have even considered yung motor vehicle and auto parts. Now, the fourth one is to develop new revenue streams, and these are new BPOs. And mostly, these are going to be the creative industries. So, BPO pa rin, or business process management pa rin, but we want to go more into a varied activities like animation, software, gaming, game development, and even going into the medical space. Okay, my topic today will be basically focused on three important subjects. The first one is the industry development roadmap. Now, we know what a roadmap is. Very familiar po ito sa mga commuters or even drivers. It's really a guide that will lead them to their destination. The same thing with industry. There is a roadmap, but it's different from the roadmap. It's going to be a plan. It's going to be mapping of plans of actions. And usually these are going to be detailed plans to guide programs toward a goal, which is we consider our visions, objectives, and our targets. Now, we have also considered coming up with a comprehensive national industry strategy, or the CNIS. And basically, it is just a product of the roadmaps that we have crafted, the industry development roadmaps. So, in essence, yung industry development roadmap, the first bullet, will be the building blocks of this comprehensive national industry strategy. Again, your question kanina of how we are going to integrate, how we are going to even come up with an inclusive business, it's found here in this comprehensive national industry strategy. So we're still crafting this. I think we're refining this document. And the third one is the manufacturing resurgence program, which I think is very important for the industry who are here right now, which I will also discuss later. So the manufacturing resurgence program naman po will be the a building block coming from the manufacturing industry roadmap as the building block. So let me just walk you through the process that we went through in coming up with our road mapping program in the DTI. The first one is to craft development roadmaps, which I have already mentioned earlier. Next is to craft a comprehensive national industry strategy, which was also mentioned earlier. But the more important part in crafting a roadmap actually is the number three bullet here, which is to institutionalize public-private sector partnership in executing the roadmaps. Roadmaps are not new to us. They have been here and they have been done many, many years back. But some roadmaps have failed and some roadmaps were successful. Now, the reason why some failed is because of this element. Let me go back. It's because of this one. There is no public-private partnership that was institutionalized to implement the roadmap. And then the third one is build capacity of government. The government also is very fond of crafting roadmaps. Minsan, sila rin, they have their own roadmaps without even consulting the private sectors. And we all know that the roadmap is supposed to be private sector led. But then government sometimes is not well capacitated to execute the roadmap. So it's very important that government, both together with industry, will be capacitated in implementing the roadmap. The fourth one is just to be more focused in our investment. That's one of the purpose of why we want to have a roadmap. Okay, these are how we face the development of the roadmap, which I have already mentioned earlier. It's just a presentation of that facing. Okay, roadmap, going back again to what I have mentioned, it is supposed to be a private sector led. Now, we are aware that industries are different. Wala pong homogeneity ang industry. Iba-iba ho lahat sila. Now, it has a different and a varying degree of maturity. Just like what I have mentioned kanina, that's why we come up with that 5 pillars, because industries have different degree of maturity and even also different degree of implementation and different focus then. Now we want it to be private sector led because it's the industry or the private that knows best about the industry that they have. Now where does the government come in? It's usually an enabler or a facilitator. Now what we did in the crafting of the roadmaps is we did the first step, private sector led, but we guided them in producing these roadmaps. So in the ways that we did is we coordinated with industry associations and also with the relevant government agencies. And we organized workshops and facilitated also the data gathering from industry stakeholders. And then in some instances, we hired short-term experts to help in crafting their roadmaps. Now, what is a roadmap all about? Now, it's more about building and enhancing competitiveness of Philippine industries. This is the main purpose why we want to have a roadmap. Philippine industries competitiveness. And competitiveness in some ways that they will move up the value chain, which was already discussed a while ago, and then allow a deeper degree of participation in regional or global supply chain. Now, it was mentioned this morning about the fragmentation of industry processes. And the trend now is to chop the business operation, and then this is going to be farmed out in different countries. I think this is a strategy to become more competitive, especially for multinational companies or big companies that want to be more competitive in the global market. And we have seen this in different countries. We say now that may mga produkto na po that are not brand that they say it's not actually branded in China, but it or branded in Thailand or branded in Japan, but it's a product that came out of fragmentation from different countries. So in essence, parang this product is now can be labeled as made in the world or in international organization. And we want to be a part of this fragmentation activity. That's why we want to be competitive when it comes to industries of being globalized. Now, advocacy and rollout. We want to roll out also these industries. We want to make the industry aware of this roadmap. Otherwise, these roadmaps will just gather dust and it will not be implemented. Now, implementing of roadmaps, action plans, projects, and programs will be the last thing that will be done. But it also needs some monitoring later on. Now, why is there a need to have a roadmap? Some of this I have already mentioned a while ago. But the first thing that we have to do is to establish baselines and characterize our industries. Sometimes there are industries that do not know actually their own industry, where it is right now, and sometimes where it is going. And so it's important that there is a roadmap that has to establish the baseline, or in essence, is the state of the industry. Now, the next important thing to do here is to determine the industry potentials. It's actually the reason why you want to have a roadmap. You want to know the industry's potential in terms of uh, doing a SWOT analysis. And having done this, then you have to have goals and targets. Then you have to scan the market. You have to know your market before you really have to go into a business activity. Then craft and implement sound and relevant strategies. I think this is actually this is the core of the roadmap. It's the sound and relevant strategies that should be there. And that's the purpose of a roadmap. And then you have to ensure and focus promotional activities. And the last thing, but the most actually very important also is to provide policy coherence among trade, industry, and other public policies. Now, the next slide will show you how a roadmap will look like. Now, this is what we have uh, designed for the BOI roadmaps. I think the most important elements are already here, and it will now be something that will be a guide or a roadmap to investors as well as to people also, or to people who want to know more about an industry, and especially yung mga entrepreneurs din po natin. Now, says here is starts with the introduction, the state of the industry that I have mentioned, the SWOT analysis. Important are the vision, goals, and targets, and more important are the strategies and timetable. And I think the most important is the support to industry development, especially by the government. So take note, the government wants to have an industry roadmap so that it will know how it's going to support the industry. And later on, I will show you what the government has done as an initial step to support our own industries. And it does not only involve, let's say, policies, paperwork, but it has also committed a substantial amount of budget to help this industry, which I will mention later on in the industry revival program or the manufacturing revival program. Then next is the recommendations that we want to have for the industry. Now, when we prepare a roadmap, let's have to remember basic principles. And the basic principles that we have identified here is that it should be transparent, inclusive, and number three, important, is it should be participative. So it should be participated by all stakeholders. Now, the next thing is it should be pragmatic rather than a grand design. Now, so what do we mean by pragmatic? It comes from it's usually the keyword here, it should be practical. It should be matter of fact, and the actions to be done should be practical. And it should not be a grand design that cannot be done. Now, we have a lot of roadmaps with grand design, but they are hard to implement. So I think this is one basic principle that we must remember when we craft our roadmap. Okay, these are now the roadmaps that we have received from the industry sector. So I hope some of you are represented in this roadmap. So there are 29 roadmaps that we already have in our files, and we hope that take a look of these roadmaps. They are available in our website. The website is industry.gov.ph. So it's a very easy website. Just think of the industry, and it's a government site, and it's in the Philippines. So you can look at that. Honestly, I did not yet browse this website because it was newly launched, but they told me it can be seen in this website. So, dito po ninyo makikita yung mga craft ng industry, what will be their strategies when it comes to being competitive, and what will be the strategies that they want the government should get involved in, what the government should provide, and the strategies on how they will be able to integrate in the ASEAN countries. So maybe some of these industries have this integration with ASEAN countries. Now, not only we have 29 of these, we also have more coming up. There are already those that were drafted, and there are those that are under development. So most of these fall under consumer products, agri-based products, and also in services. Now, what is the national comprehensive national strategy that I was talking about? Now, the mandate of the PDP midterm plan is that we have to formulate and implement a comprehensive national industrial policy. It's our strategy. But what motivated us to promote or to crop up this CNIS? One is inclusive growth. We have been hearing a lot of this, and during the start of the present administration, it has been a word that we always hear or we have heard. Now, inclusive growth usually involves creation of more and better jobs. Sad to say, we have observed that we are growing. There is economic growth, but inclusive growth has always been asked or has been always a question. So, as it shows in this slide, there is what they call the jobless growth. We grow, but we don't grow, or we don't employ a lot of our employable population. Manufacturing has been stagnant, as they have said, uh, as they have observed. And we have services, we are growing in services, but it cannot absorb all the needed jobs. And the sad thing here is services usually requires the more skilled personnel. And in fact, even sa BPO natin, we want more skilled people. And if there are hundreds of applicants to a BPO or BPM business, only a very small percentage get employed. And we know that that's the case because it's the need ng industry, the kind of BPO. So that's why we want to research or we want to revive the manufacturing industry because even the high school graduate can go into this kind of industries. All they need is technical skills. They don't need to be very much well versed in English or not even in management. So that's the reason why we have to have the manufacturing industry resurgence program. Now the second reason is globalization, the rising regional economic integration, the global value chains. There is what we call now the regional or global production network. And I have mentioned this earlier, and we want to go into this kind of activities also. That's why we have to have a national strategy to be able to be a participant of this global value chain. Now, maybe this will just represent or show you about our manufacturing roadmap for structural integration. As I have mentioned earlier, some of these were already in our pillars for industry growth, which is the DTI 5 pillars. Rebuild existing capacities, shift to high value added activities, and move to high tech productions. Okay, another important part of the program is institutional mechanism. So this is what we have instituted in the BOI. Now, I don't know with previous roadmaps if or previous agencies if they have instituted something or a mechanism to really implement the roadmap. So important here is there is a cabinet assistance system. Now, the cabinet should recognize our roadmap. That's the most important thing here. Because the strategies in the roadmap are cross-cutting. They involve a lot of government agencies for you to move forward or for you to implement this roadmap. Okay, what constitute this mechanism? As first is the cabinet assistance system, as I have mentioned, but the really units that have to work a lot are the cabinet, are the industry development council, and the eminent persons group. Now, the industry development council consists of some of the departments in the government or in the bureaucracy, and we have here the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Energy, even the OST, Department of Health, and almost all the departments that involved into uh, industry development. Now, the eminent persons group are people, special people that we have put there to advise this industry development council, and this especially comprises those that are in the academe, the deans, but also previous ministers in the government, especially those that were involved in industry like former Prime Minister Cesar Birata and other people. Now, next is we have an executive committee, which really does the legwork in implementing the roadmaps. And then we have below this are the sectoral working group. Now, the sectoral working group is now comprised of the sectors or the industries where there is a champion for the industry and also a champion for the board of investments. Now, just to show you what is happening in a sectoral work. It's usually about completing information gaps. That's the most one of the most important thing that is being done. The roadmap is not cast in stone, and sometimes medyo may mga information pa rin ho na kulang nito. So still the sectoral working group will have to complete information gaps. The roadmap is not a document that is constant, or actually it's dynamic and it's changing. So one of the things that the sector should always do is to see that it is updated and to see that new developments are always in that roadmap. Now, shepherding interagency work is again an important work that is being done because policy reforms requires a broad range which involves government agencies. So this is what we do in the DTI. We shepherd industries in policy reforms. Taxation could be the BIR, administrative regulations, smuggling, logistics, permits, licenses, law implementation. The question a while ago that was asked is about all of these things, and sometimes we made fun of what was being said a while ago. But I think this is what we also have to do as an agency in the DTI. And we can only do this if these are provided in a roadmap, in the roadmap. Although we do this, but once we know that it is in the roadmap, I think it's stronger and it's more forceful for us to really act on it because we said roadmap is a document that is going to be recognized by the cabinet, and we hope that once it's there, they will also recognize whatever measures we want to put. If we have problem with the BIR, then we have to take note of it and bring it to the attention of the DOF or the BIR commissioner. So R&D is another thing that we have to do. It's our skills, product subsectors, implementation, monitoring, evaluation. And the last important thing here is reporting to the IDC. At least we have somebody who will listen to our problems, to our issues, and also some programs or projects that we want to implement. So that's the importance of that institutional mechanism for a roadmap. Now, just to show you the development program, our stages of implementation, this is just a visual to show you we have roadmaps that are still in the beginning, that are now in the intermediate stage, and that are now in the advanced stage. Now below will show you an example of some of our major accomplishments. So if you are interested, if these roadmaps are moving, try to look at it in our reports so that at least you have a confidence that the industry is being shepherded or is being or government is doing something to these kinds of to your industry. Now, the Manufacturing Resurgence Program, I have already mentioned this a while ago, inclusive growth and the structural change that will be essential for job creation. Now you will see from this slide how agriculture, mining, manufacturing, construction, and the rest have behaved in the last few decades. So this table just show that in the early years uh, manufacturing growth rose from the 50s to the 70s, and then it started to decline. And then what came next is our services increased from 70s to 20s. And looking at this, since services usually is sometimes selective when it comes to employment, we thought of reviving the manufacturing sectors. And we want to employ more people in the manufacturing sectors. So that's the reason why we came up with a manufacturing resurgence program. Policy, lessons learned. Yeah, this is the previous slide, I think. Now, what is this manufacturing resurgence program all about? We have identified priority programs of the present administration under the National Budget Memorandum. So there is already a budget memorandum for this program. It consists of projects, sub-programs that will enhance the competitiveness of the manufacturing industry. And its main reference will be the manufacturing industry roadmap. Now, what is the budget that was approved? Actually, it's no longer proposed for 2015. I apologize, this is an old slide. I think they uploaded the old version. But the budget for 2015 is 238 billion pesos. It's a huge sum of money. If first is I asked how this budget is going to be used. So actually, this is a budget for the whole, almost all the whole bureaucracy. So may mga binding constraint po tayo na sinasabi. Number one here is the infrastructure. Next is smuggling. Another thing is the logistics. We have problems when it comes to logistics. And we have also problems when it comes to administration or problems in the bureaucracy and power. I don't know if I already mentioned that. So I think this, actually this budget will have to be there so that those agencies that will address these binding constraints will be enabled to address them. And that's why it's a big amount of money so that powers can be addressed, power shortage can be addressed, infrastructure can be addressed, needs for more ports can be addressed. And then if we can reorganize or even improve our services in the government, it can also be addressed. Plus, our initiatives to compete in the global market can also be addressed. Now we are, actually it's DTI is the lead agency of this, and there are participating agencies. Some of the agencies that are supposed to be participants are not yet listed in this slide. Now, what is the outcome that we want out of this resurgence program? It's a 3 percentage point annual increase in value added, a 0.5 percentage point in the share to GDP, and a 30 to 500,000 jobs per year. So you will note na medyo modest po itong mga figures na ito. But on the overall, if we put them in the magnitude of the whole economy, malaki na rin po ito na at malaki na rin ang may tutulong niya when it comes to our inclusive growth. So we hope we can meet this target with that kind of support that we are getting from the government. So this is just the mechanism that will show you how we can propel the engine of growth. As I have mentioned, there is horizontal measures and there are now going to be the vertical measures. The vertical measures usually are defined in a roadmap. The horizontal dun sa comprehensive national industrial strategy. Now these are now the industrial policy elements that we have identified. I'm sure you can look at this sometime later. And just to show you that for specific policy tools, we have considered tariff as one of those elements that we want to look into. And also the market access, incentives, technical standards, trade remedies, demand side situation, and then the public investments in common facilities. So basically, these are all government programs. And when it comes to specific policy tools, I think this is where the government will support a lot. But when it comes to actions like value chain gaps, when it comes now to the actual work that has to be done, we are depending a lot on the private sector because it's the sector that really has to be working to be more competitive. Now, I think this is just a presentation of some of our expansions on the domestic market. Applicable here is applied here is the automotive sector. It's our the skills training that we have identified. Other strategic actions for the industry. So before closing, I think we have to really be exerting more a lot of effort, a lot more of efforts in helping the industry. And we know na it's the industry that will really going to address everything of our problems in the economy. Now, first thing that we must remember is the globalization or the economic integration. First is we must remember that with the ASEAN economic integration or even our partnership or trade agreements with other countries, they are initiatives that we do that will help us at the same time will going to challenge us. Now it will help some of our businesses when it comes to access to the export market. When it comes to the importation of their cheaper raw materials, it will help them. But when it comes to our domestic industries, it will be a challenge for cheaper goods. It will also be a challenge for more efficient and more more or industries that have more technologies that can be put up here. So yung labanan po ngayon dito is competitiveness, and we hope our industries will become more competitive. So basically, yun po ang reason why we have roadmaps is the competitiveness of the industries. So thank you for your attention, and we hope we have presented you our program and it will help you in the future.
Thank you, Director Arcansalin. I'd like to tell everyone here right now that the PowerPoint presentations that were done this morning will be uploaded to the Cebu Chamber site online, and you can access these in a matter of days. So if you particularly liked some presentations earlier, you can access the website and you'll be able to see them online, and you can download these PowerPoint presentations for yourselves. One more announcement, there will be raffles after the entire session later this afternoon. We're going to be giving away electronic toys courtesy of PLDT SME Nation, as well as other gadgets. So for those of you who will be present, you're going to be lucky enough to take some home. So be present in order to take them home. And tomorrow, our first speaker will be Senator Bam Aquino, rather Senator Paulo Benigno Bam Aquino IV. And we are going to be here early for that. So I'd like to, in the interest of time, we wish to request those of you who will be here tomorrow to please be early, so in order to be able to catch Senator Aquino. Right now, I'd like to call on we're going to go into local industry opportunities and challenges. And to speak about the opportunities and challenges in tourism, I'd like to call on one of the prime movers of the local tourism industry. Uh, she's a graduate of the rather she's a graduate of a bachelor's degree in speech and drama from the University of the Philippines in Diliman in Quezon City. She took graduate studies in the fields of linguistics from the University of San Carlos in Cebu and special studies in German language training at the Goethe Institute in Munich in West Germany. She's been with the tourism industry for 20 years or so. Started as a tour guide, travel agent, and tour operator, and DOT resource speaker and trainer. She's currently the managing director of Southwind Travel and Tours, vice president Visayas for the Tourism Congress of the Philippines. And actually, if you noticed me getting nervous, she's one of the reasons why I make it a point to speak well because she was my professor in English. And she made me dot my lines and cross my T's and dot my I's properly. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure and it really gives me great enjoyment to introduce to you this lovely and wonderful lady, Mrs. Alice Keblatin.
Sorry, but I still have to learn how to use the clicker. Okay, so which one? This one moves. Okay. All right. Anyway, good afternoon. Thank you, Punsoy. I hope he did not reveal with that introduction how old I am. Okay. Anyway, I'm very much happy to at least that the Cebu Chamber is giving tourism the right prominence that it really deserves. Because for the past many years, however helpful the Cebu Chamber is, the tourism sector felt that among the many industries, BPO and so on, the tourism was not given the prominence that it really deserves. But finally, since on a national level, tourism is now really a big industry. And even the LGUs are finding their way into the tourism map. Then I think this is the right time to think about it, especially that the ASEAN integration is already happening or is already here. So, okay, so I'll just do this quick. It doesn't move. This one. Okay. I'm sure this morning's speakers were very informative on what the ASEAN integration is all about. So, okay, the ASEAN integration for tourism mainly means that there will be a free flow of goods, services, and capital within the ASEAN member countries, and there are 10 of us, and that will necessarily create a highly competitive single market. And that is for the tourist entity very, very challenging, because right now we are already competing with major markets in Thailand, Singapore, and Malaysia among the 10 member nations, and Vietnam is catching up very fast. But now with the open borders and the free flow of goods and services, the challenges will even be more. But happily, we in the tourism industry is so up and about it. We believe that the ASEAN integration will be great for Philippine tourism, mainly because it will create more jobs. And we know very well that tourism is a labor-intensive industry, and there will be many ancillary services that will be required by the different parts of the tourism value chain. Travel and transport will mean more accessibility, more aircraft, more airlines coming in, more seaports, more all of that stuff, and also in the accommodation sector. While Cebu is very much identified with five-star resort hotels, we need other star ratings of hotels, city hotels. We need medium, like from the between the 3 to the 4-star hotels. That's what we need in the city. So even in food, I mean, yes, Cebu is a very good place where you have new companies coming up with different types of restaurants. When we open the borders, even now, we get requests for, can you give us 5 different Indian restaurants? And that for us is already a big challenge, because we cannot even name 3 Indian restaurants that can accommodate at least 50 to 100. So we have turned down a lot of Indian people coming in because we don't have that facility. Okay, not to mention the halal type of thing, but even with the Indian market, which is already a major market that's trying to come in, we don't have that. Vietnamese market, we want the Vietnamese to come in because they like shopping, they like pilgrimage tours. But food, for example, the different types of restaurants that they demand, we don't have it. But Cebu is very up and about in that part, because we have Japanese, Korean, which are our biggest single markets. And we have already a lot of Japanese food, Korean restaurants, and so on. We need other types of food or restaurants to offer other kinds of ASEAN food as well. And India is really our #1 problem, because we cannot have a restaurant that can accommodate minimum 50. Okay, so it can also, even the other parts of the value chain. Entertainment, yes, we're very good in entertainment, but we don't know how to brand it. Like if they would say, bring us to a dine around place. A dine around place means that when we go to that place, they can have a drink there, eat in the next restaurant, do karaoke in the next, do what do you call this, dancing in the other restaurant, in the other place. They have to be more or less compressed in an area which we will promote as a dine around area. Right now, Ayala, the terraces answers that, but we have to travel a long way if we want singing. Of course, there's the red box, I know, but we need to go into a place where we want, what do you call this, legitimate dancing. So that for us, in all our farm trips, aside from showing them the hotels and the resorts, the next request is show us your dining areas, show us your entertainment areas. So that for us needs a little bit of organizing, okay? And of course, that's only entertainment and excursions. What type of activities do we promote? What kind of tour packages do we have in the offering? So that alone is really very important. It will create more jobs, and all of these ancillary services are very labor intensive. Okay, it will demand management skills, what do you call this, even medium skills from housekeeping to tour guiding, and it will also require even low skilled workers that can be provided by the community. We need, for example, drivers who should be trained how to treat tourists, taxi drivers, okay, jeepneys, because they like to ride that. Unless we have other means of transportation, we do a lot of jeepney transfers, but our jeepney drivers do not even know how to dress well, how to talk, and all of that. So even low skilled labor is going to be very important if we really open already our doors to all. Now, better infrastructure, that's good for us. Necessarily, if you want to bring in more tourists, it will mean better roads, more connection, more bridges, better airports, port terminals, and all of that. That's why we're very happy that our airport is undergoing a lot of improvement. Very recently, we just had a new airport management for the terminal. And now we are going to open T2. The building of T2. And that will increase the traffic of more bigger bodied airlines to come in, bringing in more tourists. So that is going to be good for the Cebu community. Okay. And then more roads, although there's still a lot to be desired, but we can see already that there's more happening on the road already. Okay, of course, we have big events coming, APEC and the IEC, and that's the reason why all of these infrastructure are getting on place. But that's good for all of us. Okay, and finally, of course, bridges. We have 2 bridges connecting us to Mactan, but now we know that that's the nightmare that we have. So the 3rd bridge that's coming up, that must be done within a year or 2. Otherwise, what will the seaside city, coastal development of the SRP, do if we cannot get them across on time. So if all of these are coming up together, that's because competition is also coming in. And again, that's good for us. Okay. And of course, for us, it will encourage entrepreneurship, particularly for Cebu, since small and medium, tourism requires even like a small restaurant, or it could be even just one facility that only will offer only one type of, let us say, service. So it is an opening to small and medium size of what you call establishments. The dynamic business climate is going to move us to come up with every need that a tourism sector will request. For example, look at our hospitals. We have already very good hospitals coming in. So medical tourism is the next sector that will grow. But we need people to be trained, like we need training in caregivers. We don't have to import them. We need them right here. So training capacity will have to be increased. There will be more training programs that will be needed. And we can come up with a small training outfit that could just train caregivers. And we could come up with a small training outfit that could just train one or two frontliners. That is being done by maybe 5 or 6 training centers now, but that will be increased as soon as we get the more Asian travelers here. Okay, so if we look at the profile of the ASEAN travel market, there's a mistake there. That should be 600 million. Total ASEAN population of the 10 member countries is around 600. And Ponsoy just told me that it's getting to be 700. But let's look at the traveling population. Total travelers within ASEAN in 2012 was 89 million. In 2013 became 94 million. In 2014, which is just last year, 100 million. And we are looking at a number of 107 million traveling within the ASEAN region. But what is interesting is the percentage. 55 million of all those travelers were definitely non-ASEAN. They were Japanese, Koreans, Chinese, people from Hong Kong, from the US, from Canada, Australia, and Europe. But look at 45% were ASEAN traveling within ASEAN, but they didn't come to us. They went to markets like Thailand, Singapore, and Malaysia. These are the bigger countries that took 45% of the traveling ASEAN. Okay, so oh my, I have to go back. Okay, so what should we do then in order to have a big share, even if only on the 45%? So our first positioning is to encourage travel into Cebu or the Philippines. Philippines first and then Cebu from other ASEAN countries. We already have large Asian markets like Japan and Korea, but why couldn't we target our neighbors? Okay, that's going to be a challenge. Now, what can we do? We have to create things that they're looking for. Like we had an Indonesian speaker last week when we did a tour guiding convention, and I asked him, he was an Indonesian representing Bali, and we told him, you are our #1 competitor. I mean, Cebu. Whenever we make a bid for a group of tourists to come, on the other side is always Bali or Phuket. So when we ask him, many of you have been to Bali, but our beaches are definitely better. Okay, our food is just as good. You know, our culinary mix is way beyond compare, but nobody's promoting it in that manner. So when I ask him, what do you think will make the Thais or the Balis come over? Because, I mean, their access in terms of airport, we're way behind because they have something like 94 direct flights coming into Bali. So we don't have that yet. But when I ask him, what do you think will make the Balinese or the Thais come here? The #1 that he said to me is food. Make a culinary tour because people like to eat. And the way that he only stayed here for 3 days and he thought that it was already a journey of tastes. Okay, so he said, organize a culinary tour because among ASEANs, we love to eat. So we can even go from one country to another just eating. Okay, when we go to Bangkok, we spend 2 days of different types of food. Why couldn't we use food as our capital attraction for the other ASEANs because we will never go wrong. Okay, and second, he said, you really organize what we mean adventure tours because right now the talk of the town is really what can I do rather than what can I see. We don't go to a country anymore to do sightseeing. You do that on the internet. You go to the country and say, what can I experience? And who can do that better but not the Filipinos, isn't it? We can do that better. So he was telling us, for example, Cebu. I read about the Iron Man. I read about kayaking. He reads about so many adventure sports. Why don't you come up with a tour product that will really promote adventure? Cycling, he cited that. And I was thinking, yeah, that's true. For the past 3 years, we have been doing cycling tours from Switzerland, but none from the ASEAN. And according to him, everybody bikes. So why couldn't we come up with a cycling tour? Or why couldn't we make our local cycling groups meet cycling organizations as well, and they can do an exchange, and they can really come and cycle together. A cycling map I don't even have, but I'm selling cycling tours to Switzerland. But who made the cycling map? They did, I didn't. So it is something like they're discovering things in our country, things in Cebu, things in Region 7, which I never saw before. So if we put our heads together and really come up with an honest-to-goodness cycling tour, according to him, it will sell very well in ASEAN. Okay? And ancillary service to that, which I found also is lacking in Cebu, is a professional bicycle shop. You know, bicycles go kaput. So where do they bring it? And we need to know the size of the wheel and all. I'm not a cyclist, so I can't talk much about it. But before every cycling group comes in, they already ask me, please locate this wheel dimension. So I have to go from one bicycle shop to another. What we need is give them the address of a bicycle shop, put it in their brochure so that you don't have to carry so many things coming in because we will source it out and we have that. And that is lacking. If we need to really organize a professional cycling tour, we need that. And there is no investor who has gone into that. We have to travel from one small bicycle shop to another. Okay? And soft adventure tours, of course. We don't want to brag about our Butanding, but they are looking into things of that nature, back to nature, bringing us out to the coastal areas, bringing us to the mountains. So if we only look into other packaging, that would be very attractive to the other ASEAN. Okay, and we can capitalize on the concept of hub travel. Cebu is a hub. We know that very well. A domestic hub, an international gateway. We are the center of Region 7. Not only that, all the ships or people who'd like to go to Manila go via Cebu. All the people that like to go to Mindanao, they could always stop in Cebu. And that is what makes Cebu very important in the business plan. We are a hub. Now, to the ASEAN, traveling outside for 3 days and only visiting Cebu may not be enough. But if we offer via Cebu, you get to Bohol. Via Cebu, you get to Boracay, because these are very popular destinations already. Via Cebu, let us introduce you to Dumaguete and Siquijor. Via Cebu, you get to Mindanao, to the Enchanted River in the Caraga region. Via Cebu, you can also even get to Luzon. And because of our flights, we can do that. There are about 25 flights every hour on the hour to Cebu, Manila. So we can really map out a connective route. And we are using the concept of hub travel. And that's the way we do it. When we go to, we always have to think, how are we enticed to go to Thailand? Now it's not just Cebu, Bangkok, Cebu, or Manila, Bangkok, Manila. It is now Manila, Bangkok, Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, back to Manila. All of that in 6 days. And my God, the Cebuanos grabbed that package. But why don't we do it the other way around? We are always just thinking of Cebu. Now, let's use a hub because this is a travel trend today. The more countries, the more cities they see in one flight, the better it's going to be. And it's good for us because they will stay longer in our destination. Okay? So we are now trying to promote. Cebu Bohol is already a very popular partnership. But we're doing now, Boracay can sell on its own, but we're trying to tell them, come via Cebu and then go to Boracay rather than just go Manila, Boracay. We're using Cebu as a hub. And that's a great travel trend. And among ASEANs, it's really a pull. Okay, all right. Then, okay, the other strategy that we are doing, first, we want to pull in the ASEAN travelers because 45% are ASEAN travelers. Second strategy is we are going to be competing with them as well. So we have to strengthen our position in the large ASEAN markets. And our large ASEAN markets will be definitely Japan, Korea, of course, we see them a lot. Hong Kong, India is the new market that we're talking about. And Russia has always been a market that we get towards the year end when, weather there is cold, they'd like to come here. And they stay here for a long time. They stay here sometimes for almost 30 days, 3 weeks. They're really they're big spenders. And the longer they stay, the more money we get, no? So we have to strengthen our position in these large markets. We cannot just sit here and see, oh, there are already many Koreans around, fine. Okay, now the thrust of the DOT, since the Koreans are here and they're doing their own momentum, the thrust of the DOT these days is to go back and pull the Japanese in because we've lost this market. Okay, when we say we've lost this market, it means that there is a decline. But what DOT is now aligning is to pull the Japanese market. And believe it or not, the product that will pull them back to us are the retirement villages and communities. And so that's why even at the end of my talk, I can even say, let's collaborate. Industries collaborate. Retail, estate, they have to collaborate with tourism. Retail will also collaborate because we use a lot of retail in promotions. Okay, so how do we do that? We know what Japan wants, but right now we're trying to fill in the gap of letting the moneyed people, those who are really quite retired, they want to come in, they want to look at our retirement villages. And even the Department of Tourism, they have been asking us, have we heard of villages that are being set up for retirement? Okay, I mean, communities that are being set up. I've heard of Amon Sagana up there in Busay, but we still do not know how far, when, and it has to be a community near a hospital, near some malls. I mean, accessibility, that has to be thought of. But that is going to be a big market for Japan. That's why in the next trip that we're doing for Japan, we're bringing in real estate people. Because, the people in real estate, if they're able to pull in Japanese to look into their products, it means that they are first a tourist. When they come in, they have to like the place first. They have to feel that they're welcome. They have to see that it's a safe place, okay, and experience our hospitality. If they like that, they could become investors and then maybe make Cebu their second home. So these people are first tourists before they become residents. So we are trying to bring them together in our trips because they can speak more of the new demand in that market. Korea, of course, we know English learning schools. Even Japanese are looking for English learning schools. Okay, and Hong Kong, we're still in our. Hong Kong is trying to get a lot from us because most of the Cebuanos are going to Japan. Japan is now the new Hong Kong. No, not many people go to Hong Kong anymore, but a lot of Filipinos are going to Japan. So Hong Kong, they're trying to win us. We are also trying to win them. Okay, and they want more interactive tours. So these are new niche products that we can look into. Diving. Oh, I heard that my good friend Ponsoy is making an application or a digital website there for diving sites in Cebu. It's true, there's none of that, okay? I mean, consolidated with complete information. Where can you stay? Which are the diving groups that you can contact? How much can it cost? What are the certifications that are needed? There's none of that yet. So that has to be organized. That's a niche market that will pull in both Japan, Korea, and Hong Kong, okay? And medical tourism with the new UC Med, with the Chonghua, and all the other new hospitals coming up. Medical tourism is not far behind, all right? English language learning, and again, as I've mentioned it, retirement communities, niche product development. And the third important strategy that we are also trying to implement now is don't forget or be ready for a fast-growing market segment. We in whole of ASEAN, which is the MICE segment, the meetings, incentive travel, conventions, and exhibitions. Happily, Cebu is very famous for this already. But since we lost our Cebu, what was that again? Convention Center, the CICC, we've lost it. We don't have a place anymore for them. We're just waiting, hopefully, for the SMX, the SM development that will come, according to Miss Marisa, in within 3 years. So if that complex is finished with a five-star hotel there and a convention center, we will have a chance in getting the big conventions into Cebu. Right now, we are just satisfied with mid-range conventions, but we don't even have a facility that can seat at 5,000. We only go up to about 2,000. So anything more than 2,000, we have to turn down because we don't have the facility for that. Okay? I mean, as a convention center or as a meeting facility. Happily also, I can see that every restaurant now has meeting or function rooms for rent. That's a good move. Instead of just a restaurant, you have also meeting facilities. And I think they're doing well because a lot of people need meeting space. Okay? Exhibitions. If we don't have a facility for 5,000, then maybe we cannot also get the big exhibitions. Okay, what are the challenges? Of course, access and connectivity of destinations. Airline access is getting improved, but our sea travel access is not yet that improved. Okay, I mean, we're very happy that Ocean Jet improved the terminal building, but that's only as far as the building is concerned. I mean, the trips on the Ocean Jet, I mean, it still is a lot to be desired. But not only that, the meaning here of access and connectivity means that when a tourist lands at the airport, he must be able to buy a ticket to Bohol from the airport, a ticket to Siquijor or Dumaguete from the airport, all by sea. But there's not a single outfit that sells Ocean Jet, Supercut, and all of that in the airport. And that is the meaning really of accessibility. So that when they buy a Cebu or what, let's say a Cebu Soul, and they want to connect immediately to Bohol, we will just tell them maybe, okay, you don't have to buy your ticket. I have to send my own staff to the pier and buy the tickets for you, and I charge again something for that. Get your tickets, we make, because we can do already online reservation with Ocean Jet. We do an online reservation on Ocean Jet, but get your ticket at the airport. Get your ticket for Bantayan at the airport. Get your ticket for Dumaguete at the airport on Maayo shipping or whatever shipping lines. If we are able to do that, that's really connectivity. Okay, that still is a big challenge, but it can be done. Okay, the different labor standards. We have been talking about competitive labor. In tourism, in ASEAN integration, competition is both ways. There are only two major areas of competition: competitive labor and competitive attractiveness of the destination. In the labor sector, we are very well. We are very good. In fact, we are exporting our people. No, all our doctors and all of that, they go abroad. However, when we speak now of ASEAN integration, there is going to be one certification that will be acceptable in all ASEAN member countries. The fact that we have different standards between how to certify a front office clerk in Singapore and how do we certify a front office clerk in the Philippines. These are two separate labor standards. Now, that's quite a challenge, because if our hotel sector hospitality worker applies there, he will be matched with other applicants as well. If our labor standard is not, the training standard does not come up to par, then we will always pale in comparison. But we are doing something about it, okay? Inadequate infrastructure, power and water. I mean, we just had 2 days ago the meeting for APEC, which comes in September, and the manager of Radisson Hotel brought it up. Yes, we're doing good roads. Everybody's happy with all the asphalting and whatever. But when it rains like the way it rained today, like when it rained in November, water comes up to about almost waist level in the area of SM. And we don't want tourists to drown. So he brought it up. I mean, what do we do if it rains at this time like this in September? Are we assured that there will be no flooding So, all of these things really will have to be addressed because that's one of the problems of Cebu. And power, now we are rationing power, brown out here, brown out there. But if we are doing a big convention, we must be able to not tell them that there will be a 9-second or a 9-minute change of power. That is not going to be acceptable if we are competing really for a big convention. So again, that's also a big challenge to Cebu. Water, of course, the lack of promotion and information. That's all the time there. But we are already getting into organizing our trade missions, our sales trips. We are working together with the airport for the very first time. The airport management is so interested to work with us in a task force committee to target where we're going for the next sales trip. I mean, that has never happened before. I mean, obviously, the airport wants more people to come in because it will mean more terminal fee and they're earning. We also want more people to come in because it will serve all our purpose. But to band together and decide what is the market that you want to hit. We told them Japan. Okay, then they're going to support our Japan trip. See, so we all traveled together. They now explain how beautiful our airport is, what things they have done to liberalize and to rationalize the amount, the expense that each aircraft or airline will have to pay. They're now liberalizing that, and they're showing everybody that immigration procedure is done in what, 5 minutes, not the usual 30 minutes. So if they are really concerned about it and they help also in funding the trip, we are really working closely together. So it can really be done if we put our acts together. Okay, the hotels and the tour operators, they have been working together, but now we've got the LGUs there, the local government units, the mayors of Cebu, Mandawi, and Lapu-Lapu, and the airport to work with us. Okay, all right, then. So what are we doing? We're facilitating travel. For all ASEAN, automatically, it's now instead of 21 day, it's a 59-day visa free. For the Indians, it's going to be visa upon arrival. So, I mean, that is already making it easier for us to sell to them. The India is a very good market because they'll have a wedding for the whole month. Okay, so you will really earn. My God, Shangri-La is so happy with their weddings of the Indians. And they are looking for restaurants outside of the hotel. We don't have it. Okay, adopt a competency-based certification. Finally, DOT and the TESDA are marrying together to come up with one uniform certification. What DOT wants and what TESDA wants. Put it under a certification where DOT and the logo of DOT and TESDA appear. If you present that to the other countries and you've got the aptitude of the certification standard followed by the other members of the ASEAN, then you are now at par. And we always excel because English is our language, and nobody can beat that. Okay, and we are now collaborating with other industries, as I've mentioned. Real estate is trying to understand what makes tourism tick. And we are also, we in the tourism industry, we're also trying to understand what does real estate have that we can use as a pull in order to make people come. As far as tourism, the department is concerned, and we private stakeholders, the more bodies come, the better. What they do, whether they stay, they move on, that's what the community has to think about. But we are now really in charge of bringing them in. Real estate is trying to convince them, buy and make Cebu your second home. Okay, but more can be done. We can create more digital products, and I was happy to discuss this with Bunsoy to address the needs of tourists. We now have Cebu map guides. We have QR codes. No, we have very good travel bloggers. In fact, I read a lot about Cebu on the travel blog. But there is still a lot to be desired. We need, for example, web marketers to teach us how to use the web for marketing. Web marketing is none. All the tour operators are still on the traditional method of face-to-face and like that. You know, I mean, social media has to be reckoned with. So web marketing, to come up with platforms or programs that will make it easy for us to do online payment. We don't have it, only PayPal, but that's kind of difficult for us to do. I'm happy that I heard that for domestic tourism, we can use now Luwilier's Kwarta Padala. So if I have a client in Palawan who wants to come to Cebu, how will he send money? Not anymore bank to bank. They go to Luwilier's pawn shop, and then in what? In an hour, in 30 minutes, I get the payment. So using that kind of collaboration is very good because it will bring tourism to the countryside. Okay, so we have other outfit as well that will really that really needs more digital products, online reservations. We are doing that with the airline, but not yet with tour services, an online payment as well. And ASEAN travelers, we have to remember, are young travelers. These are not old. Of course, we need still the elderly. Nobody's old. We need the elderly because they bring in good money. But if we want to have more activity in the ASEAN region and Philippines joining in, because Vietnam is coming fast behind us, we have to think of products that will appeal to the young generation of ASEAN traveler. Lifestyle is very active and they have a higher interest in adventure. Activities must be interactive. Okay? At the end of the day, if I am a Cebuano, and if I want to close my presentation this afternoon, it's really to tell you that I'm happy I'm in tourism, and all of us and every Cebuano should say at the end of the day, with tourism, my life is better and happier. Thank you.
Wonderful presentation as well. Thank you very much, Ms. Alice Keblatin. We're about to see the opportunities within the ICT and BPM sector. And our speaker actually just concluded a very successful convention for ICT and BPM. Our speaker is going to, our speaker is the managing director of CEDFIT, and he's the immediate past president of the Cebu City National Science High School Alumni Foundation, and is currently the vice president of the National ICT Confederation of the Philippines. He's now the newly elected chairman of Regional Technical Education Skills and Development of TESDA Region 7. Currently, he's actively organizing and helping EMC's Academic Alliance program grow here in the Visayas and Luzon and Mindanao. He's an active member of the Visayas ICT Cluster and has contributed in the successful implementation of the cluster's projects. He's currently the ICT BPM chairperson of Cebu Business Month, and he's handled the chairmanship since 2012. He's very familiar with all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, to speak on ICT BPM opportunities, let's welcome Mr. Wilfredo Jun Sa.
Good afternoon. So everybody's still sleepy, but I think the past speaker just set the tone with a very interesting presentation about tourism. So I will do some sharing on the ICT BPM success of Cebu and of course the challenges and opportunities. So let me just first start with the why we can say that the ICT BPM is a success story of Cebu. So I have to learn how to coordinate this. Okay. Well, as we all know, Cebu City has been the #8 global outsourcing cities in the Tholon's top 100 list. And this is a list of 100 cities located all over the globe. And this has happened for the last 3 years, in 2013, 14, and 15. One thing that we should all be very proud of is that of the top 10 cities, Cebu is one of the smallest city in this list because we only have about 2 million people, while most of these top 10 cities have at least 5 million to even up to 20 million people. So this is a big accomplishment that Cebu has achieved. And what does this mean in terms of the increase of number of companies in this industry? In 2001, we only have about 5 companies. And these were the pioneers in this industry. We had NEC Software Development Company. Then we had, of course, our own Nangkai. Then we had Lear PATC, or the Philippine Engineering and Technology Center. And we also had Lexmark Research and Development and Innodata. So these were the five famous companies during that time. And in the year 2014, we now have about 200 companies in this industry. So let me just name the top 10 of these companies, which the Cebu City government recently recognized last June 3. So I need my código just to make sure that I don't miss a company. And I would like to mention these companies in alphabetical order. So we first start with Accenture, then we have Convergys, ePerformax, Lexmark, Qualphone, Sykes, Teleperformance, Telstra, Wipro, and Xerox. These same big companies are, most of them are also located in the National Capital Region, maybe with the exception of Lexmark and yeah, probably it's only Lexmark that's only here in Cebu. So in terms of employment, let me share with you the picture. In 2001, there were only 1,200 employees, and most of them were coming from data. So these were the data encoding activities. Oops. But by the end of 2014, we now have 100,000 people which are directly employed in this industry. And what is the implication of this? Based on the average entry-level rate of the workers in this industry, which is 15,000, this has generated a total of 19.5 billion pesos annually. So you can just imagine the taxes, the disposable income that this industry has shared with the government and to the different industries here. And aside from that, we have another 250,000 heads indirectly employed because of this industry. And this includes the taxi drivers, the vendors, the restaurant crew, and of course the people working in the spas and so on. And with this, it has generated an additional 15 billion pesos per year. And we're just calculating this as at an average income of 5,000 pesos per month. And I think more than 70% of all medium and high-rise buildings can be attributed to the success of this industry. In this picture, you can see that it has practically changed the landscape of Cebu. And this picture doesn't even show the buildings that are at Cebu IT Park, because you can see at the far, what's that, right corner? You have waterfront, and beyond that is Cebu IT Park. So what are the factors of the growth and success of this industry? First, we have the early presence of the export processing zone in Mactan. One thing common about the pioneers in this industry, such as NEC, Lexmark, and Lear, they all have their roots in their manufacturing operations. And it's because of the manufacturing operations that they discovered the talents of our engineers, and they decided to establish their software development companies like NEC. And in the case of Lear, they established the Philippine Engineering and Technology Center. And of course, with Lexmark, the research and development. Next, of course, is the availability of good infrastructure. And this is because we have the export processing zones. So the power, the water, the telecommunication, our international seaport, and the international airport are also very important for the growth of the service outsourcing industry. And of course, the strategic location of Cebu. We all know that we're at the heart of the Visayas, and Cebu has always been a center for education, employment, commerce, trade, and so on. So a lot of people come here and they find work. And of course, as mentioned by one of our speakers earlier, the professor from AIM, he mentioned about the quality of our talent. And we have noticed that we have world-class talent not only in manufacturing, but also in outsourcing as well. During the last ICT BPM conference, we heard from our speakers coming from Manila that the Cebu location is always a benchmark location for them. We can always compete with their sites in Manila that has been established way ahead of the sites in Cebu. And of course, we can credit it also to the vision and actions of local leadership, which is very much private driven. In 2001, when the outsourcing industry in Cebu was still starting, we had our first Cebu IT Summit. And during that time, Cebu was still aspiring to become one of the IT hubs of the country. Well, more than 10 years later, we have achieved, and we are not just an IT hub, but we are also a BPO hub as well, not only of the Philippines, but of the whole world. And of course, we can credit also the actions taken by the private sector, particularly Cebu Chamber, who has helped in organizing or in founding CEDFIT, which is the local foundation that is directly supporting the IT BPM industry of Cebu. And we should not forget to mention the efforts of the Cebu Investment Promotion Center, because with this promotion center, they did a lot of, they invited a lot of investors, first from the manufacturing sector, and eventually when they saw the decline of the manufacturing activities, they decided to do a roadshow in Manila to invite the IT BPM companies to consider Cebu as a backup site. And as they say, the rest is history. So how is Cebu sustaining this success? Well, we now have the proven talent. So this talent can now handle more complex responsibilities, and this should be the way to do it. We should not be contented with the entry-level outsourcing jobs, because these jobs can easily be taken away from us, because we are operating in a very competitive global environment. Then we already have the support ecosystem, and which is already adapted to the 24/7 lifestyle of this industry. And we have IT parks and buildings all over the city, and now we even have one right beside the beach. And we continue to have stronger academe and industry linkage, resulting in more collaboration and faster results. It is probably an envy of the other cities that here in Cebu, we can simply text to presidents of companies and even high-ranking officials in the schools, and we can easily gather them together so that we can meet and discuss issues. So as they say, things happen faster here in Cebu. Then of course we continue the search for high-value niches, and we should also be preparing for it. And the critical infrastructure is in place, because this is something that we had since the manufacturing days, but we must continue to upgrade this infrastructure. So what are the challenges and opportunities in the ICT BPM industry? The first challenge is the high growth of this industry. It is projected to grow between 15 to 20% in the next 5 years. And this is the projection of the national organization, which we call IBPAP. So this is not a very common growth rate for any industry. And that's why with this growth rate, we have associated challenges with it. So since we need more people, that means we need more training institutions and training centers so that they can supply the right kind of talent that is required in this industry. Then we need to develop our teachers through industry training and long-term immersion in the industry. We should emphasize the partnership between the academe and the industry so that there will be a better understanding of the requirements of the industry. And we're very optimistic on this because we're getting very positive response from the industry as well. And in fact, we schedule forums or discussions between industry and academe for this to continuously happen. And we also have this service management program. Maybe not many of you know about this program, but this is a program that has been initiated by IBPAP in partnership with CHED and the outsourcing companies in Manila. They came up with a 21-unit curriculum that will specifically prepare our graduates for jobs in the BPO space. And we have two modes of delivering this program. We have the traditional mode. And in this mode, IBPAP has partnered with the state universities, and they did some pilot trainings in Luzon and in Visayas, but here in the Visayas, it was done in Nurso or Negros Oriental State University. But some companies here in Cebu were involved in the actual OJT training of the graduates of that service management program. The initial success of this program showed that the employability of our graduates has been increased about 3 times. At present, before they had this service management program, the employability was only 10% maximum. But after the students underwent the service management program, this was increased to 30%. So the initial results looks very promising. And with these promising results, the World Bank saw the success of the initial program. That's why they gave more funding to IBPAP. And IBPAP, in partnership with UP Open University, they came up with an online, they will be coming up with an online version of service management program. So probably later this year, everybody who is interested to learn more about the service management program can just access the program through the internet. So this will be more accessible to more Filipinos as long as there is internet access. And it's not only accessible to Filipinos, but it will also be open to the whole world as well. So this will be the time that the Filipinos will be teaching the whole world about what BPO is all about. Because of the rapid growth of this industry, we also see rapid urbanization. No? So a lot of people come here to find work. So this will create new challenges also for the city. No? So what are the opportunities? There will be a need for more affordable housing, maybe in medium to high-rise apartment buildings. Hopefully this will be closer to work, because if we have this apartment buildings closer to work, then this will also address the traffic issue. And with the high income that these people are getting from their jobs in the industry, then they can afford for this more decent housing. Then of course there's the need for more reliable power and water supply. And this is a common need with the different industries like tourism or manufacturing. And it is something that we have to be ready, since with growth comes higher consumption with water and power. Maybe we can, if we run out of water supply here in Cebu, then we should revisit the plan to pipe in water maybe from all the way from Bohol instead of just throwing it to the sea. And of course, with urbanization, we need a more efficient public transport system. So every day is now a growing nightmare to travel, especially in the Bantal area, Banilad-Talamban Road, no? Because I live somewhere there. So I commute from Talamban all the way to Cebu IT Park, and it's taking at least an hour to get through this traffic. So probably it's high time we might look into a more efficient system like a subway system for Cebu. Then with more people, we need more places for dining, leisure, and entertainment activities. So if the population continues to increase, who knows, time will come that we might need our own version of Universal Studio or mini Disneyland here in Cebu with the right volume, since we are also strategically located to cater to the Visayas and Mindanao market. Then another challenge is the highly competitive and rapidly changing industry. So as we all know, innovations are coming in almost every day in the world of ICT. So we need to level up to higher value services, and these are, as what Mr. Schumacher mentioned, that we should consider big data analytics. This is one field that the Philippines has a very good future, and probably we can compete with India in this particular field. And of course, we also have the research and development activities, engineering services, more health information management services, more insurance management services, and the shared services activities. So these are all high value activities which needs more skill and more training, but at least these kind of activities can't be easily be moved out of the country. And we need to continuously upgrade our talents through collaborative efforts with international partners. So right now, SEDFIT has this partnership with EMC Academic Alliance Program. And for the past 3 years, EMC has been generous to bring in their subject matter experts and have provided trainings to our university teachers. This started in 2013 when they conducted a training on cloud infra services. And last year, we were fortunate to bring in a subject matter expert on big data analytics. We're probably one of the first cities outside of Metro Manila to do this training here in Cebu because of the courtesy of EMC Academic Alliance Program. And this year, we had information storage and management. One thing nice about this program is that we're getting it for free. And the only thing that EMC is requiring us to do is that once the teachers go back to the schools, they must offer this as an elective subject so that we can mass produce the talent. And so far, we're also getting very good cooperation from our schools. And we are reporting the number of students that has been enrolled in the different subjects that they have offered to our teachers. And we need to continuously benchmark on global practices and trends so that we can always be ahead in this race. Another opportunity is to develop homegrown startups, leveraging on the use of technology for innovative products and services and wider customer reach. Some examples of these startups that we're seeing and that we're using every day are the likes of Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and even Uber. No? So these are things that we can do here in the Philippines. And one way we can encourage to come up with good startups is to continuously have this startup challenge competition and probably invite also some venture capitalists to consider funding these good startups. But it is very important that we should also level up the quality of startups that we are producing so that we can attract venture capitalists to fund these projects. So for the past, I think, 3 years, Cebu Chamber has supported the Startup Weekend Cebu activity. And for this year, the city government also supported this activity. And hopefully by next year, we will come up with something really more challenging, and we can come up with better startups that can compete not only on the national level, but also in the global arena as well. Of course, we have the challenge on competitive infrastructure, and this has been mentioned earlier. The competitiveness of our broadband and Wi-Fi services, cost-wise and speed-wise, because we have one of the slowest and one of the more expensive service when it comes to this matter. And ironically, we are one of the front runners in the outsourcing industry. So maybe as Mr. Schumacher has mentioned earlier, a little more competition will do the job in bringing the cost down and increasing the speed. And we need more Wi-Fi penetration even in rural areas. And during the last ICT BPM conference, which was held earlier this month, it was announced by Deputy Executive Director Mon Ibrahim that they're very serious with their free Wi-Fi program, and Cebu has been recognized as one of the priority areas of the free Wi-Fi program. Why is the Wi-Fi important? Because we can encourage more people to stay even in the rural areas, and they can do some home-based outsourcing. So that means they can do online jobs, which can provide better opportunities and better pay for them, and they are very close to their family. They can work with their family, or they can work wherever they want to work, as long as there's good connectivity. Well, this has been mentioned earlier, the world-class international airport, because this is one of the main reasons why investors in the service industry come to a location. And this is the entry point, or this is where we do our entry statement or our opening statement to our investors. If they can see that we have an efficient and a truly international airport, then they will get the impression that we can offer them the right kind of infrastructure and services for them to stay. One last big challenge that this industry is facing is the combined effect of big data and artificial intelligence, which may happen in about 5 years' time. I was talking with a friend who was recently in the US, and he was able to join one of these meetings in Silicon Valley. And people were talking about this trend wherein tapping the big data and using artificial intelligence so that someday they can come up with machines or robots to take over the jobs of our call center agents. So they're projecting about 5 years' time that this can happen. But probably it can happen a little longer here in our country, or who knows, it can happen in 5 years' time. So if this happens, then we should be ready for this. And again, the focus for higher value services should be encouraged, like more IT outsourcing activities, because I think it will not be easy for robot machines to do programmings or software developments. And data analytics is something that we can also consider, and also the other activities of shared services and so on. And this may even result to conversion of some of our call center offices for other offices if we end up losing these jobs to machines or to robots. No? And probably we can consider converting these spaces also for uh, apartments or condo units. Well, the future of this industry remains very bright since Cebu is now one of the cities that does not sleep, just like New York. But probably we're not sleeping because we're doing it for the right reasons. We stay awake at night so that we can service people on the other side of the globe. But we should continue to be very creative, very innovative, and always be ahead of the pack so that we can maintain our lead in this industry. Thank you and good afternoon.
Great presentation, Junsa. Thank you very much. We have the opportunities right now to look at in the construction and real estate sector, and a very qualified person to talk about it. The person who will be talking to us is an architect, civil engineer, a geodetic engineer, also an environmental planner, and he also knows business management. I also happen to grow up with this guy. He's a principal partner at the architectural engineering and planning firm Espina, Perez Espina and Associates. He's an associate professor and dean of the College of Architecture and Fine Arts of the University of San Carlos. He's a director at Espina, Perez Espina Realty Corporation, Espina Ivory Properties Incorporated, and Museo Nino Foundation. He's the founder and the chairman of the board of the Parents Reach Foundation and Reach Center, as well as the founding director of Cebu Alay Lakad Foundation, and a founding member and convener of one of the very strong movements at one time, Cebu Stop Flyovers movement, and he's an advocate and a very strong one and a good one for the movement for a livable Cebu. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to give you an overview of the opportunities in this sector, let's welcome Mr. Architect Joseph Michael or Yumi Espina.
Okay, thank you, Ponsoy. Yes, I remember you way back in high school, but you were a little smaller then. Sign of progress. Okay, friends and guests of the chamber, good afternoon to all of you. You know, I was tasked to talk about construction and real estate, but I guess this topic would be very much of interest of both sector and the businessmen in general, because it talks about the plans for Metro Cebu. And definitely your businesses and your investments will be affected by these fiscal plans. Okay, my title is Towards a Sustainable Urban Infrastructure Development in Cebu, the proposed green loop concept. I am also a co-chair of the Mega Cebu Subcommittee on integrated development and spatial planning. And through Mega Cebu, I've been appointed as senior land use planner for the JICA study team, who is now doing the roadmap for Metro Cebu. Okay, so 2 years ago, we have been studying the green loop concept at the University of San Carlos College of Architecture and Fine Arts. Now we have a new name. By the way, we are now called the School of Architecture, Fine Arts, and Design. Okay, so we have been advocating this particular concept, and it was very encouraging to note that the NEDA Regional Land Use Committee called me up to explain to them, to the committee, what this green loop concept was all about, because we were actually recognized by Malacanang for this particular concept. Okay, so I explained to the NEDA Regional Land Use Committee, and they were very interested in pursuing this plan through the Regional Development Council. That was last year, so I was waiting for any movement, but very recently they came up with a more doable plan, which is to focus on the 4 local government units, no, instead of the whole Mega Cebu, which is composed of 13 local government units. So it's more manageable now. And we have been in the past few months going around the cities, the 4 LGUs, to talk to the city councils about the possibility of implementing this in the urban core of Metro Cebu. This morning we heard a very rosy picture of the Philippine economy, and in fact the whole of the ASEAN economy. But on the ground, things seems to be quite different, especially in terms of fiscal planning. So we believe that we should catch up with fiscal planning should catch up with the economic successes that the country is undergoing. First, we'll bring you back to this date in our history, October 15, 2013. This was the breaking news that time. A magnitude 7.2 earthquake that rocked Bohol, and of course Cebu, with about a 6.5 intensity. So you see the damage mostly of our heritage structures, the churches in Bohol, and many of the churches in Cebu, including the belfry now of the Basilica del Santo Niño. And many of our government buildings, for that matter, got damaged. So we see a lot of the damage during that time. November 8, 2013, just a month after, another disaster took place. No? Super Typhoon Yolanda, 300 kilometer per hour winds, the strongest ever in the history of our planet to hit land. So they say, no? So all of these disasters, these twin disasters happening just in 1 year, opened a lot of eyes in terms of disaster management and response. Okay, so in the world of planning, international conferences and seminars, these two words have come to the national and global consciousness. Okay, so people, experts are now talking about what makes cities resilient and sustainable. Okay, so there are authors like, for example, Walker and Salt, who say that resilience does not only mean bouncing back from a disaster or dealing with physical infrastructure, but it actually means adaptive capacity, retaining organization, functions, structure, feedback, and most importantly, identity. Now, I don't know what you think about the identity of Cebu, but in many conferences I have attended, people think that the identity of Cebu is really hinged on Cebu being a compact city, a compact city with all the urban amenities of a big metropolis like Manila. Okay, so this identity we aim to preserve, but sadly, compactness actually boils down a lot to travel time. No, we used to travel from the city to the mountains in 30 minutes, and then to the islands in Mactan and beyond in another 30 minutes, and then we can see our mountains and the seas in just one location. No? But with all this urbanization going on, we are losing this identity. Okay, so Therefore, these authors say that there is a need for socio-ecological resilience, meaning maintaining two things, no, that is addressing social connections and preserving the environment. Okay, so there are two levels of engagement that we think should be done, should be supported here in Cebu. And the first is environmental preservation, or the preservation of the natural environment. And second, the creation of social spaces, or the development for a built environment. Because what we lack is really social integration. We talk about economics and the successes we have in the economic front, but actually what is lagging behind is our social and our physical infrastructures. No? Filipinos are known to be very sociable. No? In fact, in 2007, we were recognized as the #1 texting capital of the world. Okay, and very recently, socialbakers.com just recognized the Philippines as the upcoming #1 social networking uh, country in the whole world, no, with more than 3 million Facebook users. Okay, but that uh, ability to socialize is becoming very difficult now because of urbanization. We're talking about the flyovers issue. We're actually against it because it divides communities. No, it divides communities if these are located in the urban core. Okay, so flyovers belong to the outskirts, no, outside the city. But if it penetrates through the city, like what is happening in Manila, no, it will divide communities and lose social interaction. So we would rather have infrastructure which will bring us all together, no, and improve our social connections to be resilient. Okay, so this was Maclut's plan in the 1980s. I was the land use planner of the Metro Cebu land use and transport study, but it was the only comprehensive planning plan that Metro Cebu ever had. Okay, one of the very important findings we did, proposals, are actually that green line. We call that the urban limit. Okay, you can actually see that line physically. Now, these are the foothills of Cebu, about the level of Marco Polo Hotel. That's the foothills of Cebu. Beyond that is actually unbuildable. Well, actually, engineers can build anywhere, no. But when I say unbuildable, it is not advisable to build in those areas. Areas which have 18% slope, because it is first very expensive to do that, and secondly, it creates a lot of problems like siltation and landslides and all that. In fact, that is happening now. But what has happened is that there was no real uh, movement to respect this particular urban limit. That was the output of the Maclut study. And in fact, we have developed new roads, to the west, the Trans Central Highway, which has opened up the mountain areas of Cebu. Before, they used to tell us that both sides of the Trans Central Highway was going to be uh, reserved, about 100 meters on both sides. But you can see what is happening now. No? We have violated that particular uh, control. Okay, in planning, we have a very classical theory we call the central place theory. Chris Thaler talked about this theory that basically says that in a flat area, growth centers happen anywhere. No, it can even be influenced by private sector. Like, to look at Manila, there are several growth centers there, several cities, Makati, Quezon City, and now there's this Bonifacio Global City. So this is a private initiative, but these are growth centers happening in a relatively flat area, and that is Manila. And what is difficult there is to control this growth, because it goes into a very big low density expansion, which is urban sprawl. Very difficult and expensive, and causes a lot of problems, especially traffic. In Cebu, we have an advantage because the island is long, 200 kilometers long and 50 kilometers wide, and it at its girth. Okay, so the mountains are quite steep, so we have a very flat, a very narrow, flat area along the coastline. So the natural settlement areas are along the coast. So we see that in a lot of municipalities from north to south. But what is happening is that because these are developing in a linear pattern, they have established growth clusters, no clusters. So we have actually plotted this out. Oh wait. Yeah, the yellow circles there are the live areas. The red small circles are the work areas, and the blue circles the play area. So in the northernmost part, you have Danao, no, Bogo City as the central core of that growth area. And the others are supportive, no? So live, work, play in that particular cluster. And then in northern cluster, we see the Danao City, no, as developing into a growth cluster. And then all the way south, of course, the central cluster, the urban core of the metro area. And then down in the south, we have Naga and Karkar. So it is developing into an axial corridor. It's not spread out like in Manila. So it is advantage in a sense for planners to be able to take advantage of this. Okay, so this is the proposed Metro Cebu conceptual land use strategy. Okay, to be able to solve urban sprawl, and I said that is a negative, that is a problem in many urban centers. We have to control sprawl, then low density development over a wide area, no? Because you will have a lot of expenses, cost in infrastructure, no? Imagine traveling your utility lines, no? Your power, your telephone lines, cable, and everything over a wide area. So the thing is to concentrate development, no, into growth centers. So first strategy is to disperse urban growth, no, to growth clusters in the north, specifically Danao City, in the south probably Naga or Karkar, and then concentrate development in the center, these four local government units. Second is to define a green belt around the urban core. Okay, that green belt, uh, let me just explain to you. The north probably is the Kansaga Bay because it is a natural physical feature of Cebu, the Kansaga Bay area. In the south, that could be the Mananga River Basin. Okay, it does not mean that we don't develop there, but we shift to a more ecological or environmentally friendly uses like tourism. We were talking about tourism earlier. We can have a lot of tourist areas in the Kansaga Bay area and in the Mananga River Basin, like theme parks and all that. These are high value, high income uses. No? And of course, on the west, we preserve the green areas, which are our water source, no? The forests and the source of the water for our rivers. Okay, and now, of course, in the west, we have the islands, no, the Olango. We have to preserve the bird sanctuary there. Many people do not know, but that has international implications. No, if we destroy the bird sanctuary during the winter time, from birds from Russia and China, they travel all the way to Australia, stopping over this Olango Island. No, so it is good to preserve this, and you've probably seen the beautiful islands we have going to Bohol. No, now it's a very big potential for tourism. So we preserve that. So I was telling the planners in JICA, we have actually the best of both worlds, Barcelona and Venice combined in Cebu. No, the islands are similar to Venice, our mountains similar to Barcelona. If only we can preserve these natural features. And then finally, develop the green loop at the center of the city. That is the center of my presentation now. The green loop is there. covering the 4 LGUs of Cebu, Mandaue, Lapu-Lapu, and Cordova. Okay, and of course, I forgot to mention that we can string up the growth centers with a mass transit system. You know what happened in Manila is that the mass transit, the LRT and the MRT came too late. No? The city has expanded so much that it was virtually impossible, no, to resolve that issue of sprawl. But now in Cebu, there is still a possibility to address this sprawl issue. No? If we use this strategy to spread out development through mass transit in the north and the south. Okay, and then preserve the natural environment for agricultural purposes, no? Or rural types of uses. Okay, so this is the green loop. Let me just describe it briefly as a pedestrian dominated transit oriented corridor around the 4 LGUs in the core of Metro Cebu, aimed at improving social connections among the people. Okay, you've seen a lot of this when you go to other countries. We see people walking, biking, and all that, pedestrianized streets. But we do not aim the green loop to be basically all pedestrian, but we can have transit oriented modes, just like for example we suggested e-jeepneys, the modern jeepneys, air conditioned, side entry, higher headrooms. Now, a modern jeepney that is actually very Filipino. No, why are we doing away with our jeepneys? It is actually a vehicle which improves social connections because the passengers are facing each other, and we can interact. And then it applies various green initiatives to enhance our built and natural environment. So these are global facts. Climate change is real. No, this is the new normal. You have probably heard about sea level rise, and I've just explained to you the earthquake and the typhoons are effects of climate change. And then urbanization is also real. They say that 55% of the world's population are now moving towards cities. In the Philippines, we achieved 50% in 2008. Okay, now the figure is about 64%. 64% of our population are now living in cities. So there is a lot of urbanization going on, no? And we have to address that. Otherwise, we'll have something Cebu like Manila. No? So current thinking in planning circles is controlled densification. That is the key to a sustained future for urbanizing areas. And then we also talk about the triple bottom line. Many of the businessmen, well, not all, but some probably only talk about profit. No, that is a very self-centered idea of doing business, profit alone. But now we should start thinking about people and places, building public spaces, no, in your ground floor areas for the public, not to enjoy. So it's not all profit for business, but include public spaces and people. Okay, the objectives of the Green Loop first is to bring back legibility of the city by connecting major land uses. It's like building a house. No, if a house is legible, when you enter the house, even at for the first time, and you know exactly where the kitchen is, where the toilets are, where the master's bedroom is, then that house is legible. It is perceptual. So similarly in cities, it's the same. No, if you can go inside the city for the first time, you know exactly where to find this particular shopping area, no? or the manufacturing areas, and so on and so forth. So we need to have legibility, and the Green Loop proposes this by connecting major land uses around the 4 LGUs. Okay. Second is to apply controlled densification and shift developments away from forest reserves. So I explained that earlier. No? Third is to enhance social connections among the population by providing sense of place and inclusive and democratic spaces. We have malls and a lot of these things. These are good, no, in a sense, but they are not the truly democratic space. These are what we call in planning parlance, we call them quasi-public spaces. No, quasi-publics because they are not inclusive. No, not for the whole range of population. But the true public space are our streets and our parks and our many parts, no, where people can interact. We need to have people interact, the rich and the poor alike. The rich can learn from the poor, actually, no, what the needs are, and then the poor can learn to be, civic minded and learn how to behave in a truly civic environment. Okay, so we have to bring people together. And then lastly, to preserve the natural environment and apply green initiatives. There are a lot of this along the green loop. So where did we go wrong? Many people think that cars are the culprit. No? Cars are the culprit. But actually, we're not saying that to do away with cars because we need cars for the elderly, for emergency and all that. Our needs are cars are important for our everyday use. What we're saying is to control the use of vehicles. In other countries, they require parking areas. No, before you can buy a car, you should have a parking area for the car, and we should have stringent measures to owning a car and where the car can actually go. In Paris, they have banned all cars in the city centers, no, and they have pedestrianized the areas. Okay, so this guy says when you design a city for cars, it fails for everyone. So we have to design cities for people. Now, our roads, for example, you can see how the government widens our road, leaving very small space for sidewalks, only 1 meter. And when I asked the agency why they're leaving only 1 meter, and they said, well, that's the requirement, no? 1 meter for our sidewalks. But I said, that's the minimum. You can actually increase the width of the sidewalks for people to enjoy. And then, of course, they say these are obesogenic environments, meaning you just live in them and you'll gain weight. We are used to riding cars. Statistics show that only 10% of our population own cars. Yet the opposite is real. No? 90% of our streets are for cars with very little sidewalks for people. So we have to change mindsets. No? And that's a picture of the green loop. Let me just describe it later, but it's a loop around the 4 LGU: Cebu, Mandaue, Lapu-Lapu, tourist area, and Cordova, linked by the proposed third bridge that Metro Pacific is now doing. Okay, so this is the a more a clearer map. You see those 4 colored lines. I was talking about the axial development of Cebu, no, north, south, south. So what is important are our axial roads, north-south axial roads. There are only basically 3, if you count them. No, first is the red line there is the coastal road. Okay, so I was saying that the red line is the Pidol Rosario north-south road. It goes all the way to Bantayan and south to Santander. Okay, and then the blue line is the Bantal corridor. Okay, so I was saying, government, what is the problem really in our country is that we designate roads according to jurisdiction, no? Cebu City Road, Barangay Road, National Road, no? But in planning, that's absolutely useless, no? Because what we do in planning is to designate them by function, no? Function. So if you look at that black line there, obviously the function of the road is a cargo route, no? Why? Because it's very near the ports, no? Very near the ports. It is flat, very easy for cargo traffic to ply, along that route. And then the next line, the red line, is obviously the mass transit route. Why? Because it goes all the way north, very easy to expand north and then south to Santander. Okay, and then the blue line is the Bantal corridor. Now they are talking about the the BRT in this route, no? But that is the commercial private route, no? Which is now being used as that, no? But in between, I was thinking of this green line, which should be part of the pedestrianized route for the green loop. That is the Mango Avenue area, no? It does not work as a north-south vehicular route as of this time, not as much as the other three routes, but it is now being expanded by DPWH, no, especially the Hernan Cortes portion. So it goes from B. Rodriguez to Fuente Osmeña to Mango Avenue, and then it goes to Ayala Center, and then the Ayala Access Road to Hernan Cortes. You can follow that, and then connects to the Butuanon River in Mandaue. And then all the way to the second bridge, JICA is planning to build a dual mode bridge that could also be part of the Green Loop. And then all around the tourist circumferential road of Cordova of Lapu-Lapu, and then the Pilipog River in Cordova and back through the third bridge. So that is the loop. It's about 42 kilometers. So we are proposing this to be a pedestrian nice route and a transit-oriented corridor. So if we can have e-jeepneys flying the clockwise direction and another franchise for the counterclockwise direction, we can have all the major land uses connected. So I'll show you the next slide. Those are the rivers. Guadalupe River is now being cleared, no? And that will be part of the Green Loop. Okay, so those are the major land use area. First in Cebu is the Cultural and Historic District. You know where that is very well, the Parian up to, we have the North and South Historic District. No? The Parian area, the Colon, Santo Niño, and the Basilica and the cathedrals is in the north of the Guadalupe River. And in the south is also a very historic site, the San Nicolas District. Okay, Ermita and Pasil areas. So we aim to integrate that district into the Green Loop. Actually, the approach of the third, we were talking to the Metro Pacific. Initially, they wanted the approach of the bridge going towards the SRP, no? South towards the SRP, but we objected to that. We told them that if you want to relieve traffic in Cebu, you have to connect it to Virama, no? Go direct, because Virama has a lot of connection from Guadalupe to Embeles, to B. Rodriguez, to Pedro Rosario, the Enbacaso, and even Colon intersects with Virama Avenue. So if the third bridge connects to Virama, you will relieve almost a third of the traffic in Cebu, okay, going to the airport or going to the tourist areas in Mactan. So happily, the Metro Pacific is listening to us, and in fact, they are planning to include the park underneath the approach, because the approach from the third bridge will be very high, about 55-meter clearance to accommodate tourist cruise ships, no? Probably going to the pier. Imagine tourist ships going to Pier 1, and the tourists can just unload, no, and walk the historic district. So the approach is high. Under the approach will be a park to connect the north and south historic district. So Colon can cross directly to the park and then connect back to the historic Tres de Abril, well, the battle. There's a story of Colon, no? The Filipinos on the San Nicolas side, and then the Chinese mestizos in Parian, the Spaniards in Fort San Pedro. So there's a story, and we can capitalize on that, no? The city has now asked us to help them pedestrianize Colon Street, and we are now consulting with his historians and experts on what to do with Colon. Okay, so that's Fuente Osmeña. And then Ayala is becoming the trade and financial center of Cebu. Mandaue The vision is Mandaue is to be a location for high-end manufacturing. It's just as well because many of our creatives are there, no? So we want Mandaue to be the great design and creative hub of Cebu. We need a location for the creative industries, and Mandaue is just poised to be that, no? We're talking about, June was talking about BPO, no? There are two types, the contact and the content centers. So we're thinking the content centers can be located here in the design and creative hub of Mandaue, because these are the high-end graphic arts, no, animation, even architecture and engineering, no. In fact, in CAFA, we received a delegation from Japan, no, Sapporo, Japan, a number of businessmen who wanted to train our students. So before they graduate, but I told them to wait until they graduate, bring them to Japan for 9 months training, and then bring them back to Cebu. So I told them to locate in Mandaue to set up Japanese Filipino businesses. No? So many of them are coming back and they're locating in Mandaue. No? And then we have the tourist resort areas in Mactan. So if you notice, there are different characters around the roof. If you look at Mango Avenue, that's basically retail, no? Retail. So if you are talking about retail shops, you need wider sidewalks, a lot of trees. No? And then if you go forward to Mandaue in Hernan Cortes, these are wholesale. Okay, we have warehouses with display areas, furniture, no? A lot of that, like Mandaue Foam, for example. So that is a different character for the Green Loop. And then of course Butuanon River is a linear park. So probably e-tricycles plying that. You know, what is wrong in our city is that everything is mixed up. You know, you have slow moving vehicles in one road. If you look at the highways, you can see people walking on the road because there are no sidewalks. And then there are tricycles, there are motorcycles, there are cars, there are trucks, no, cargo. Can you imagine all of that? In other countries, they separate slow-moving vehicles from high-speed traffic. No? So we just do not do that. So here we have the opportunity, maybe slow-moving pedestrianized vehicles along the linear park in Butuanon River and Guadalupe rivers. And then of course Mactan's different feel, no? A different character because you have such informal, no, the touristy type of development there. So you need more sidewalks and walking areas and bike lanes. Okay, and of course back to the third bridge. So that is the how the historic district can connect to the green loop. No? We are actually working on this now, this first semester with our students. And then those are the 6 C's of livability. You know, the bottom line, they say that the true indicator for livability is the availability of choices. No, the availability of choices. We're talking about food earlier, no, from turo-turo to fine dining. If we can have that, no, in health, in education, availability of these choices, uh, different types, and even in mobility. Talking about roads, no, if we can have pedestrian modes, walking, bicycle, no, electric trikes or electric jeepneys, mass transit. So different modes of mobility makes our city livable. So right now we have basically vehicular modes, no, jeepneys. And one of the councilors asked me, why do we provide sidewalks when everybody's riding jeepneys? And I told him, why are they riding jeepneys? Because there are no sidewalks in the first place. So if you provide sidewalks, then probably they will shift. Imagine the expense of riding jeepneys every day. No, it's the working man that is sacrificing riding their bikes, negotiating our busy streets, but they let their wives and families ride jeepneys because it's very dangerous. Okay, so if we have sidewalks, then they can start walking and start biking. No, there should be a shift, no, in mindset. So we see this all over, no, in when we travel abroad. But why can't we do this, no, for Cebu? Okay, Iloilo is already there, but we are far behind. They have the esplanade, very beautiful sidewalks, and that is the historic district, a model the students made, and we are planning to do Colon Street. Okay, so probably a pilot area from Parian to Honquera, we can pedestrianize that strip. And if we cover have a walking tour from Parian down to City Hall to Carbon Market to the linear park under the approach and back to the south of Colon, that is Tres de Abril, and then along Colon Street to back to Parian, that is the loop. No? If we have that loop, we are planning to have the city council declare a historic district and we can pedestrianize that whole area. So a lot of historic structures there. These are just quick pictures now. I'll just run down. That's our students made. That's the Parian. That's the Compania Maritima, could be a maritime museum. You know, Cebu is the center of shipping in the whole country, and we don't have a museum for it. Oh, probably we can have that. Maybe a galleon there. And then in Mandaue, we can also have that connection. No, Mandaue is planning to do business and a business center and hub, a civic hub in the center of Mandaue. No, and then those are the connections to green loop. So any type of development can only also address the green loop. No? You can actually connect through pedestrianized modes. So that is Lapu-Lapu. Then we have some pictures here. That's the picture we have for the third bridge. So see the park underneath. San Nicolas is on one side, and then the Freedom Park, no, and the Carbon Markets on the left. Historically, the Guadalupe River was a divide. They placed all the Filipinos on one side, the Spaniards the other side. It was a physical divide. But now we'd like to bring that back together. No? And tourism is a great potential. This is a great potential for tourism. That's Mango Avenue, no? With a lot of trees. So why can't we bring back the mango trees in Mango Avenue? Okay, that's the example of the e-jeepneys inaugurated by Obama. It's now operating in Manila, but we can have an air-conditioned type. No? Why don't we bring back our jeepneys, the modern type? And then those are the DOST, hybrid electric road trains. And that's a proposal from JICA, the AGT, no? Automated guide rail transit. Then those are published. We're talking about these three spheres of influence in any civic environment. No? Government, private sector, and community. For a long time, it was only government and the private sector doing all the projects because private sector has the funds, the government approves, and that they are the only proponents. No, the community should now to be involved. That's why Mega Cebu is the venue for this convergence. No, so in Mega Cebu we have government, private sector, and the community together. So this is important to have all of the three spheres cooperate and collaborate to make these things happen. Okay, so that's the Green Loop experiment we held last year. Several entities were involved, including the Chamber, the MLC, and Mega Cebu, and of course our university and the city of Cebu. These are the 6 attributes of the Mega Cebu vision. And you see, with the green loop, all of these are being addressed. Cultural and historic, interconnected and compact, innovative, creative, and competitive. Okay? Green, inclusive, equitable, and livable. Integrated, I don't know, participative. And those are pictures of the green loop. Initially, people did not understand. If you see in one part, all the vehicles are stuck up, no, in traffic. Then they see the pedestrians walking very loose. Very few people on the other side, half the road. This was the experiment, but we told them that is precisely the point. No, that is precisely the point. If we start walking and biking and all the pedestrian modes, we will have less cars there on the other side. Okay, so this is another slogan we are promoting at the college: Cebu in 30 minutes. This as a real indicator of bringing back the identity of Cebu. We can travel from any place to in 30 minutes. Let's say from Fuente to Ayala, if you can walk in 30 minutes, provide the necessary sidewalks, comfortable, safe, level with a lot of shade, no, trees. If you can bike from Cebu to Mandaue in 30 minutes, provide the bike lanes. Okay? If you can ride from Cebu to Mactan in 30 minutes, then use the electric jeepneys. Okay, so Cebu in 30 minutes is a real target. So let me end with a quote from Abraham Lincoln. The best way to predict the future is to create it. With that, thank you and good afternoon.
Before we proceed, I'd like to find out here how many are not members of the Cebu Chamber who are present, not members. Okay, this is probably one good reason why you should consider it, because really, we have these kinds of presentations and all the time during our events. So we're going to proceed with the other opportunities and challenges. Right now, we're going to take a look at the agri-aqua business, and it's going to be presented by the president and general manager of Central Seafoods Incorporated. He's the president of Desert Eagle Cargo Transport as well, a managing director of the Ocean Garden Fish Market and Restaurant, and he's the president as well of the Association of Food Industries. He's a trustee of the Confederation of the Philippine Exporters here in Cebu, and a trustee of the Cordova Solid Waste Management, as well as the Cebu Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He did his postgraduate in marine biology and business administration. He wears a lot of hats. He's also a member. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Nelson Bascones.
Good afternoon. Uh, I will not speak on the status of agri-aqua industry because I have no idea, especially on agriculture. So I will just make a brief presentation on the status of seafood exports, of the Philippine seafood exports. Okay. Status of Philippine seafoods export in comparison with other Asian communities, with focus on three major items: shrimps, crabs, and tuna. Well, the first slide is the Philippine shrimp export quantity. That's for all shrimp species and all forms, meaning the major species is black tiger and white shrimps. And all forms are freeze frozen, head on, headless, peeled, combined. Top importing countries are Japan, US, Korea, Chinese Taipei, and United Arab Emirates. Philippine shrimp export value in million US dollar. Export export has been fluctuating for the past 5 years. Japan shrimp imports from Asian communities in comparison with the other Asian countries. The top exporter is top exporter to Japan is Vietnam, Indonesia, Philippines being the last. Imports for the Philippines very low. The next slide is U.S. Banami shrimp imports, headless, shell-on, and peeled shrimps. Yeah, this is the top Philippine shrimp species, and also with black tiger. As you have noticed, I highlighted red Thailand. In 20, you have noticed that in 2012 production was very high. Then in 2013 it collapsed. So the shrimp industry in Thailand at the time collapsed, giving us an opportunity to enter into the world market. So in 2013, Philippines exports doubled. It increased also in 2014, and we are expecting that the volume will increase by about 50% this year. The other major commodities, the crabs. Philippine crab export in quantity. This is for all crab species. It includes mud crab, live mud crab, the blue swimming crab, the pasteurized canned crab meat. Top importing countries is Hong Kong. This is because of the live crabs, maybe. The Philippine crab export in value. As you have noticed, our exports has been increasing for the past 5 years. I think this is because of the emergence of the pasteurized canned crab meat industry. Yeah, here is the presentation of the U.S. imports on pasteurized canned crab meat. Well, the Philippines here has a greater share compared to the total. So this is mainly because of the Philippine crab meat industry has developed. The last item is the tuna. This is the Philippine tuna export in quantity for all types, like freeze whole tuna, whole fillet, frozen steaks, and canned tuna. So here for our tuna, the biggest buyer is the European Union. However, last year, the European Union issued a yellow flag for the Philippines. Yellow flag is issued as a warning to the exporting countries because of sustainability. they they have found out that our we are exporting a small tuna, the undersized tuna, and they are also looking for our sustainability program. I think the tuna industry they have their own they have developed now the fishery improvement program, which is necessary for marine stewardship certificate. However, last year they were audited, but they failed. There were two. I've heard that there were two major non-conformities. By the way, MSC is marine stewardship certificate. It's just like ISO, but it is issued to the country, not to the company, because sustainability will involve a lot on the government side. Japan tuna imports from Asian communities. The Philippines, we rank third. At least I think we are in tuna industry. We're at least stronger compared to shrimps and uh, crabs. I'll go back to the shrimps. Yeah. For the shrimps, we have noticed that we rank at the last. We are at